Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 21. Ash followed Eevee's trail of paw prints as the evolution Pokemon, who was ahead of him, was following the scent of Team Rocket. The black-haired boy and his Pikachu soon caught up to his other Pokemon, which was waiting in the bushes near an old wooden cabin. The cabin had one window and one door with a vent and wood pile on its left. Large flat gray stones were used in order to create a footpath leading to the front door, which Team Rocket and the egg were behind. Peeking through the window, Ash watched as James cooked at the stove, Jesse ate on toast and Meowth polished the egg like it was his own. "Ready Eevee, Pikachu," Ash whispered. The two Pokemon used the window as their entrance, breaking through the glass which scattered shards everywhere. "Dugtrio," Ash then called. "Use Dig to get under the house and take the egg back." Pikachu and Eevee rampaged through the cabin, causing the cat Pokemon to lose sight of the egg. When the Meowth looked down he saw a small hole in the ground. "Ah, where's the egg?" the Pokemon shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Dugtrio resurfaced beside Ash with the egg, happily swaying back and forth in celebration. "Good job, Dugtrio," Ash said. "Return." Then as Team Rocket heard Ash's voice they turned towards the broken window. The black-haired boy stood just outside, watching as the chaos unfolded. "Hey, give me back my egg," the Meowth said. Eevee did not like the cat Pokemon calling the egg his. It was hers. She was not going to let some thieves take it from her. Ash gasped in shock as his Eevee began to evolve, growling and hissing at Team Rocket as she did. Soon, in the place of the small Pokemon, stood Espion with a thin forked tail and lilac fur. Espion, the sun Pokemon. It uses the fine hair that covers its body to sense air currents and predict enemies' actions. This Espion is female and knows that moves Tackle, Quick Attack, Swift, Confusion and Psybeam. "Go, Arbok," Jessie shouted as she threw her Pokeball. The ball popped open revealing a serpent-like Pokemon with purple scales all over its body. It has a large hood just below its head, which has a design similar to an angry face. The pattern typically has red and yellow eye spot outlined at black, a wide black streak resembling a mouth, and a V-shaped stripe about the face pattern. "Wheezing, attack," James said. A purple Pokemon appeared from the man's Pokeball. It had two heads, the left head is larger, and has prominent eyebrows, pointed teeth protruding from its lower jaw, and two flat teeth in its upper jaw. The smaller, right head simply has two pointed teeth, one at each corner of its mouth. Arbok and Wheezing. Ash frowned in confusion and then felt recognition fill him. Team Rocket's Pokemon had somehow evolved since he had last seen them. Arbok was much larger than its pre-evolved form of Ekans and Wheezing now had two spheres connected to its coughing body by thin tubes. "Go Pikachu, Espion," Ash ordered. Thunder and Psybeam. The two attacks combined themselves together increasing the power of it. So, when Team Rocket tried to counter-attack, Arbok and Wheezing's Poison Sting and Smog was destroyed. Team Rocket was then tossed out of the cabin, after a hole was blown in its side, blasting off again. Suddenly, Ash could feel something moving inside the egg as it began to glow. It then slowly cracked, starting from the tip, sending web-like line halfway down it. The black-haired boy and his Pokemon watched in amazement, waiting impatiently to see what Pokemon is inside. The top half then completely shattered revealing a small, yellow Pokemon with a round body that was still partly encased in its eggshell. It has stubby hands and round feet with two toes on each. With black eyes and 5 spikes on its head that seemed to form a crown, it was one of the smallest and cutest Pokemon Ash had ever seen. As for the Pokemon, it stared at the black-haired boy in confusion and then, as if a light went on, it began to cheer and laugh. This caused Ash to laugh along with it. Espion, the lilac psychic Pokemon said as it watched the baby Pokemon it had saved hatch into the world. After a while the baby Pokemon yawned and stretched, saying, "Togi." Now outside of the cabin, sitting on a park bench. Ash watched as Espion played peekaboo with the newly hatched Pokemon. While the two played, Ash sat with the Pokédex, search what type of Pokemon it was. Togepi, the spike ball Pokemon. The shell seems to be filled with joy. It is said that it will share good luck when treated kindly. This Togepi is female and had yet to learn any moves. Ash marches onwards towards Cinnabar Island, along with the way, expecting many challenges from other Pokemon trainers. After all, it was getting closer to the start of the Indigo League, where many people will want to battle their Pokemon. The black-haired boy was going to use this as an advantage, allowing his Pokemon to gain more battling experience as well. The black-haired boy's next challenger was a man about a foot taller than him. He had a thick light brown beard and hair, which was covered in a green woolen hat. The man also wore a red shirt with a sleeveless denim jacket pulled over the top. "Rhyhorn, I choose you," the man shouted. With Espion watching over Togepi, Ash chose his Duck Trio for this battle. It was ground type versus ground type. "Rhyhorn, take down now," ordered the brunette man. The large gray Rhyhorn with red eyes charged towards Duck Trio, causing the earth to quake with every step. It was the Pokemon's body weight that caused this shaking, resulting the triplet mole Pokemon to quiver along with it. "Use Dig," Ash ordered, and Duck Trio quickly burrowed miles underground to escape the tremors caused by the Pokemon. When the triplets resurfaced, the Rhyhorn was glancing wildly around in confusion. "Duck Trio, use a sand attack," Ash said, not skipping a beat. The mole Pokemon quickly began to throw sand into the Rhyhorn's eyes, blinding the Pokemon and reducing the accuracy of its attacks. This gave Ash's Pokemon a higher advantage over the large creature. "Horn attack," the other trainer ordered. However, Ash just as quickly told his Pokemon to use Tri-Attack. So, as the ground and rock-type Pokemon charged towards Duck Trio, 3 beams of power shot from the mole Pokemon and converged. Rhyhorn was hit with all 3 beams, knocking it unconscious from the attack. "Wow, your Pokemon have been really well trained," the man commented after the battle was over. "Thank you," Ash said. "Your Rhyhorn is a great fighter." After the two talked for a bit, they said their goodbyes, each splitting ways. The man, Steve, Ash learned had already earned his 8th badge and was challenging trainers in order for his Pokemon to gain more experience. The black-haired did not mind this, as his Pokemon were also gaining fighting experience every time he accepted a challenge. Continuing on his journey, Ash found himself traveling through the forest. However, the forest wasn't as quiet as the black-haired boy originally thought. "Clefairy! Clefairy!" the voice shouted through the thick trees. "What is that?" Ash asked his Pikachu and Espion, who shook their heads, not knowing either. The constant calling of "Clefairy" became louder as whoever was shouting slowly approached the area the trainer and his Pokemon were in. So, a few minutes later, from the trees emerged a pink Pokemon with chubby, vaguely star-shaped body. A small pointed tooth protrudes from the upper left corner of its mouth. As soon as the Clefairy caught sight of Ash, Pikachu, Espion and Togepi, it rushed towards them saying, Clefairy, fairy." Ash, of course, did not understand what the small pink Pokemon was saying and instead asked Pikachu to try and translate. This translation came in the forms of the yellow mouse Pokemon surprisingly good stick drawings. Drawn into the dirt beneath their feet was, first, 2 stick people and then, second, 1 stick person, or Pokemon in this case, with question marks floating around. The black-haired boy understood. The Clefairy in front of him had lost its friend and was asking the boy and his Pokemon if they had seen it. Shaking his head sadly, Ash crouched down on his knees so that he was roughly the same height as the fairy Pokemon. "I am sorry, Clefairy, you are the first Pokemon I have seen since entering the forest," Ash said, and watched as the pink Pokemon sagged in defeat, tears pooling in its eyes. "But, hey, I am sure we can help you," the black-haired boy said, trying to cheer the Pokemon up. It worked. With the thought of 3 extra pairs of eyes looking for its friend, Clefairy perked back up with newly found energy. "Clefairy," the fairy Pokemon said, jumping up and down. "Okay, then let's go," Ash said. Take us to the last place you saw your friend. Clefairy nodded, leading the way to a small clearing that the two Pokémon had slept in the night before. It was filled with tree stubs, which sat on either end of the small patch of grass. Scattered around were strange red and white mushrooms. These mushrooms were harmless and most Pokémon enjoyed eating them, especially grass and bug-type Pokémon. Upon further inspection, Ash saw a few of the mushrooms had been picked. Since the clearing was quite difficult for a human to get to, then this meant that either Clefairy's friend ate them or a Pokémon stumbled across them. Clefairy! Ash called. I think your friend went this way. Clef! Shouted the pink Pokémon as it followed the black-haired trainer, who was trailing the eaten mushrooms. It was just a hunch, but it was a start, and it was the only evidence that he could find. However, the trail soon ran cold as whatever Pokémon had been picking them had stopped. Ash hoped that this meant the Pokémon was sleeping somewhat around here. Let's take a break and eat something while we can, Ash said, and began to cook the rice that the black-haired boy had been carrying in his bag. Once the rice was cooked, Ash made over a dozen rice balls and began to feed Togepi as his other Pokémon helped themselves. So, what type of Pokémon is your friend? Ash asked the Clefairy as he fed the baby Pokémon a small mouthful of rice. Clefairy, the Pokémon said, approaching the black-haired boy, and pulled out his Pokédex. The pink Pokémon then pressed one of the buttons, causing a picture to appear on the small screen. It was a Pokémon covered with thick blue vines that obscured its face so only its eyes could be seen. Dexter then said in a robotic voice, Tangela, the vine Pokémon. Its whole body is swathed with wide vines that are similar to seaweed. The vines shake as it walks. Suddenly, the cry of an attacking Spearow caught the black-haired trainer's attention. Other Spearows soon swept past the boy and his Pokémon, speeding towards wherever the flock was attacking. Oh no, we better make sure no one gets hurt. Ash knew that the Spearow and their evolved form Fearow were both extremely aggressive and territorial. If a trainer or Pokémon invaded their territory, it was within the flying type's belief that the intruder should be executed. To make matters worse, it turned out that the Pokémon Ash and Clefairy were seeking was the one the Spearows were about to attack. What looked like hundreds of Spearows surrounded the Tangela as the grass-type Pokémon trembled in fear. Clefairy, exclaimed the pink Pokémon as it ran over to its friend. Clefairy, no. Ash shouted, lunging to grab the daily-type Pokémon, but it escaped, running directly towards the center of the flock of Spearow. Pikachu and Magnemite, I chose you, Ash shouted. Pikachu quickly jumped off its trainer's shoulder as the magnet Pokémon emerged from its Pokeball. Thunder. The two electric-type attacks struck just at the right time as the Spearow pecked and scratched at the Tangela and Clefairy. The flock then did two things. The weaker Spearow fell to the ground unconscious from the electric attack, and the Spearow that were slightly stronger fled, flying unsteadily through the sky. Taking the opportunity, the black-haired trainer allowed himself to catch one of the fallen Pokémon just before he rushed everyone out of the Spearow's territory. Ash then took it upon himself to DSPLN the two Pokémon, telling them both to be more aware of their surroundings and not run headfirst into trouble. The two Pokémon then nodded shamefully at the boy, agreeing with his words. Then Ash signed and smiled slightly at the two Pokémon. I am glad you two found each other again. We have to go now, so you guys be careful and, Tangela, don't wander off again. With that said, Ash moved to set off onto his next adventure with Pikachu and Espeon at his side, Pikachu on his shoulder and Togepi in his arms. The two friends looked at each other before turning back to the black-haired trainer, who was leisurely walking away. Tang! Fairy, the two Pokémon shouted and ran after the black-haired trainer. They didn't want to be left behind. Chapter 22. At lunch, Ash and his Pokémon enjoy the Pokémon food and sandwiches that the black-haired boy made. It was a nice day out. Pidgey were singing and the sun was beaming down on him. However, the trainer now had to make one of the hardest decisions ever. He had to separate Espeon from Togepi. Ash knew the baby fairy Pokémon would be sad at first, but Togepi bonded with him as much so as she did Espeon. It was the psychic Pokémon Ash was worried about. The lilac Pokemon had become ever attached to her baby. Espion, it is time to go back into your Pokeball, Ash tried and was promptly ignored by the Pokemon. Espion, please, Ash tried again as she refused to even look at the black-haired trainer. I know it is selfish of me to ask you to leave Togepi so that I can train my other Pokemon, but we will all watch over her. Then, he paused trying to find the right wording. Then I promise when Togepi is a little older I will officially capture her, sending her to you at Professor Oak's lab. Silence spread throughout the Pokemon around Ash, each waiting with bated breath for the Psychic-type Pokemon to make a decision. To Ash's relief, the lilac Pokemon nodded its head, giving the boy a look that said, "You better keep your promise." Sighing in relief, Ash held out the red and white Pokeball saying, "Espion return." Then the trainer flipped open his Pokédex and selected Nidorina, Mook, Magnemite, Dugtrio and Espion to switch with Ponyta, Eevee, Snorlax, Jigglypuff and Venonat. The trading was instantaneous, allowing Ash to release all of his Pokemon to start training, but first, he scanned them. Ponyta, the Fire Horse Pokemon. Its hooves are 10 times harder than diamonds. It can trample anything completely flat in little time. This Pokemon is female and knows that moves Tackle, Flame Wheel and Stomp. Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Its genetic code is irregular. It may mutate if it is exposed to radiation from element stones. This Eevee is male and knows the moves Sand Attack, Quick Attack and Bite. Snorlax, the sleeping Pokemon. Very lazy, it just sleeps and eats. As its rotund bulk builds, it becomes steadily more slothful. This Snorlax is male and has the egg move Belch. Known moves are Chip Away and Body Slam. Jigglypuff, the balloon Pokemon. When its huge eyes light up, it sings a mysteriously soothing melody that lulls its enemies to sleep. This Jigglypuff is female and knows the move Sing. Venonat, the insect Pokemon. Lives in the shadows of tall trees where it eats insects. It is attracted by light at night. This Venonat is male and knows the moves Supersonic and Tackle. After the training session, Ash once again asked his second Eevee what it wanted to evolve into. This time it was Flareon. The black-haired boy knew this would be more difficult to do due to the fact that fire stones cost more money than he had and were very hard to find in the wild. Therefore, Ash will have to enter a competition or be very lucky. Continuing on, the black-haired boy boarded a white cruise ship that was scheduled to dock at Cinnabar Island in a day or two. Standing at the railing, Ash enjoyed the view of the large ship slicing through the water. Shadows of unknown Pokemon following just below the surface. It was very peaceful. That is until a loud arrogant voice said, "All right, calm down girls. Everyone can take a picture with me." It was Gary Oak wearing a Panama straw hat to cover his eyes from the sun, with an ugly pink shirt adoring ocean blue stars on it. The brown-haired boy then raised his sunglasses off his eyes and said, "Who let this loser on the boat?" Ash knew Gary was talking about him, but the black-haired trainer just ignored his rival dressed in pink. The boy always tried to pick fights with Ash and sometimes he would win, but others he would lose disastrously. For the entire sail, this is what Ash had put up with. Gary and his fans constantly trying to show up the boy. By the end of the journey, Ash, Pikachu and Togepi were the first ones to escape, but the black-haired boy said or did something he would regret, leaving Gary and his cheerleaders to choke on the dust he left behind. Cinnabar Island was a resort island located off the southern coast of the Kanto region, south of Pallet Town. It was well known for its hot springs and volcanoes. Many shops and stalls were located around the island, mostly staying close to the hotels in order to tempt as many vacationers as possible. In his exploration of the island, Ash came across the old remnants of the Cinnabar gym where trainers could earn a volcano badge. However, it is said that the gym leader still lives, it is just that he grew tired of the tourists only wanting t-shirts and postcards. Blaine built a gym that no tourists can see. It is in a place that firefighters could never win, a man whispered over Ash's shoulder, into the boy's ear, causing him to jump away in shock as goosebumps ran down his neck. The man had long, thick curly blonde hair with a fluffy blonde mustache. He wore large round sunglasses, making him look like a hippie from the 1980s. Thanks, mister, but I am not here for a gym battle. I am looking for new Pokemon, training areas and a fire stone, Ash informed the man, ticking his list off on his fingers as he juggled Togepi. I am sure Blaine can help you with at least one of those items, the blonde hippie said and then disappeared. Ash stood there for a while, coming to the conclusion that he had nothing to do or lose anyway. So, he then contemplated the riddle. A place where firefighters can't win. So it had to be a place with no water. Blaine is also a fire-type Pokemon trainer, so it will be somewhere that these Pokemon can fight well. Ash's eyes wander towards the main attraction for the island. A volcano. But how did he get there? As if Togepi was reading the black-haired boy's mind, it began to wriggle, forcing him to drop the baby Pokemon. Togepi gracefully landed on her feet and ran towards a spring at the base of the volcano, with the boy and Pikachu following behind the surprisingly fast Pokemon. Togepi, stop! Ash shouted after the fairy-type Pokemon. Once reaching the volcano's wall that acted like a wall of the hot springs, Togepi then leapt on top of the strangely protruding stone that looked like a clean-cut rectangular level. It moves, revealing a hidden entrance beyond the rock walls. Carefully walking down the steps with the troublesome baby Pokemon in his arms, and Pikachu on his shoulder, Ash felt the air getting hotter. At the bottom, there was a red rock door, and as Ash went to push it open he sprang back in pain. The door was blistering hot. Then the grinding sound of rock against rock caused Ash to look away from his hand that was throbbing and now colored an angry red. The door was opening. Inside the volcano was a rock battling field sitting in a pool of lava. Large medieval touches were scattered around the area, lit with welcoming orange and yellow flames. I see you figured out my riddle, the voice of the hippie came from the other side of the arena. The hippie then ripped off his blonde hair, showing Ash the gray-haired, balding head beneath it. A wig, Ash muttered. I should have known. Yes, a wig, the odd hippie-turned-old man said. I wear it to hide the fact that I am Blaine, the gym leader. The old man then said, you said you wanted to train you Pokemon, how about a 3-on-3 battle? I have grown bored over the years. Ash contemplated the suggestion for a moment. This could be a great opportunity to evaluate his and his Pokemon's strengths and weaknesses. He would be able to see firsthand the true strength of a gym leader with as much experience as Blaine has. Okay, the black-haired boy said. Let's battle. Excellent, the old man smiled, his voice low and raspy with age. He then grabbed a Pokeball from his belt and threw it. The Pokemon the gym leader called out was fox-like in appearance with thick, luxurious golden white fur. Ninetales, the fire Pokemon said. Since Ash had no water, rock or ground-type Pokemon, he would not win due to type advantage in this battle. So he called out his Snorlax, who lay on the ground snorting. The Pokemon did not so much as twitch in his sleep. The black-haired boy hoped that the Snorlax will wake up soon, as it was roughly around the time that the boy usually feeds it. A normal type, the gym leader said. How different. He then shouted for his Pokemon to use Fire Spin. When the attack hit Snorlax directly, the result was just as Ash had predicted. Very little damage was dealt with the sleeping Pokemon due to the fact that its fat gives him a limited amount of protection. The black-haired trainer then saw that Snorlax had begun to wake up, grumbling and looking around in confusion. Snorlax, use Body Slam, Ash ordered. Ash's Pokemon then stood up to its full height, looming over the Ninetales. Then it slowly began to fall forward. Ninetales, dodge it and use Fine Spins again. The Ninetales jumped into the air, avoiding the sleeping Pokemon's large body. When it was strategically positioned at the Snorlax's back, it then used Fire Spin once again. Snorlax, no! Ash shouted, but it was too late. The large Pokemon was bathed in flames, the attack lasting longer than the fire type's first Fire Spin. So, when the flames dispersed, Ash saw that his Pokemon had succumbed to the effects. Now, Ash decided to fight fire with fire, calling out his Ponyta. The black-haired trainer was hoping that the Fire Horse Pokémon's natural speed will aid him in this battle. However, before the fight started, the gym leader called back his Ninetales, instead calling out his Rhydon. A Pokémon with both dinosaur and rhinoceros features and the evolved form of Rhyhorn. This was a problem as Rhydon was resistant to fire-type moves. Although, Ponyta also knows some normal-type attack as well. Rhydon, Horn Drill, the old man ordered. Ponyta, dodge and then use tackle. The Rhydon's drill began to spin as it charged toward Ponyta. However, the fire-type Pokémon was much faster, dodging easily and attacking just as effectively. Rhydon, Fury Attack. Blaine ordered. Rhydon consistently jabbed its horn at Ponyta, who danced gracefully around them. The old man smiled, "Hey, pretty impressive." Ash then ordered Ponyta to use Stomp and watched as the Fire Horse Pokémon reared up on its back legs, sending its harder-than-diamond hooves into the ground. The battling platform began to shake, causing Rhydon to lose its balance on its two legs and falling onto its back. "Ha, is that the best you got?" the gym leader mocked. Again, Ponyta, with more power, Ash ordered. This time as Ponyta stomped its hooves heavily into the ground, something happened. Crack! The battlefield broke into half a dozen pieces, causing Rhydon's feet to be split between two slabs. The rock and ground Pokémon panicked, forcing Blaine to return it to his Pokeball. "I choose Magner," the gym leader shouted. This Pokémon had a red body with yellow flame designs on it. A row of red spikes runs down its back and it had 2 lumps on its forehead. "Ponyta return," Ash ordered, knowing his Pokémon was tired from its battle. "I choose Eevee." "Magmar, Fire Punch now," Blaine shouted. The Spitfire Pokémon then raised its fire-covered fist and moved towards the normal-type Pokémon, ignoring the broken battlefield beneath it. Magmar then punched towards Eevee. "Use Quick Attack to dodge," Ash shouted. Eevee perfectly maneuvered its way around the fire-type Pokémon's attack and the broken floor. The flaming fist not coming an inch near his caramel-brown fur. When Magmar stopped its attack, Eevee escaped, jumping to the end of the arena. "Magmar, Fire Blast," the gym leader ordered. The Spitfire Pokémon then reared its head back, opening its beak-like mouth and breathing a torrent of red-hot fire at Ash's Pokémon. The fire formed the traditional Chinese symbol for the Pokémon's element, which looks similar to a 5-pointed star. It burned towards Eevee, and with no escape in mind, Ash called his Pokémon back into the safety of its Pokeball. "You did very well, Eevee," Ash told it. The battle was over. "Wise decision," Blaine said as he walked onto the battlefield, fearlessly jumping from rock slab to rock slab. Then when he finally stood in front of Ash, he continued, "You fought surprisingly well, I can't wait to see how you will grow." "Thanks, Blaine," Ash smiled. "You gave some of my Pokémon a great workout." "I am happy to help," the old man said before pulling on his dark blonde wig. "I do not get many visiting me down here." Then the old man walked away, leaving Ash, Pikachu and Togepi alone in the bottom of a volcano. "That was great, wasn't it, Pikachu?" Ash said, trying to contain his excitement. "I can't believe how strong his Pokémon are. Next time, we're going to beat him and earn ourselves a volcano badge." Pika, the yellow mouse Pokémon, agreed. Walking along the edge of the ocean, Ash, Pikachu and Togepi waited for the cruise ship to dock and transport him back to the mainland. The calm shushing of the waves lulled the baby fairy Pokémon to sleep. Everything was peaceful until Pikachu caught the sound of a Pokémon in distress. With its sharp rodent hearing, the yellow mouse Pokémon raced towards the sound, leaving its owner to chase after him. It was then that the trio came across a distressed blue snake-like Pokémon. With a white underside and white, 3-pronged fins on the side of its head, it looked like a water type to Ash, but looks can be deceiving. The Pokémon was small, reaching about 3 feet long with a small white bump on its forehead. The Pokémon whined in fear as it saw Ash approach it. "Pika, Pie," the yellow mouse Pokemon said as it tried to reassure the Pokemon its owner was friendly. However, the dragon Pokemon just cried in pain, wriggling wildly until it reveals its belly. Ash gasped and quickly ordered Pikachu to hold it down, but it kept resisting, causing more blood to seep into the ground as the Pokemon worsened its injuries. Jigglypuff, I choose you, Ash called out his pink balloon Pokemon. You sing on that Pokemon. Jigglypuff immediately perked up as it was asked to perform. All the pink Pokemon could think about was how she would be praised for her beautiful voice. The black-haired boy and Pikachu blocked their ears as the song began to affect them as well, making the pair seem drowsy. The song caused Togepi to slip into a deeper sleep, which Ash thought would not be a bad idea for the moment. He could only deal with one troublesome Pokemon at a time. However, the boy needed to stay awake in order to treat the blue serpent-like Pokemon. When the song was over, Ash relaxed and pulled his fingers from his ears. He was surprised that the fairy-type Pokemon puffed its cheeks out in annoyance, looking like she was about to cry. It's okay, Jigglypuff, Ash reassured the pink Pokemon. You did great. The balloon Pokemon then turned to face Ash, its eyes sparkling happily. She thought that Ash had complimented her singing, the boy having managed to stay awake during its song. However, in actuality, the black-haired boy was complimenting her ability to put the Pokemon to sleep. Looking at the water type's injuries, Ash scared. There was no way he could heal the Pokemon with his limited supplies, but Cinnabar Island only had one Pokemon Center which was miles away. The snake-like Pokemon would not make it that long. I will have to catch it, Ash concluded. This way the blue Pokemon will be sent to Professor Oak, who will have the tools and supplies to heal it. Then if it did not want to stay with the black-haired boy, he would release it the next time he was in Cinnabar. So, with that said, Ash tapped the button of his empty Pokeball onto its head, sending it to Professor Oak. Chapter 23. Ash couldn't believe it had already been a year since he started his journey. It was now time for the black-haired boy and his Pikachu to circle back and head home. Of course, he trained his Pokemon on the way. This is what Ash was doing now. At the moment each of his Pokemon was working on their individual skills, training and improving new and old moves. Since the battle with Blaine, Ash and his Pokemon were fired up, wanting to get stronger and stronger before they faced the old man again. Ponyta was trying to learn Fire Spin, inspired by its last battle with the Fire-type gym leader. Eevee had learned Takedown and was now trying to improve his strength and speed behind the move. Snorlax. Well, he sleeps through most of his training. However, Ash has developed a routine of sorts specifically focusing on when the sleeping Pokemon can eat. Since Snorlax wakes up only to eat 900 pounds of food a day, Ash learned to feed Snorlax only a fraction of this amount throughout the day to ensure that the Pokemon was awake when it was needed and asleep when it wasn't. So, with more time to spend with the large Pokemon, Snorlax finally cooperated and was now perfecting his rollout attack. Jigglypuff could now focus the sleeping effects of its song to its opponents, allowing Ash and the others to hear its beautiful melody without falling asleep like its target would. It also learned the move Double Slap and was now working on Roll. Finally, since Ash already had a range of poison-type Pokemon, the black-haired boy was trying to do something unconventional and teach his Venonat to use a Psychic-type move, Psybeam, and a Grass-type move, Solar Beam. Ash's most difficult task is having Pikachu learn Iron Tail. The yellow mouse Pokemon continuously struck a large gray boulder with its tail, with Ash making comments such as jump higher, rotate in the air to gain momentum before striking, and feed more power into it. At the end of the training session the trainer and his Pikachu was disappointed. The Iron Tail would have been a great advantage against Rock-type Pokemon, however, they were not giving up. They had finally gotten the technique right but the attack did not have enough power to stay in place long enough to smash the rock. Pikachu needed more power. On his way home, Ash spotted a public videophone and decided to call his mum to inform her that he would be home soon. After a few moments of ringing, an image of her appears on the screen. She had her brown hair tied at the nape of her neck, wearing her favorite pink cardigan and a dull yellow shirt underneath. Hi, Mom, Ash smiled, happy to see her even if it was just over the phone. However, Ash stopped, realizing that it was not actually her. Thank you for calling the Ketchum residence, but we are unfortunately not able to take your call, the answering machine said. So, Ash left a short message after the bin telling her of his plans. Walking down the road, Ash, Pikachu and Togepi could see their home in the distance, causing the boy to pick up his pace excitedly. Suddenly, the black-haired trainer and Togepi smashed into an invisible wall, causing the boy and his Pokémon to stumble back in pain. Ash's eyes waters and he felt his nose throb in protest. Togepi wasn't doing much better as it cried tears of pain whilst sitting on the floor. Its right arm swelling alarmingly. You are okay. Togepi, Ash soothed and began to search through his bag, sighing in defeat. He then told the baby Pokémon, sorry Togepi, can you hold out until we get home? The small Pokémon put on a brave face and then waved its good arm happily as if to say, I've still got this one. The fairy Pokémon was trying to prove that when it was older it would be able to battle with Ash's other Pokémon. It wasn't a cry baby. Ash then picked Togepi up and inspected the invisible wall further. It was upon looking up that he spotted a strange Pokémon scaling the barrier. It had a humanoid round and white body with magenta pads on the tips of its white fingers and dark blue feet that curled upwards. Mr. Mime. The black-haired boy then watched as the barrier Pokémon jumped over his self-made wall and ran towards Pallet Town. I guess we are walking around this thing, Ash sighed. He had been so close to home and, now, who knows how far he will have to walk to avoid the invisible wall. Eventually, Ash made it to his house. It was a relatively large, wooden place with a small garden and white picket fence. I'm home, Ash shouted. Do you have an ice pack? Ash, welcome home. You will have to check to see if we have any ice packs left, Ash's mother, Delia Ketchum said. I remember having plenty when you were younger. Little boys got into so much mischief. The black-haired boy walked into the living room, which was connected to the kitchen, and froze. The Mr. Mime who had put up the barrier outside of town was eating curry at the table. What was even more shocking was the fact that the Pokémon seemed to be enjoying the mystery curry that Ash hated so much. The boy swears that his much puts a ton of sugar into it along with a good dose of black pepper. Mom, why is Mr. Mime here? Ash questioned as he strolled calmly into the kitchen and began to dig through the freezer for an ice pack. When there was none in there, Ash went on to scour the fridge. Oh, he was standing outside the window looking so lost and sad, the poor dear, Delia said as she stood over the stove stirring a pot of tomato and pepper soup that made Ash's mouth water. Now, that is something his mom always cooked to perfection. So, I let him in. Oh, okay, Ash shrugged. The boy could deal with that. After all, the barrier Pokémon was not known to be violent or temperamental. By the end of the day, Mr. Mime was already part of the family, helping his mum cook and clean. Ash was happy for the two of them because, now, maybe his mum won't be so lonely when he leaves again. The next morning Ash woke up and rushed to Professor Oak's lab. The black-haired boy pushed open the lab door, letting himself in, revealing the bright yellow room behind it. Beside him was a wooden chest of drawers with a beautiful floral plate sitting on top. Above the chest was a painting of a tree in the snow, peaceful and calm. Ash, exclaimed the professor. You have a Togepi. Yeah, the black-haired boy said, lifting the baby Pokémon up so Professor Oak could get a better look at her. I hatched it from an egg with my Espion. Well, isn't that something, the old man said in awe, staring at the rare Pokémon with fascination. He then turned to Ash and said, I am glad you are here, but you're not the only Pokémon trainer to stop by today. The old man then led Ash and his Pokémon into the living room where Gary Oak sat, thankfully, without his cheerleaders. The brown-haired boy wore a bluish-purple shirt and a yellow and turquoise pendant around his neck. Ash, the boy said, and all Ash could think was, here it comes. I am not surprised you're late, I am surprised you showed up at all. The black-haired trainer sighed. Gary was so predictable. Enough, Gary, Professor Oak scolded the boy. Why can't Pallet Town's top 2 trainers get along? Top 2 trainers, Gary exclaimed. Him. Ash stared at the brown-haired boy and said in an overly surprised tone, I am shocked too, who knew Gary Oak was more than an egotistical spoilt brat. Stop it you two, the old man shouted. Okay, Ash said somewhat glumly. The boy would play nice for a little while. Hey Gary, I thought you were battling in the Pokemon League at the end of the month. I am, the brown-haired boy said, puffing up his chest like a peacock displayed its feathers in mating season. But unlike some trainers, I have a car and will get there within a day. Somehow Ash and Gary had gotten into another fight, resulting in the two showing off the Pokemon that each of them caught. At the lab, the electric door opened after the old man typed in a 9-digit code. Beyond the doors were shelves filled with Pokeballs. There must have been thousands of Pokemon in this one room. When showing the two boys their shelves, the professor stated that while Ash only had 35 Pokemon, Gary had just over 200. The brown-haired boy turned and said, I have learned that you can never have too many Pokemon, so I captured more than one of the same kind. Oh, Professor, Ash exclaimed, ignoring the boy's speech. How is the Pokemon I sent you? The elderly man looked down at the black-haired trainer and said, You mean the Dratini? It was making a full recovery. You are lucky you caught it just on time and brought it here, otherwise it would have died. You caught a Dratini, Gary exploded. How did you get your hands on such a rare Pokemon? I found it injured on Cinnabar Island and couldn't get it medical attention. Although I didn't know if it was a Dratini, I just threw it was a weird water-type Pokemon, the black-haired boy explained. Then the gray-haired professor gave Ash and Gary a tour of the Pokemon facilities. The first stop was the medical center where Dratini was healing. The dragon Pokemon slept soundly with bandage wrapped around its body covering the large gashes that Ash had seen when they first met. The professor then took them through the meadow, forest and water areas. In the meadow area, Gary was greeted by his dojo in a mild manner, while Ash was buried in his Pokemon who enthusiastically welcomed the boy home. Haha, stop, Ash laughed as Oddish's leaves tickled him under the chin. Oddish, Bulbasaur, Bellsprout, enough. Eventually, the black-haired boy extracted himself from the grass Pokemon. He then walked back to a smiling professor and a story-looking Gary, who looked like he had just been outdone by a pro. Was the other boy jealous of Ash's relationship with the Pokemon? No, that is silly. Ash, what do you say we have a Pokemon battle? Gary suddenly asks, causing the black-haired boy to change his mind. Gary was jealous. I could use a little practice before the Pokemon League. Alright, Gary, the black-haired trainer agreed. I am ready when you are. Pika, the electric mouse Pokemon said, flexing its non-existent muscles. The two boys then made their way over to a clear area in order to battle. With a Pokeball in hand and Professor Oak as the referee, the battle commenced. Go Pikachu, Ash shouted as Gary released his water-type Pokemon, Krabby. Krabby, use Bubble Beam, Gary ordered, and watch as silver bubbled shot from the crab Pokemon's claws. Dodge and use Thunder. Ash commanded. Pikachu then dodged the attack by jumping into the air and releasing a bolt of thunder towards its opponent. Krabby, harden. The water Pokemon quickly hardened its shell, minimizing the effect the electric move had on it. Quick attack followed by a tail whip, Ash said. This was where the constant endurance and speed training showed the most, as the yellow mouse Pokemon charged towards the water-type Pokemon, slamming into its red body before it and its trainer could see the attack coming. Pikachu then whipped its body around, causing its tail to collide with his opponent. Krabby is unable to battle, Pikachu wins, Professor Oak stated. After returning Krabby, Gary called out his Nidoking, ordering it to use Horn attack. The large Pokemon marched towards the small Pikachu as fast as it could, its head bent so the horn could puncture anything in front of it. Pikachu Thunder, Ash shouted, however, it was too late. The poison and ground-type Pokemon rammed into the yellow mouse, sending it flying. Pikachu is unable to battle. Nidoking wins, came Professor Oak's voice. Ponyta, I choose you, Ash shouted, calling out his fire-type Pokemon. Flame Wheel. The Fire Horse Pokemon turned into a red ball of flames as it ran towards Nidoking, appearing as nothing more than a ball of blazing fire. Nidoking, tackle the Flame Wheel. The large purple Pokemon crashed into Ponyta, knocking both Pokemon out of the battle. Ponyta and Nidoking are unable to battle. Gray then pulled out his last Pokeball for this 3-on-3 match. He couldn't believe how hard it was to beat the loser, Ash. Ash, who had already won one battle and drawn the other. The brown-haired boy had to save face. He had to win the next battle to at least even the score against the black-haired boy. Go Arcanine. Go Venonat. The large fire Pokemon and big purple poison-type Pokemon stared at each other, ready to tear each other apart if their owns asked them to do so. Arcanine, takedown attack, Gary ordered. The canine Pokemon ran straight into the insect Pokemon, causing it to stumble back. Its small legs doing nothing to help it. Use Supersonic, Ash said, knowing that Arcanine would not be able to deal with the high-pitched attack as its ears were too sensitive. The fire-type Pokemon staggered back and put its head between its paws. It would do anything to stop the head-splitting noise. Use your fire spin attack, Gary said. Hesitantly, the legendary Pokemon raised its head and opened its mouth. Hot yellow flames broke from its jaw and wrapped around Ash's poison-type Pokemon. The flames squeezed and squeezed until a large column of yellow fire burst towards the sky. Venonat. Ash shouted, running worriedly towards his Pokemon. As he cradled the injured purple Pokemon in his arms, the black-haired boy gasped and covered his eyes. A white light engulfed the Venonat, causing Ash to feel a comforting heat seep into his limbs. Venonat evolved into Venomoth. This Pokemon had a light purple body with bulbous, round eyes and large pupils. Its thorax is paler with several zigzagging stripes running across the horizontal length. It has 6 short legs and a 3-point crest star on its head. With 2 pairs of wings covered in dust-like purple scales, Venomoth could fly through the air as swiftly as a butterfly. Wow, Ash said as he took out his Pokédex and scanned it. Venomoth, the poison moth Pokemon. The dust-like scales on its wings are color-coded to indicate the kinds of poisons it has. This Venomoth is male and knows the moves Supersonic, Tackle, Silver Wind and Psybeam. Chapter 24. Ash's mom had left for a trip to Seafoam Island while the black-haired boy trained his Pokemon. He had yet to obtain a Fire Stone of EV, however, the trainer had several jobs lined up to help him earn some extra money. For example, today he was going to help the little old lady next door and tend to the garden. He was also Pokemon sitting for one of his mom's friends who wanted to attend his daughter's surprise birthday party. The black-haired boy had a busy schedule and he couldn't wait to get started. Hi, Professor Oak, Ash said as he walked into the Pokemon Research Lab hours later covered in dirt. Hi there Ash, back to train your Pokemon, Professor Oak said. Of course, cheered Ash and Pikachu with Togepi in his arms. I need to evolve the rest of my EV. One wants to be Flareon, and the others want to be Umbreon, Glaceon and Jolteon. Ah, the professor said. You do know that you can't evolve EV into Glaceon if it is not around ice, right? I know, Ash sighed. But there is nowhere around here that it can evolve. So, we'll just have to wait. Oh, I know, the old professor said holding up his finger. I could send your EV to Professor Rowan in the Sinnoh region. I heard that he was spending time in Snowpoint City observing ice Pokemon evolutions. I am sure he will be happy to look after it. Really? Ash smiled at the professor. That would be great. Let me ask Eevee a second. The black-haired boy shot off towards the forest area where his Eevee and Espeon were relaxing. After a brief conversation, Ash then leads his brave Eevee back to Professor Oak, who was already on the videophone. There they are now, the old man announced, spotting Ash, Togepi and Eevee. Professor Rowan, this is Ash Ketchum and his EV that he is going to send over to you. "It is nice to meet you, Professor," the black-haired boy said as he walked over to the camera. He then returned EV to its pokeball saying sadly, "Please look after him." "Of course I will," the white-haired professor smiled. This would be a great opportunity to witness how EV evolves in different conditions. Later that day, Ash ends his training session on a good note. Clefairy had learned the move Moon Blast on top of its known moves Metronome and Disarming Voice. The black-haired boy then rushed over to his mum's friend's house in order to look after a Pokémon whilst he was out. This house looked similar to Ash's, but instead of being painted white it was a daffodil yellow with a slightly larger garden. In the garden, many flowers bloomed. Roses both red and white planted at every corner, carnations sat happily in their beds in the center, iris, freesia and petunias also grew in this garden. Knocking on the door, Ash waited patiently for the middle-aged man to pull it open. When he did, the black-haired boy saw, he was new to the town, arriving just after Ash left on his journey. His dark blonde hair, which the boy's mum said was usually sticking up at all ends, was now neatly combed back. His pale blue eyes shined with knowledge. "Ash," the man greeted with a smile that made his eyes sparkle. "Hi," the black-haired boy addressed the man in front of him. "Thank you for your help," the dark blonde-haired man continued as he stepped aside to let the boy into his house. "Piku hasn't been feeling very well lately and I didn't want to bring her out." "That's okay, I am happy to help," the boy responded. Inside the house beside the entryway was a rabbit's foot fern. It sat on a chest of drawers facing a small staircase leading upstairs to the bedrooms. Straight ahead was a doorway leading to the conjoined living room and kitchen similar to what Ash's house was laid out. "Just let her rest and wake her up only for meals and to take her medication," Mr. Damari said as he indicated to the small yellow Pokémon lying on the sofa. Piku's face was flushed red and its skin burned. Its cheeks let out crackling electricity in the form of static that caused Pikachu to perk up his ears and jump from Ash's shoulder. The yellow mouse Pokémon prodded at its pre-evolved form's face in confusion. "Pikachu, be careful," the black-haired boy told his Pokémon and then turned to his mum's friend. "Don't worry, leave everything to me." The blonde-haired man smiled and left the boy, trusting him to take care of his sick Pokémon. After his wife passed away, Piku was the only thing he had left of her. The electric Pokémon used to be her and he could not bear to lose it as well. "Pika Pi," Ash's electric Pokémon said, shaking the small mouse Pokémon. "Pikachu, stop that, you will wake her up," Ash told his Pokémon. "Stop." Suddenly, the Piku shifted and sat up, looking around drowsily. "Now look what you've done," Ash said, rubbing his hands down his face. Pikachu then leapt from the sofa and ran over to Ash, grabbing the boy's red Pokédex. The yellow mouse Pokémon then flipped the device open and pressed a button. "Electrical overcharging," the mechanical voice of Dexter said. This condition is known to affect electric-type Pokémon, although Magnemite and its evolutions appear to be immune to it. The Pokémon starts off by exhibiting flu-like symptoms and as electrical energy continues to build they become aggressive and dangerous. "Of course," Ash said in realization. "It is just like when you were ill, Pikachu." "Pika," the yellow mouse Pokémon nodded. "Piku," Ash then turned to the small yellow Pokémon. "I want you to use Thunder Shock on Pikachu. Pikachu, try and absorb as much of it as you can. At first, it may hurt because your body is not used to the high voltage, but it will get better." "Pi." "Pika." Both Pokémon nodded their acceptance of the orders. Ash soon found himself staring into the bright light of Pikachu's thunder, watching as it swallowed Pikachu whole, causing Ash's Pokémon a great deal of pain to being with. When the tiny electric mouse stopped its attack, it jumped from the sofa full of energy. It felt much lighter and cooler than it did a moment ago. There was no more pressure building up in its body, burning it inside out. "Pi Pi, Piku," it said, chatting merrily with Ash and Togepi. Pikachu ran over to Ash feeling stronger than it ever had been before. He flexed his barely visible muscles at his owner to prove his point. Piku's Thunder Shock had completely energized and powered up the electric type. Maybe even enough to perfect Iron Tail. Later that night, when Mr. Damari and his daughter returned, the two were surprised when they were met with Piku bouncing into their arms. The middle-aged man laughed cheerfully at seeing his wife's Pokémon so full of life again. "Ash, how did you do it?" the blonde-haired man asked. Pikachu realized that Piku was only suffering from overcharge, so I had it use a thunder attack, the boy explained, appearing in the entryway. His daughter shyly blushed at the black-haired boy in front of her, ducking under her father's arm to hide behind his back. "Sorry," apologized looking from his daughter to Ash. "Louise is very timid." "That's okay," Ash smiled and tilted his head to try and get a better look at the girl. "It's your birthday today, isn't it?" The girl's face went from rosy pink to crimson red at the boy's attention, causing her father to laugh harder. His daughter got flustered and embarrassed very easily. She had always been shy, but ever since his wife died she becomes even more so. "Hey, Ash, Louise will be going on her journey soon. So how about you show her your Pokémon?" the blonde-haired man recommended. "It could be her birthday present from you." "Yeah, sure," the black-haired trainer agreed. "I go there every morning to train them." The boy then looked back at the shy girl still hidden beyond his view. "If it's okay, you can look after Togepi while I train Espion tomorrow." The 11-year-old girl nodded against her father's back, forcing the man to translate her agreement to the boy as the gesture could not be seen. "It's a plan then." Mr. Damari cheered. "Is 7 in the morning okay?" "It's fine for me," Ash said. "See you tomorrow." With that said, the black-haired trainer left the house, leaving the shy girl to relax. "Off to bed now, Louise," the girl's father ushered her up the wooden stairs. The next day found Ash standing outside the Damari residence, knocking on the door. It was the father who answered with Piku on his head. "Hello, Ash, you're right on time," Mr. Damari said. The man then shoved a light pink bag into the black-haired boy's hand, saying, "I packed some lunch for you too. Do you like ham and cheese, because that is all Louise eats? I also cut the crust off. When she was a kid she used to hate Dash." "Dad," came a quiet whine from the staircase. Ash turned to see the 11-year-old girl. She had long blonde hair reaching to her thighs and ice-blue eyes like her father. She wore a pale pink dress with white knee-length leggings. "Let's go." Ash cheered. Louise did not have a chance to say goodbye to her father before the black-haired boy grabbed her hand and dragged her out of the house, shouting his own goodbye whilst halfway down the street. The blonde-haired girl glanced down at the hand holding hers. It was large and rough compared to her small and dainty one, but, then again, her father's were even larger. Feeling her face burn red with embarrassment at her thoughts, the girl quickly looked away, searching for something else to focus on. The two ran to Professor Oak's lab, Ash with Pikachu on his shoulder and Togepi clutched in his left arm as he pulled Louise with his right. Upon arriving at the lab, Ash continued to show off all of his Pokémon to the blonde-haired girl and then handed Togepi to her. He trained her for hours, Louise watching tentatively until lunch. The 11-year-old then blushed furiously as he collapsed on the blanket beside her. "So, what type of Pokémon trainer do you want to become?" Ash asked, trying to start up a conversation with the silent girl. The girl looked like she was considering the question for a moment and then shrugged her shoulder, flushing a deep red. "That's okay, you will figure it out one day," Ash reassured her. "You could always spend the first year catching Pokémon for your team like I did." Louise tilted her head, thinking through the suggestion, nodding her acceptance. It was a good idea and she may find inspiration as she goes. "That's great," the black-haired boy nodded and began to dish out the sandwiches Louise's father had prepared for them. "Hey, I know," Ash suddenly said. "You can travel with me." Louise started at the black-haired boy, embarrassed yet grateful that he had offered. The truth was that she is extremely nervous about traveling on her own and felt her stomach twist in knots at the thought of starting her journey at the end of the month. The blonde-haired girl didn't know anyone who was willing to go with her, though. She had been too shy to make friends at school and, so she ended up alone. Really, the girl said, flushing as she spoke to the boy for the girl time. Sure, it will be great to have someone with me who can form words that I understand, the black-haired boy commented, matter-of-factly staring at his Pikachu, who pretended to take offense, causing Louise to smile at the pair. Have you decided on which starter Pokemon you want? No, Louise said, shaking her head, enjoying being able to talk to the boy with increasing comfort. Usually, the words would get stuck in her throat and the girl would decide that it was better to keep them in than to make a fool of herself trying to push them out. Then why don't you battle with my Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur? Then you can decide what type you prefer, Ash recommended, and then turned to look at his 3 starter Pokemon who were eating their lunch as well. You guys don't mind, do you? As Ash's Pokemon all nodded their heads in agreement, not minding following the blue-eyed girl's commands for the training session. Louise smiled, more confident than she had ever been before around someone who wasn't her father. She then turned to Ash, are you sure? They are your Pokemon. I wouldn't have offered if I wasn't. Come on, Espeon can look after Togepi this time, Ash replied, offering his hand to the girl. Blushing slightly, but not from embarrassment, Louise placed her hand in his and allowed Ash to pull her to her feet. Now listen closely, Ash began. When you get any Pokemon, be sure to scan then with the Pokédex. If you have captured it, then it will tell you the Pokemon's moves and gender. Louise nodded at the black-haired boy, absorbing all the attacks that Ash's 3 Pokemon could use. A strange bubbly feeling twisted in her stomach as the blonde-haired girl rocked back and forth on her feet. She was excited. She was allowed to participate in a Pokemon battle for the first time in her life. Ash and Louise soon stood a distance away from each other, Louise with Squirtle, Bulbasaur and Charmander to her side, and Ash with his own fire type, Ponyta, grass type, Tangela and water type, Poliwag. Just to make the battle fair. I choose Poliwag, Ash called as the tadpole Pokemon positioned itself in front of Ash. Louise stood there trying to recall what her father had told her about Pokemon types. Then she said, flustered. Then she remembered, oh, I choose Bulbasaur. Ash nodded his approval and then said, you go first. Louise took a deep breath, allowing her mind to run through all of the grass-type Pokemon's attacks. Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf. As sharp green leaves sliced through the air towards Poliwag, Ash shouted, dodge and use Bubble. Small silver bubbles flew out of Poliwag's mouth towards Bulbasaur, causing Louise to panic. At this point, she was not sure what to do, so she mimicked Ash's order, saying, dodge and use Tackle. To the blonde-haired girl's relief, Bulbasaur jumped out of the way and plowed into the water-type Pokemon, sending it flying back. Double slap, Poliwag, Ash told his Pokemon, who they used its tail to slap Bulbasaur across the face again and again. Good, now finish off with Bubble. Oh no, Bulbasaur, Louise said as her temporary grass Pokemon fell unconscious. That's okay, Louise, Ash reassured her. Call in another Pokemon. With Bulbasaur safely back at Louise's side, the blonde-haired girl then called out Squirtle. Now, it's my turn. Poliwag, use Dig followed by Double Slap, Ash commanded. As Poliwag disappeared underground, Louise frantically searched her mind. What should she do in a situation like this? However, it was too late to come up with a solution as Poliwag leapt out from the ground in front of Squirtle, slapping it with her tail. Squirtle, quick, use Water Gun and then Tackle, she said. The power of the Water Gun attack pushed Poliwag off of Squirtle, allowing it to carry out a Tackle attack. Poliwag was defeated. Good idea, Ash said to the soon-to-be trainer. Tangela, I choose you. After scanning this Pokemon a few days ago, Ash knew that he knew the moves Constrict and Sleep Powder. Tangela, Constrict, Ash said. The grass-type Pokemon then reached out to grab the Squirtle with its blue vines, squeezing as tight as he could. Squirtle, try to get out, Louise said. However, no matter how much the water-type Pokemon wriggled, he could not escape. Now, Sleep Powder, the black-haired boy ordered. Squirtle was down for the count. Charmander, it looks like you are up, Louise turned to the Organ Fire-type Pokemon. Tangela, return, Ash ordered his grass type. Ponyta, go. Now it was a face-off between two fire types. Charmander, Louise said, trying to remember one of its attacks. Use flamethrower. Dodge and use tackle. The fire horse Pokemon leapt from side to side, avoiding the funnel of flames easily with its speed. It then charged towards Charmander, knocking it onto the ground. Now, use fire spin, Ash commanded. Yellow and red fire shot from Ponyta's mouth, circling around the Charmander. The flames then crashed together, sending a tornado of fire into the sky. Charmander! Louise shouted and ran towards the fire-type Pokemon. However, she froze as the lizard Pokemon was engulfed in white light. Ash, what's happening? The black-haired boy smiled and said, do not worry, Charmander is evolving into Charmeleon. Louise flushed in embarrassment, looking back at where Charmander had stood only to find Charmeleon in its place. This Pokemon sent shivers down her spine. With crimson scales and a cream underside, it looked more reptilian than its pre-evolved form. It had a horn-like protrusion on its head, narrow green eyes and a long snout. Ash then flipped open his Pokédex and listened as it said, Charmeleon, the flame Pokemon and the evolved form of Charmander. When it swings its tail, it evaluates the temperature to unbearably high levels. This Charmeleon is male and has the ability Blaze. Known moves are Ember, Scratch, Smokescreen and Fire Fang. So, Ash asked. Have you decided who you want? Louise nodded and said, I think I am going to choose Squirtle. Chapter 25. Louise sat in Professor Oak's lab watching as Eevee evolved into Umbreon. It was truly an amazing sight, and she was so glad that Dad had let her come, despite the fact that it was the middle of the night. He had a sleek black body with 4 slender legs and crimson eyes. There were 2 pairs of pointed teeth visible when its mouth is open, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower. Umbreon also has long pointed ears and a bushy tail, each with a yellow band around them. The blonde-haired girl then listened in as Ash scanned the dark Pokemon with his red Pokédex. Umbreon, the moonlight Pokemon. When agitated, it protects itself by spraying sweat from its pores. This Umbreon is male and knows the moves Tackle, Pursuit and Confuse Ray. This is going to be great, Ash trembled with excitement. The blonde-haired soon-to-be trainer smiled at the boy. He looked so happy with his Pokemon. It was clear that as they grew stronger, Ash did so as well. Stretching, Louise handed Togepi back to Ash, who smiled and told her goodnight. Ever since Ash had looked after Piku, the girl had spent every day with the black-haired boy. It was because of him that she had more confidence, at least when he was around anyway, and knew what starter she wanted. After waving goodnight and returning home, the black-haired girl waited impatiently for tomorrow. Tomorrow, when the Indigo League would start. The Ketchums had invited the Damari family to their house where they would watch the battle. Ash said that it was research, just in case the same trainer battled next year as well. On the other hand, Ash fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Not even bothering to change into his bedclothes. It was there that his mum found him about an hour later, smiling as she removed his shoes, socks and cap. The group of 4 plus Piku, Pikachu and Mr. Mime all watched the television with fascination. The opening ceremony started with the releasing of Pidgey as the competitors walked into the stadium. The central touch was lit, causing excitement to spread across the crowd. Right now the trainers are about to find out who they will be battling, a female announcer said. And then their battleground will be randomly selected between 4 different types: water, ice, ground and grass. Battles were spread out across the day. The first battle was on the ground field where Gary won using his Nidoking. Ash watched as the TV reporter questioned the grandson of Professor Oak about his victory. Well, naturally, winning your first battle is always important, Gary said smugly. Of course, in every Pokemon match there has to be a winner and a loser, and the trainers I know are real losers. Ash gritted his teeth as he heard this. Wasn't it Gary who almost lost to him when they last battled? Honestly, with a personality like that, Ash had to wonder how the brown-haired boy had any friends or fans. Louise shook her head at the TV screen. She had seen him parade around Pallet Town thinking he was better than anyone else. If he wins the Indigo League, then she knew she would never be able to hear the end of it. The next battle was on the water field. The green trainer was battling with a Squirtle and the red trainer was battling with an Eggugutor. If Eggugutor loses, then the green trainer will win the match. A short while later, Ash and the others watched as Eggugutor was unable to battle, allowing the green trainer, Mike Dobes, to proceed to the next stage. Mandy, the red trainer, was sent packing. Lunchtime, Delia Ketchum said as she brought in a tray of sandwiches. Ash, Louise and Mr. Damari, who had now insisted that everyone call him Sam, carefully selected their food and sat back on the sofas to watch the next battle. "Who do you think will win?" Ash asked Louise. The trainer on the red platform, the blonde-haired girl, responded in a whisper, blushing when Ash's mother turned her way. While she had grown comfortable with the black-haired boy, strangers still made her feel nervous and uneasy. "Me too," Ash nodded in agreement and turned back to the battle on the ground field. The pair didn't even notice the look their parents gave each other, as if they were saying, "See, I knew they would like each other." Each of the trainers only had one Pokémon left. The red trainer had a Nidorino, whilst the green trainer had a Squirtle. The battle ended with Squirtle being defeated and the green trainer going home. On the ice field, the green and red trainers had 2 Pokémon each, with Krabby and Cloyster in battle. The Cloyster won after hitting Krabby with a tackle attack, causing its trainer to return it and bring a replacement onto the field. The replacement came in the form of Slowpoke. This Pokémon, however, was defeated quickly. Probably due to the fact that it did not have much battling experience to start with. Gary, unfortunately, lost in his 4th battle in the grass field. His Nidoking getting knocked out by the green trainer's Golem. Secretly, Ash and Louise sighed in relief, knowing that the brown-haired boy would have nothing to brag about when he returned. After all, the boy did not even get to the semi-finals, nor the quarter-finals. "Right, time for bed," Ash's mum announced, clapping her hands together. "But Mum," Ash whined. "There are only 3 more battles left." "Yes, but you, young man, promised to meet Professor Oak in the morning so that you can train Dratini." "Oh yeah," Ash said glumly. In truth, he wasn't looking forward to meeting the blue dragon Pokémon. He didn't want to get attached to it if it decided to leave. In Professor Oak's lab, there was a small medical room, where ill Pokémon are treated. The walls were painted ghost white with Maya blue curtains covering the windows. Stainless steel furniture was scattered around. With shiny steel drawers, which contained medical supplies, and a steel table with Pokémon food sitting on top. The last steel furniture piece was pushed against the far wall. A bed. On the bed lay the blue and white serpent-like Pokémon that Ash had captured on Cinnabar Island. It was staring blankly at the window, breathing slowly as if mesmerized by the sunlight trying to break through the curtains. The poor Pokémon looked like it had given up on life. "Hey, Dratini," Ash said quietly, "are you feeling better?" The Dratini flicked its eyes before turning them back to the window. It didn't care for the black-haired boy now in front of it. Humans were untrustworthy and the cause of its pain at this moment, both physical and emotional. "Look," Ash sighed. "I know I caught you unfairly. You probably wanted to stay free in the wild, right?" Dratini still ignored the boy, sighing at his words before rolling over to face the wall. "Yes, it wanted to be free. Away from all humans. If you want, I will release you back into the wild. As soon as I go back to Cinnabar Island where I found you, I will release you," Ash told the Pokémon, but no response came. No movement, no nothing. "Professor Oak said you can go out with the other Pokémon. Your injuries are almost completely healed," Ash informed the blue Pokémon. "I will come by later." The black-haired boy then ran his hand through his hair in frustration. What was he going to do with this Pokémon? Meanwhile, a man was lurking in the shadows with only his pale face and sunglasses to be seen as it reflected the sun. He had been following the black-haired boy for quite some time now, ever since he had witnessed him catch the rare Dratini Pokémon. The man in the shadows was cursing himself for losing the Pokémon, however, was lucky that the injury that it had sustained from battling with him had slowed its progress whilst escaping. Although, unlucky in the fact that a child found in Dratini before him. This time, though, the dragon Pokémon was his. Out in Professor Oak's water Pokémon enclosure, the Dratini refused to allow itself to feel comfortable. After all, it knew humans had a way of disturbing the peace, not matter where it was. The water area that the snake-like Pokémon was in had trees scattered around a large lake that went about 15 meters deep. The water was crystal blue, fresher and cleaner than any lake in the wild. Many Pokémon such as Goldeen and Horsia played, splashing in the water, while others bathed on slabs of rock or small mud islands in the sun. Dratini was one of the Pokémon that was enjoying the heat of the sun, and it was there that one of Ash's Pokémon recognized the water type that its owner had caught. Ponyta had not stopped talking about it. Squirtle had been watching the skittish and uptight Pokémon cautiously glance through the area as if waiting for an attack at any moment. Taking pity on the Dratini, he decided to introduce himself to the new Pokémon. The two Pokémon talked, Dratini reluctantly at first, about themselves and, more importantly, their past. Squirtle shared with the dragon Pokémon that he had once been abandoned by his trainer for being weak and not evolving fast enough. The tiny turtle Pokémon then told the blue serpent-like Pokémon of how he met Ash and why he decided to join the black-haired boy and his Pikachu. Their story had been heard by many other Pokémon, including Ash's Charmeleon and Bulbasaur, who wandered freely between different areas of Professor Oak's lab. The fire-type and grass-type each told similar stories, stories of neglect and abandonment in which Ash had saved them. These three Pokémon felt that they were indebted to the black-haired trainer. They cared for the boy. It was then that more and more of Ash's Pokémon came forward, Ponyta, who was saved by Ash from being forcefully captured in the Safari Zone. Clefairy and Tangela who were left on the side of the road by their previous trainer and were brought back together by the boy. It seemed the black-haired trainer had become a salvation for all of the neglected and abandoned Pokémon he came across. Ash's Pokémon then left the Dratini to think. Like all of them, the dragon Pokémon had to make its own decision about the black-haired boy. It had to think about what was best for it. To stay or to be released. They just hoped that it released sooner rather than later, that it was a privilege to have a trainer truly care and protect their Pokémon. It was past lunch time when Ash returned to Professor Oak's lab alone. The boy had considered bringing Louise with him but decided against it. Dratini was already uncomfortable around humans and the boy did not think bringing another one with him was a good idea. Pikachu had not wanted to go, so the boy left his electric mouse Pokémon at home watching TV. Ash walked across the grass area towards the water area, where Professor Oak had told the boy to go. It was there that he came across his Oddish, who was skipping through the green land. The poison and grass-type Pokémon soon recognized Ash and ran over to the boy who crouched to his knees. "Hi, Oddish," the black-haired boy greeted the weed Pokémon. The purple Pokémon rubbed its face against Ash, happily greeting its owner in its own way. "I am going to the water enclosure. Do you want to come?" Ash asked his Pokémon. Oddish, the Pokémon jumped up and down, then ran off to the water area. "Hey, wait for me," Ash called. The boy and the Pokémon raced toward the place where Dratini was deep in thought. Rolling with the idea of staying with Ash or leaving on its own. "Dratini," Ash shouted, waving at the blue serpent Pokémon as Oddish continued to run a little bit ahead of the boy. Dratini signed and looked at the trainer heading towards it. What did he want now? Suddenly, a thin metal wire shot down towards the dragon Pokémon, wrapping tightly around it, digging into the Pokémon's skin. Dratini cried out in pain and fear. The hunter had found it. "Dratini!" Ash exclaimed as he saw the thin metal vines grip onto the blue Pokémon, yanking it towards the fence bordering Professor Oak's lab. No. Chapter 26. From the direction the dragon Pokémon was being pulled, a deep unsettling laughter echoed through the air. It rippled through the blue Pokémon's body as the memory of this person stealing it from its home became all too clear. The Pokémon recalled how the man had collapsed the caves that they lived in, trapping its sisters and parents inside. It remembered the hopeless feeling when the large had wrapped around its body and slammed it into the ocean bed. The Pokémon sagged in defeat, it was caught once again. Standing on top of the wooden fence was a green-haired man with pale white skin. He wore dark shades over his eyes and a black trench coat. Nothing about the man was recognizable to Ash, so the boy was sure that he was not someone he had came across before. He also did not have an R anywhere on his uniform, meaning that he was not a member of Team Rocket. "Stop," Ash shouted after the man. "Oddish, help me try and get Dratini back." The purple weed Pokémon tried to break through the metal wire as it hopped onto the Dratini's larger body, even going as far as to chew at the strong cable. However, the grass and poison Pokémon did not have attacks that could slice it open. "Squirtle, Squirt," the tiny turtle Pokémon shouted as it ran behind Ash, who was slowly catching up to the Dratini being kidnapped by the green-haired Pokémon hunter. Squirtle attempted to use its water gun, however, the attack fell short due to the distance between the hunter and the turtle Pokémon. "It's not working," Ash shouted at his Pokémon. "Dratini, try to use one of your attacks on the wire." The dragon Pokémon struggled to get free, wriggling as much as it could, not knowing what else to do. The only attacks it knew required being able to open its mouth, and that was sealed shut but the thin metal wires. Ash suddenly gasped as his Oddish, feeling helpless as it was unable to aid the Pokémon, evolved into Gloom. It had orange leaves and a reddish-brown flower growing from its head. The flower has large, rounded petals and white spots. It was great that his Pokémon had evolved, however, this was not the time to be able to scan it with his Pokédex and find out what moves it has. While Oddish evolved, the Pokémon hunter had managed to get his hands on Dratini and was turning to flee. The dragon Pokémon cried out again as the metal wires were pushed deeper into its skin, breaking through and causing blood to dribble across its body due to the man's rough handling. Gloom, Ash and Squirtle jumped over the fence, following close behind. The black-haired boy now wished that he had kept his 5 Pokeballs with him instead of giving them to Professor Oak so that they could stay in the lab. However, at the time it seemed like a good idea to keep all his Pokémon, except Pikachu, with the old man. "Gloom, do you have an attack to slice through the wires?" Ash said. "Like Sword Dance, Petal Blizzard, anything." Gloom, the weed Pokémon nodded and stopped running. Then from the red flower on top of the grass Pokémon's head, it released pink sakura petals that swirled around Ash's Pokémon before shooting them at the hunter. To Ash's relief, the wire cable broke away from Dratini, however, it also sliced the Pokémon hunter. "Ah!" the hunter shouted, dropping the rare dragon Pokémon onto the ground as he wrapped his left hand around his right wrist, which now sported a red slash that had ripped open the man's vein. The hunter's crimson blood colored the grass beneath his feet as he cradled the wound to his chest. "You DMN brat, you have ruined everything," the hunter said. "I would apologize, but you're not worth it," Ash shouted coldly back at the man. "This Dratini is mine. I dived into the depths of the Cinnabar Ocean to catch it and then it escaped and you came across it," the hunter sneered. "So, I won't let you get Dratini," Ash told the green-haired man. "Everyone attack." Squirtle sent his water gun towards the hunter as Gloom released a cloud of stun spore his way. Even Dratini attacked the green-haired man with its ice beam. The result of these attacks froze the man solid and threw him up into the air, getting rid of the hunter Team Rocket style. With everyone back at Professor Oak's lab, Dratini was getting treated by the gray-haired man once again. Thankfully, the dragon Pokémon's injuries were not severe and only required a spray of antibacterial potion and to be covered with a bandage. "Okay, let's see what Dexter has to say about you," Ash said to Gloom as he pulled out his Pokédex. Gloom, the weed Pokémon. The fluid that oozes from its mouth isn't drooling. It is a nectar that is used to attack prey. The Gloom is male and knows the moves Absorb, Petal Dance, Stun Spore and Poison Powder. Dratini watched the Pokémon and its owner longingly. Maybe having a trainer was a good thing. After all, If Ash had not caught it and brought it to the lab, then the Pokemon hunter would have found it, and if the boy had not rescued it when it had not been able to save itself, then it would be back in that man's clutches. Dratini, the dragon Pokemon said from the stainless steel bed. What is it, Dratini? Ash asked, but the Pokemon just kept muttering and weaving its snake-like head. Why Ash, I think Dratini want you to scan it as well, the old professor said as he began to pack the potions and bandages away. Dratini, the blue Pokemon nodded its head. Oh, okay, the black-haired trainer said and then began to approach the Pokemon, Pokédex in hand. Dratini, Dexter's robotic voice told the boy. Long considered a mythical Pokemon until recently when a small colony was found living underwater. This Dratini is male and knows the moves Dragon Pulse, Ice Beam and Wrap. That is awesome, Ash smiled at the Pokemon. Does that mean you want to stay with us? Dratini, the dragon Pokemon nodded again, staring up at Ash with a sparkle in its eyes. Well, congratulations Ash, Professor Oak said. You have yourself a Dratini. Thanks, Professor, Ash smiled and patted the Pokemon's head. Although, the black-haired boy froze for a moment. Had he just heard the old man giggling about an interesting Pokemon to study? Back at Ash's house, the Indigo League was once again playing on TV. With Delia Ketchum, Louise and Sam Damari sat around the screen. Sandwiches rested on the table with a jug of ice water and 4 glasses. The black-haired boy made it just in time to watch the quarter-finals according to the news reporter's announcement. So, after a tiring day, the trainer collapsed onto the seat beside Louise and Pikachu jumped onto his lap. Togepi had been left with Espeon for a while and Ash had decided that one more night could not hurt. Anyway, the psychic-type Pokemon had quickly picked up its nurturing role towards the baby Pokemon again. The match against 2 of the quarter finalists started with the red trainer calling out his Butterfree whilst the green trainer called out his Squirtle. Each Pokemon traded blow after blow, tackling each other, but neither gave in despite the fact that they were becoming even more exhausted with every hit and counterattack. As Ash watched, he scratched Pikachu's ear mindlessly, causing the yellow mouse Pokemon to release a chop of content. The black-haired boy then smiled down at his Pokemon and glanced towards Louise. The blonde-haired girl flushed bright red at being caught watching the boy. Ash's attention then turned back to the TV as the red trainer called for his Pokemon to use sleeping powder, causing Squirtle to fall on its back snoring, rather loudly. Butterfree was the winner of the first round. The green trainer then called out his Raichu, who charged onto the field. It immediately tackled the Butterfree, causing the crowd to go wild, screaming and shouting approval of the new Pokemon. Raichu then finished the Butterfree off with a very powerful Thundershock. Calling out his Charmander, the red trainer ordered it to use Flame Flower. The electric mouse Pokemon soon yielded to exhaustion after dodging the fire type's attack repeatedly. So when Charmander tackled Raichu and followed with Headbutt, the poor Pokemon was out of the match. The Charmander was soon defeated by the green trainer's Sandshrew, another mouse Pokemon. It was then that the red trainer called out his own Squirtle. Sandshrew started off with Sand Attack, which was negated by the water-type Pokemon who drew into his shell. The green trainer and his Pokemon then attacked with Poison String, which Squirtle dodged and then counteracted with a water gun. The match grew more and more interesting as each Pokemon fought tooth and nail, both trainers down to their last. Ash watched intently, knowing both trainers will be battling for next year. In the end, it was the red trainer who won, as the type advantage played its role. However, the respect between the two trainers was amazing. The red trainer then went to fight in the semi-finals where the battles became 6-on-6. The first trainer used a Pikachu, Butterfree, Charmander, Munchlax, Squirtle and Spearow. Whereas the second trainer, the green trainer, used Rhyhorn, Venomoth, Tentacle, Ivysaur, Mankey and Nidoran. The match was down to 1-on-1, with the male red trainer using his Pikachu and the female green trainer using her Ivysaur. However, this match was very one-sided as the grass type was fairly resistant to electric type moves. It was Ivysaur's Solar Beam that defeated the Pikachu in the end. The match was over and the semi-finals were between the female green trainer and a male red trainer. Ash, Louise, Delia and Sam watched as the male trainer completely defeated the female using only one Pokemon, a Magmar. That was the person that the black-haired boy aimed to defeat because there was a high probability that Ash would have to battle the man next year. Alright, I am so pumped. Starting tomorrow we are going to train harder Pikachu, Ash shouted as he jumped from the sofa. Everyone around the black-haired boy laughed at his enthusiasm, however, had no doubt that Ash would do his very best no matter what odds he was up against. That was the type of person he was. Chapter 27. The Indigo League was now officially over and Pokemon gyms were now inviting the next year's trainers to battle and earn badges. Ash was excited to get started, but first, he had to tie up loose ends in Pallet Town. The first thing on his list was to collect his EV who had now evolved into Glacian. "Hi, Professor Rowan," Ash greeted the man over the videophone in Professor Oak's lab. The man that appeared on the screen wore a brown coat and tie. He has white hair and a white mustache, wearing dark brown pants and a blue suit vest with yellow buttons leading under his long coat. He carried a brownish-orange suitcase with him which was now sitting on the desk beside the videophone. "Hello, Ash," the professor said. "I take it you are calling me about your Glacian." "That's right, sir," Ash nodded. "Professor Oak told me he evolved a few days ago." The old white-haired man smiled at Ash and said, "Indeed, you Pokemon evolved, enabling me to gather a large amount of information on that subject. I will send him through to you now." "Thanks, Professor," Ash cheered, causing the old man to chuckle and the boy's excitement. Glacian's Pokeball soon appeared beside Ash sitting on the transportation pad. The black-haired boy quickly grabbed the Pokeball, grinning down at it. The red and white ball felt comfortable in his hand. It was like a friend was coming home after years of going away. It was strange considering it had only been about a month. "It was a pleasure to help you evolve your EV," Professor Rowan stated. Then the old man signed off, causing the screen to turn back. Wasting no time, Ash threw the Pokeball, releasing Glacian. It had light blue fur that can be frozen into sharp quills, with long pointed ears, dark eyes, and a small nose. Glacian has two dark blue rhombus-shaped markings on its back, and the tip of its tail and feet were the same shade of blue. Glacian, the fresh snow Pokemon. As a protective technique, it can completely freeze its fur to make its hairs stand like needles. This Glacian is male and knows the moves Tackle, Icy Wind, Quick Attack and Ice Fang. "Awesome," Ash exclaimed. He couldn't believe that his brave EV had evolved into such a great Pokemon. Now, Ash had an Ice Pokemon, which meant that the black-haired boy had at least one Pokemon of every type. The second task on Ash's agenda was to meet up with Louise and go with her to get a starter Pokemon. It was now 9:20 a.m. and since Ash was already in the lab at this time every morning, he would be meeting the blonde-haired girl at the front door at 9:30 a.m. So, the black-haired boy ran to the front door of the lab and pulled open the large mass of wood. There she stood. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl who was waiting outside the lab, turned to look at Ash, smiling. "You're early," Ash exclaimed. This caused the girl to blush shyly as she said, "Yeah, I couldn't wait around the house any longer and I knew you were coming here to get Glacian, so I started to walk over." "Well then, let's go in," Ash shouted. He then grabbed Louise's hand and dragged her into the lab. "Professor Oak," the black-haired boy called. "Professor Oak." "In here, Ash," the gray-haired man said. Followed by, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Ash and Louise found the old professor buried in empty Pokeballs with a cardboard box covering his head. It appeared as if the old man had spilt a box from the high shelf, causing the contents to bounce off his head and onto the floor. Then scene looked quite ridiculous. "Professor, honestly," Ash said and pulled the box off the old man's head. "I don't think I have ever met such a clumsy person." This caused the professor to laugh awkwardly. "You are probably right." Then turning his head to the blonde-haired girl he continued, "Miss Damari, I see you are ready to receive your starter Pokemon. You are the first to arrive so you can have you pick. Have you decided which one you would like?" Louise nodded quietly, hiding partially behind Ash as he said, "Of course she has, Professor. I let her battle with my Squirtle, Bulbasaur and Charmander. In fact, it was her battle that caused Charmander to evolve into Charmeleon." "Oh good," smiled the old man. "Just give me a moment and I will take you to the Pokémon." After the empty Pokeballs were packed back into the box they fell from, the professor led the 11 and 12-year-old to the collection area of the lab. It was there that 3 Pokeballs sat into their stands on the top of a metal table. "First, your Pokédex," Professor Oak said as he handed the shy Louise a pink device similar to Ash's. "It will automatically record all of the data of the Pokémon you caught and will provide you with information on all the discovered Pokémon," the man explained. "Now, your starter." The professor then released Charmander from its Pokeball. "The fire Pokémon Charmander," he announced, and then released Bulbasaur and Squirtle, doing the same thing. Louise considered each Pokémon carefully before turning to the professor and saying, I would like Squirtle, please." The blonde-haired girl then flushed a deep red, embarrassed at her stutter answer. "Excellent choice," the professor praised and then handed Louise her Squirtle's Pokeball. Shyly the girl requested her water type to return and then turned to Ash. "I am ready to go when you are," she said, indicating to the backpack on her shoulder. Louise had already packed and said goodbye to her father. I just have to pick up my bag from my house," Ash told the girl and then turned to say goodbye to Professor Oak. "Also," he said as an afterthought, "we should bring our bikes. There is a newly constructed bridge leading from Fuchsia City to Sunny Town, but it only allows for cars and bicycles to cross." Louise nodded and the two went their separate ways, agreeing to meet at the town's exit. Ash ran to his house and grabbed his bag, grunting at the weight. His mum must have put additional items into the bag when he was out. The black-haired boy then called Pikachu, who was watching TV in his bedroom, and finally he was ready. With Togepi at the lab being safely looked after, there was nothing to worry about. The trainer even selected his 6 Pokémon in accordance to those who will have the advantage in fighting Viridion's gym leader. Those Pokémon were Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Glaceon, Gloom and Poliwag. Louise also ran to her house, going straight to the shed. The blonde-haired girl was lucky that her father had kept her white bike in such good condition after they moved house. In fact, she was surprised he didn't just throw it out. After all, she had not been riding since her mum had died, mostly because it was something that the two used to do together. The pair and Pikachu met up at the exit of their hometown. Ash riding his black bike with dark blue bolts of lightning, Louise riding her white bike with pale pink tires. The sun was shining once again, making it a beautiful day to cycle. "Are you ready?" Ash asked Louise, the loaded question. What he really meant was, are you ready to leave town and your dad for up to a year, only being able to talk to each other through video phones? However, getting the double mean, the girl just smiled and nodded her head. "Then let's go," the black-haired boy cheered, and the two kicked off riding down the road. It took less than a day for the group of 3 to get to the Viridian City Pokémon Center. In the morning, Ash would challenge the ground-type gym and hopefully win his Earth badge. However, now the sun was beginning to set, so the 3 purchased their rooms and sat down for dinner. "So, have you thought about what Pokémon you want to catch? I mean, there are a lot of different types of trainer out there," Ash said to the girl sitting in front of him. "No," Louise shook her head. She didn't really want to focus on catching one type of Pokémon, but she also had no idea what she wanted to do. Therefore, the blonde-haired girl decided that she would only catch the Pokémon that called to her or appealed to her most. The next morning found Ash, Louise and Pikachu standing outside of the Roman-style building. It had white stone pillars twice as tall as the black-haired boy and large wooden doors, outside of which were 2 soldiers or guards dressed in a red tunic that looked like a dress and metal shoulder plates with body armor. They also wore dangly straps as a groin protector. "I am Ash from Pallet Town," the boy said with his Pikachu on his shoulder. "I would like to request a gym battle." The soldiers said nothing as they banged the ends of their wooden javelin or spear against the concrete beneath them. They must have been pushing a button or something because the wooden doors then slid open revealing a dark corridor. "Let's go," Ash said to Louise, who gripped onto the back of his shirt nervously. The dark corridor soon gave way to a large battling arena with purple walls designed with an arch-like patterns. Two shapes stood in the window on top of a platform, darkening the room further as they blocked the main source of light. Suddenly, evil laughter burst from one of the figures and more lights flicked on. Finally, Ash could see who was standing there: Team Rocket. "Prepare for trouble," the woman said. "Better make it double," the man added. "To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above." "Not you again," Ash groaned. "Hey," Jessie shouted at the black-haired boy as she leant over the banister, trying to get a closure shot at him. "I resent that, and don't interrupt us, we were almost finished, you twerp." "Ash, do you know them?" Louise asked, getting the boy's attention by tugging on his shirt. "Yeah, they are a couple of crazy people who try, and fail, to steal Pokémon," Ash responded matter-of-factly. "We're not crazy," James shouted him omission. "And we are not here to steal Pokémon this time." The Meowth then jumped out saying, "We have been promoted and are not the new leaders of the gym." Louise gasped. The Meowth just talked, using the human language. She had never heard of a talking Meowth before. "Weird," the blonde-haired girl muttered. "Well then," Ash grinned. "This battle should be easy." "You won't be able to beat us, twerp," Jessie sneered. "But we invite you to give it your best shot," James commented. "Yeah, and why not have that Pikachu of yours be a prize for when we defeat you?" the Meowth smiled. "No way," Ash shook his head, jostling the yellow mouse Pokémon. "I would never let you have Pikachu." "Then you know where the door is," the talking cat Pokémon informed the boy. Ash scared as he turned to leave. He would just have to find another gym. "Pika, Pika," Ash's Pikachu suddenly jumped into the battle arena. Ash looked down at his electric Pokémon and signed. It seemed that Pikachu wasn't ready to give up, despite Team Rocket's condition. The Pikachu trusted his trainer. The black-haired boy then stepped into the trainer's box, which rose into the air. Louise was left to sit on one of the benches facing the ground field. Team Rocket then decided to play dirty, calling out all three Pokémon at once. A Machamp, Kingler, and Rhydon. If they were not going to battle fairly, then Ash was going to even the playing field. So, the boy called out his Bulbasaur and Squirtle, taking advantage of Kingler's weakness against grass types and Rhydon's weakness against water types. "Ha! This should be easy," Jessie laughed, looking at how strong her boss's Pokémon were. "They will be able to defeat the brat with no problem." "Machamp, karate chop that Squirtle," the pink-haired criminal ordered. "Squirtle, withdraw," Ash shouted, hoping the water Pokémon's shell will be hard enough to withstand the fighting-type Pokémon's attack. Suddenly, Ash felt a tingle at his feet, and then when Machamp once again hit Squirtle, the boy's cells felt like they were roasting under his skin. "Ash!" Louise shouted as she ran over to the trainer platform. "Do you like our new feature? We wired it so that the trainer feels their Pokémon's pain," James laughed. The black-haired boy stood unsteadily on his feet and shouted weakly, "If they can take it, so can I." Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf on Kingler. Squirtle Water Gun on Rhyhorn and Pikachu, Iron Tail on Machamp. Kingler harden and then use Bubble, Jessie ordered. However, while she was concentrating on her water Pokémon attacking Ash's grass Pokémon, the gym's other Pokémon stood in place as they were attacked. With no orders, these Pokémon refused to do anything, even defend themselves. This was due to the strict training that the real gym leader had put them through. Do nothing unless ordered otherwise. The damage dealt by these attacks on the other two Pokémon was then delivered to the three members of Team Rocket as Ash told Bulbasaur to dodge. "Meowth," Jessie panted angrily, trying to catch her breath after being shocked by her own trainer box. "Why did you wire our side as well? I didn't think it would matter." It never occurred to me that we would lose, the talking cat Pokemon explained as it now lay panting on the floor. You idiot, Jessie growled. Now everyone, tackle, the black-haired trainer shouted. Be careful, Ash, Louise called to the boy as she chewed worriedly on her bottom lip. Don't worry about me, Ash winked down at the blonde causing her to blush. Ah! Team Rocket shouted as they were electrocuted by the platform. Turn it off. Turn it off. Jessie shouted at Meowth. She was then shocked once more as Ash attacked with everything he had. I have had enough, Jessie said. All Pokemon attack. All Pokemon included Team Rocket's Arbok and Weezing, who joined the battle making it 5 against 3. You can't use new Pokemon now, it's against the rules, Louise suddenly shouted and then covered her mouth in embarrassment. She had never let herself be so outspoken before. I make the rule for this gym, Jess told the blonde-haired girl. Ash growled low in his throat, gritting his teeth. Squirtle, use water gun on everyone. The tiny turtle Pokemon followed Ash's command and covered every Pokemon at water. Let's go Pikachu, Ash shouted. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokemon nodded from below. Pikachu then jumped onto Team Rocket's Pokemon and used Thunder. All 5 Pokemon were soon screaming in pain as the electric attack burned through their bodies due to water conducting electricity. This also caused Jessie, James and Meowth to be electrocuted as well, so, it was no surprise that when all of the Pokemon collapsed unconscious, the lousy thieves did too. We did it! Ash exclaimed. We won the match. You were all great. The black-haired boy then made his way down his platform and he stumbled slightly as his knees threatened to give out. Ash, are you okay? Louise said as she ran over the boy's side. Yeah, I am great, Ash responded, pumping his fist into the air, and it was true. The black-haired boy has never felt so ecstatic about winning a battle before. Now, let's get my Earth badge. The badge in the shape of a green leaf had been dropped just beyond Jessie's groaning body. Ash surged forward and grasped it in his hand, grinning down at his first badge. He could do this, he could definitely earn 8 gym badges. Placing the badge in the first slot of his case, Ash, Pikachu and Louise made their way back to the Pokemon Center. They will stay there for a couple more days in order for Ash and his Pokemon to rest and heal. The black-haired boy also began to research the gym he would battle next. Pewter City Gym, known for its rock-type Pokemon. So, if rock Pokemon were weak against fighting, ground, steel, water, grass and ice-type Pokemon, Ash should swap his team out. He decided to replace his Squirtle and Bulbasaur, since they had already battled against a gym, with Mankey and Gyarados. Ash couldn't wait for his next gym battle. Chapter 28, Meeting Brock. The next stop on Ash and Louise's journey was Pewter City. The black-haired boy smiled, though was where he had caught his Rhyhorn, on the rocky path that leads to the less spectacular of the Kanto cities. Compared to Fuchsia City, this place was small and out of the way, surrounded by crumbling cliffs. Pewter City is gray, the color of stone. Ash stopped. As he heard the familiar voice and sentence, planting his foot firmly on the ground, causing Louise to stop behind him. Ah, he exclaimed. It's the weird old man again. Ash then turned to Louise and said, Don't touch anything, even the stones, he might think you want to buy them. The shy blonde nodded in confusion and followed behind the boy as he walked closer to the stranger. It was then that the girl realized what he was talking about. The wired old man, as Ash put it, priced stone he could get his hands on. The name's Flint, the old man said. Have we met before? Yeah, I passed through this time last year, the black-haired boy informed the man. But Louise is new to the Pokemon journey. Haha, Flint suddenly laughed and stood up from his place on a rather large stone. Don't tell me you were planning to challenge Brock, the Pewter City gym leader. Of course I am, Ash said defensively as he clutched his hand around his bike handle, squeezing so tight that his knuckles turned white. Let's go, the boy said to his traveling companions whilst the weird old man continued to laugh. Pewter Gym was a strange place, held up by stone and metal. No, seriously. All the gym had was a clearly seen metal frame and walls pieced together with gray stones that appeared to have miraculously tumbled into place from the cliffs on either side of it. The doorway was also metal but was dwarfed in size by the giant rock that sat on top of it. Bold, printed letters carved into the stone said, Pewter Gym. Opening the gym door, Ash shouted, "Hello," but the only response was his own voice echoed back at him. "Who goes there?" a young voice suddenly said as lights burst into existence, illuminating the cave-like gym. A boy, probably a few years older than Ash, sat with his legs crossed on a stone platform. He had brown hair and black eyes and wore a dull green shirt with an orange sleeveless jacket. With gray trousers and blue and white shoes, Ash was not expecting the Pewter City gym leader to look like this. He was expecting an adult with years of experience and a gruff personality to match the tone of the place. Instead, Ash got a 15-year-old boy. "You must be Brock," Ash said. "I am Ash from Pallet Town. I challenge you to a battle. Is this your first gym match?" Brock questioned, not battling an eye at the black-haired boy, blonde-haired girl and Pikachu. "No," Ash stated. "I challenged the Viridian City Gym and won an Earth badge." "Good," Brock nodded seriously. "The rules are simple. We will use 2 Pokemon each and you may not switch a Pokemon out until it is deemed unable to battle." Then Brock glanced down at Pikachu and said, "How long have you been with that Pokemon?" Just over a year," Ash responded, wearily glancing at Louise and then his Pikachu. He did not expect the dark-skinned teen, Brock, to be so intense either. "Your Pikachu can't win," Brock said seriously as he leads the small group deeper into the gym. "But it is my duty to accept every gym challenge, so let's get this over with." Ash wanted to make a sharp-tongued comment about the fact that Pikachu wasn't his only Pokemon and, if it was, it knew one make that could take down any rock Pokemon thrown his way. The battling arena was dark and linked with metal seats and barriers to stop those watching from getting too close. It was there that Louise stood with Pikachu, who Ash had asked he to watch. The field was dull of sharply pointed brown rocks, living up to the rock-type gym's reputation. Brock stood in his trainer's stand on the opposite side of Ash, watching the boy as intently as Ash was watching him. "Let the match begin," Brock then said, holding out his Pokeball. "Onyx, go." Onyx resembles a giant chain of boulders that become small towards its tail. It has a rocky spine on its head and a pair of black eyes right beneath it. "Mankey," Ash shouted, throwing his Pokeball. While Mankey was small in comparison to the large rock Pokemon, Ash was hoping to take advantage of this, as it is likely that Onyx will be much slower due to its overly large body. "Onyx tackle attack," Brock said calmly. "Dodge it," Ash told his Pokemon. The large rock snake smashed its head into the ground of the battle arena where Mankey had just been standing. This had caused a dust cloud to form and bits of rock to fly everywhere, forcing the 2 trainers to cover their eyes. "Mankey, use Fury Swipes," Ash ordered. The cloud of dust disappeared, giving the fighting-type Pokemon a clear view of its target. It then used its monkey-like legs to jump towards the rock-type's face, digging its super-strong claws into the stone. Onyx roared deeply and thrashed its head from side to side, throwing the small Pokemon off. Brock's Pokemon then wrapped its tail around Mankey's fallen body and squeezed. The fighting-type Pokemon wriggled and cried out, but there was no way it escapes. It could feel its chest being crushed by its opponent's firm grip. "Mankey, use Focus Blast," Ash ordered, seeing that his Pokemon's arms were free. The pig monkey Pokemon then lifted both his arms over its head and began to glow red. The red power then built up into a mass hovering over the Mankey's head. As the mass grew bigger, a beam of red light hit Onyx, causing the Pokemon to scream in pain. "Onyx!" Brock shouted, worried for his Pokemon. However, the rock Pokemon did not release its grip and only squeezed tighter. "Onyx, stop!" Brock then ordered, surprising the black-haired boy. Mankey then tumbled to the ground defeated, allowing Ash to recall it to its Pokeball. In the stands, a group of children had gathered to see the battle. They stood with Louise and Pikachu, who waited with their breath held to find out what Pokémon Ash would use now. However, before focusing back on the match, the blonde-haired girl did notice that all the children had a remarkable resemblance to the gym leader that her friend was battling. Since size did nothing but worsen Ash's odds, the boy decided it was time to release his own large Pokémon. Gyarados. Gyarados, Hydro Pump, Ash ordered. Suddenly, a large torrent of water burst from the red and black water Pokémon's mouth. It crashed into the Onix, who dropped to the floor in agony. Onix, return, Brock shouted, knowing that his Pokémon was defeated and not wanting it to suffer anymore. The brown-haired boy then called for Geodude. There was a gray boulder Pokémon. It had bulging, rocky eyebrows and trapezoidal, brown eyes. Its arms are muscular with 5 fingers on every hand. Last one Gyarados, Ash told his Pokémon. Use Tackle. The large red and black Pokémon dived towards the hovering rock-type Pokémon, smashing its face into its boulder-like body. Geodude was sent flying back into one of the large rocks that the arena featured. Gyarados, Hydro Pump one more time, Ash said. Brock had no time to react as the water struck his Pokémon faster than he could blink. It never had a chance. The shiny Gyarados then began to roar in victory, causing the black-haired boy and his friends to laugh. It appeared that the Pokémon was extremely happy to win its first official battle. It was a great battle, Ash commented as he walked across the arena towards Geodude, who still lay slumped against the brown rock. The boy then sank down beside the Pokémon and patted it on the head. You did very well, Geodude, he whispered before standing up. Hey, Brock, are they your brothers and sisters? They look just like you, Ash asked, indicating to the group of 9 or more children that were bawling their eyes out and sniffling as Louise panicked, not knowing what to do. I can't believe Onix was beaten, one of the siblings cried hysterically. Brock's personality then did a 180-degree flip, from the serious gym leader to overprotective mom. Hey! What are you guys doing here? Brock shouted towards his siblings. Why are you not at home doing your homework? This, of course, caught the children's attention. They were in fight or flight mode, and the kids knew that flight was the best way to deal with their big brother. After all, if they stayed where they were, it would only get them a tongue lashing in the end. Sorry about them, Brock said, but Ash waved off the apology. The teen then said, this badge is now yours. In the teen's hand, which was held out to Ash, was a simple gray octagon representing the fact that he had won against the pewter gym. It was the Boulder badge. They did it. The black-haired boy and his Pokémon won their second badge. Thanks, Ash smiled as he took the small shiny badge from the young gym leader. You are a better Pokémon trainer than I will ever be, Brock commented, and just as Ash was about to deny the statement, the brown-haired boy went on. In truth, I find more happiness in raising Pokémon than fighting them. I want to become the world's best Pokémon breeder, not a gym leader. However, I can't leave here because it was my duty to look after my brothers and sisters. That SCKS, was all the black-haired boy could say. He felt bad for the teen in front of him because here Ash was living out his dream and Brock unable to follow his because family came first. To be weighted down by a responsibility that isn't yours. Brock, came the familiar gruff voice that Ash was starting to hate. You go follow your dream. Flint, Ash stated, seeing the old man in his red woolen hat and a thick beard. My father, Brock said, glaring at the man before him. The man that had abandoned him and his siblings. It is about time I started to care for my family as I should be doing. You go and fulfill your dreams and I will look after your brothers and sisters, the old man said as he smiled towards his son. He knew that this would not make up for what he had did, but he was hoping that one day Brock would forgive him. Brock had become serious once again as he said, first there are something I need to tell you. The old man, Flint, looked down in shame, expecting his son to shout at him or punch him or something. After all, that is what he deserved. No son should have to take on the responsibility of his parents. The teen then reached into his jacket and pulled out a needle and string. Susie always rips her dress, so you need to learn how to sew. Timmy only eats cold spaghetti for breakfast. Tommy, like cornflakes for dinner. Flint quickly pulled out a notepad when he realized that his son was giving him a to-do list of sorts, but still he could not keep up. Slow down, Brock's father shouted. I can't write that fast. Cindy sleepwalks, the teen continued, ignoring the man. So you have to tie a bell on her wrist. The twins never want to take a bath. Are you sure it's okay if I go with you? Brock said as he sat on his green bike riding out of Pewter City the next morning. Of course I am, Ash told the boy. And Louise doesn't mind either, she is just a little shy at first. And so, with another friend joining Ash and Pikachu on their journey, the boy could not wait to get to the next gym and earn his third badge. Along with Wei, the black-haired boy questioned Brock on his knowledge of the Cerulean City gym. This gym handled water-type Pokemon and had a water arena to battle in. So, with this information in mind, Ash switched his Mankey, Gloom and Glacian for Pidgeotto, Squirtle and Seadra, not knowing what Pokemon the leader will have up their sleeves. Ash also recalled that Misty was part of the Cerulean gym. She was the annoying girl that hated bug Pokemon but was nice enough to loan him a fishing rod. Riding up Mount Moon was an exhausting task, the gray sky not making their travel any better, but was certainly more appreciated than the boiling hot sun. The trees grew thicker and thicker around the group of 3+ Pikachu, causing their surrounding to become darker and darker. They rode through the shadowy woodland area until Louise caught movement from the corner of her eye. Hey, Ash, the blonde-haired girl said, and stopped pedaling, letting her bike roll to a stop as she softly applied the brake. What Pokemon is that? The black-haired boy turned to where his friend was indicating and smiled as he recognized the Pokemon. It had a golden-brown hide that covers most of its body, including 2 brown dorsal spikes. On its head, it wore a skull as a helmet, so only its dark brown eyes could be seen. It's a Cubone, Ash stated. Louise just nodded. It was a strange yet cute Pokemon and she wouldn't mind having it. However, the blonde-haired girl didn't know if her Squirtle was ready to battle such a Pokemon. After all, she had only had it for about a week. Brock, seeing the younger girl's hesitance, decided to push her into challenging both her and her Pokemon. Why don't you try and catch it, he recommended. What harm could it do? I mean, even if you don't win, your Pokemon will get stronger just by battling. The girl nodded again, but with more determination this time. She then slowly pulled her Pokeball out of her bag and said, "Go, Squirtle." When the Cubone came face to face with the tiny turtle Pokemon, it attacked first and asked questions later, in a sense. The ground-type Pokemon swiped its bone weapon, aiming for the Squirtle, who tried to dance away from the attack. Louise gasped as her Pokemon was injured and glanced at the black-haired boy beside her. However, all he did was smile at her and nod his head silently, telling the blonde to not give up just yet. Squirtle, water gun, Louise said hesitantly. From her Pokemon's mouth, a large stream of water burst and hit the Cubone, who did not think to dodge. This caused the Pokemon's body to slam into the tree truck strategically placed behind it. That should do it, Louise. Now throw a Pokeball, Brock said. The girl blushed furiously as she pulled out one of her empty Pokeballs. However, her pale pink blush quickly turned crimson-red as the ball missed the Pokemon completely and hit the floor a meter before it. Try again, Louise, with a little more strength, Ash told the girl calmly. Taking a deep breath, Louise listened to Ash and repeated the throw with another Pokeball. However, this time she put more power into it. Yes, the blonde muttered under her breath as the ball hit her target, catching the ground-type Pokemon. She then walked over, leaving her bike leant against a tree, and picked up the empty Pokemon and the one Cubone was in. The first Pokemon Squirtle and I caught, she thought. Chapter 29, Misty Battles. Walking down the dirt road toward Cerulean City, home of the water-type gym, the city was exactly the same as when Ash and Pikachu arrived last year. Since it was early in the morning and the sun was shining brightly overhead, the group made their way straight to the black-haired boy's next battleground as soon as they were in the city. The cerulean gym was a dome shape with a yellow and pink roof patterned like a circus tent. Upon it sat a dugong that appeared to ride the white waves that wrapped around the edge. There was a short winding path that brought the group of 4 straight to the water Pokemon gym. Inside, crowds of people were seated around a large pool with a diving board, making it look more like a stadium than a gym. Then a strange ringing sound echoed around them as someone announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the stars of our show, the sensational Cerulean City Swimming Sisters." Bright lights began to whirl around at the announcement before landing on the diving board. There 3 women stood waving at the crowd, smiling and blowing kisses. It was obvious that they were not shy when it came to standing in front of a massive audience. "I am in love," Brock suddenly said from behind Ash. The black-haired boy had to admit that the 3 women were very beautiful. The first woman had shiny golden hair, slightly brighter than Louise's, whose was pale blonde. Wearing a short bright red swimming dress and deep green eyes, she was a knockout and the audience made sure she knew it. The second sister had brown eyes and shiny indigo-colored hair, wearing a just as short green dress. The last woman had blue eyes, pink hair and wore a yellow dress. In truth, they didn't look anything like biological sisters, unless one of their parents had a child with a different spouse every time or they were adopted. Ash was leaning more towards adoption since they looked to be roughly the same age. The crowd, like Brock, began to cheer the 3 beauties on as they dived off the board, twirled and landed in the water with a splash, all in perfect securitization. They then danced and performed in the water below. After the performance, Ash and the group went around the back to find the supposed gym leaders. The boy wondering where on earth Misty was. When he did find them, he quickly requested a battle. "We don't want to battle," the blonde told Ash. "Yeah, we prefer to focus on our performances and our beauty," the pink-haired one said with her arms behind her hand. Brock, upon hearing this, snapped out of his lovesick phase and glared at the girls. "I am the gym leader of Pewter City and I know that it is our responsibility to accept every challenge. Why are you refusing a trainer the right to earn a badge?" "Like, if he wants a badge he can take it," the indigo-haired woman said, and the blonde pulled out a light blue raindrop badge. "No, thank you," Ash frowned. "I would rather earn my badges." As Ash walked away from the 3 sisters, not really noticing that Louise and Brock were left behind. He was fuming. These gym leaders were lazy and unwilling to deal with the responsibilities given to them when they became a league-approved gym. Unbelievable. "Wait!" someone shouted from the darkness. "I will battle him." It was a girl with bright orange hair and viridian green eyes. Wearing shorts and a baggy shirt with her hair tied messily to the side. It was obvious that she was a tomboy. "Misty," Ash suddenly shouted, surprising Louise and Brock, who wonder how the boy knew her. "That's right," came her quick-witted reply. "This is great. If Daisy won't battle you then I will." Ash the girl said this, Ash recalled his conversation with her. She had been right, her sisters were more like performers than gym leaders. However, the boy found it inconceivable that any gym leader would prefer to do something else. After all, they would have to work very hard to get approved by the Pokemon League, so only people that are passionate about this line of work would have succeeded. So, convinced that the only fair battle that he will get from the Cerulean Gym is from Misty, Ash nodded his head in agreement. Cerulean Gym's water battle area consisted of a giant pool and thick floating platforms. The boy and his friends had expected more from the gym, which had sisters that always seemed like they want the things that look best in order to keep up appearance. However, he did not really care, he was going to win his next badge and get far away from the orange-haired girl before she decided to tag along again. Despite getting along with her better now, Ash would not want to put up with her any longer than he has to. "I wasn't planning on challenging anyone today, I was expecting you to come a little later, closer to the time that you arrived in Cerulean last year. However, despite how unprepared I am, it has to be done," the loud-mouthed girl said. "If you want that Cascade badge then you are going to have to beat me." "My pleasure," Ash muttered to himself. As he stood on one of the floating platforms with Pikachu at his side, he reached for one of his Pokeballs and said, "Pidgeotto, I choose you." As the flying Pokemon appeared, Misty called out Stereo. This Pokemon was a golden-brown sea star with 5 appendages. These appendages surrounded an exterior organ that resembled a red jewel held in place by a golden ring. Ash had to admit it was a pretty cool Pokemon. Louise was thinking the same thing, whilst she and Brock wanted in the viewer's area. However, because she could not ask Ash about the water Pokemon and was not comfortable enough to talk to Brock without her other friend with her, she pointed her Pokédex at it. Stereo. The star-shaped Pokemon. An enigmatic Pokemon that can effortlessly regenerate any appendage it loses in battle. Cool, Louise whispered and smiled. The other girl had a good Pokemon. The blonde-haired girl then turned her eyes back to Ash as he ordered Pidgeotto to tackle, knocking the Pokemon on its back, looking more like someone had pushed it over than actually tackled it. Stereo, counter-attack, Misty said, clenching her fists. She didn't understand why she felt like she needed to win so bad. Maybe to prove she was a better trainer to the boy that had ignored her. Or maybe to show her sisters she took her responsibility of gym leader more seriously than them. The water-type Pokemon jumped towards its opponent, allowing its body to spin rapidly like a blade in a fan. Pidgeotto, dodge it! Ash shouted. The flying-type Pokemon followed the boy's orders, launching itself higher into the air. Now, quick attack! The bird Pokemon turned down into a dive, ramming into the star Pokemon that was still recovering from its failed attack. Stereo, water gun, the orange-haired girl ordered. Her Pokemon that jumped into the water and resurfaced moments later, spraying high-pressured water at the bird Pokemon. Wind cutter, Ash commanded. Pidgeotto slashed its wings downward, causing the wind to form a large X as it sped toward Stereo. It sliced through the water gun and knocked the attacking Pokemon into the water. When Stereo jumped out of the water, it tackled Pidgeotto over and over again. This had to stop before each Pokemon wore themselves out. Use agility to get close and then wind cutter, Ash said as Stereo stopped its attack for a second to catch its breath. A close-range wind cutter was exactly what Ash needed to win this battle, as it sent the water Pokemon crashing into the wall behind Misty, unable to battle anymore. Stereo return, the girl said, shrinking the Pokeball and pulling out another one. Misty calls Starmie. This Pokemon was a violet sea star with a golden front formation. It had a second set of semi-attached arms on its back and a multicolored glowing core. Just like last time, Louise scanned it with her Pokédex, which informed her, Starmie, the mysterious Pokemon. Its central core glows with 7 colors of the rainbow. Some people value the core as a gem. Seeing as Pidgeotto was tired, Ash called his Pokemon back and shouted, Squirtle, I choose you. Upon hearing this, Louise gasped as her own Squirtle released itself from its Pokeball. It cheered as it ran to the edge of the pool, only to be held back by the blonde-haired girl who said, Not you. Behind Louise and her Squirtle, Brock laughed and said, Relax. I bet your Squirtle just wanted to see Ash's in battle. This caused Louise to flush red and nod her understanding, but still keep her Squirtle in her grip. Just in case. Squirtle, use water gun and then tackle, Ash said. Dive under and then up, Misty ordered, trying to be smart. However, the black-haired boy had trained his Pokemon to be more independent than most. So, instead of carrying his orders out immediately, Squirtle bided his time. When Starmie emerged, Squirtle attacked. It used its water gun to block its body from sight, so the opponent never saw the second attack coming. The star Pokemon dropped into the water like a rock and, when it resurfaced, it was clear that it would not be able to continue battling. You win, Misty sighed and returned her Starmie to its Pokeball. So, this actually belongs to you now, Misty's indigo-haired sister said as she took the badge from the blonde and handed Ash his 3rd gym badge. After the battle, Louise's Squirtle had become incredibly attached to Ash's. The boy could practically see hearts in its eyes as it rubbed up against his Pokemon, who shifted uncomfortably at the female's attention. At the Pokemon Center, Ash reminded Louise to scan her Cub1 with her Pokédex so that she would know what types of moves it could use. This caused the blonde-haired girl to gasp as she realized that she didn't even know her Squirtle's attacks and had ordered it to use Water Gun on a whim. What if the Water-type Pokemon did not know that move? It could have been hurt. So, she quickly took out her Pokédex and scanned both her Pokemon. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokemon. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell and it can powerfully spray foam from its mouth. This Squirtle is female and knows the moves Tackle, Water Gun and Tail Whip. Cub1, the lonely Pokemon. Because it never removes its skull helmet, no one had ever seen this Pokemon's face. This Cub1 is male and knows the moves Bone Club and Headbutt. After that little task was done, the group booked a room to stay for the week, along with purchasing a voucher each so that they could get a nice hot dinner. Ash, Louise and Brock sat at the dining table with a steaming hot plate of curry each, whilst the Pokemon were scattered around them attacking their own food. This was one of the comforts that traveling Pokemon trainers had, and they were going to make the best of it. "Hey, Louise, how about you and me have to mock Pokemon battle? I am sure that it will help strengthen your Pokemon and give you some more experience battle as well," Ash said, wanted to train some of the other Pokemon that had not been able to battle in the gym match. Louise considered the suggestion for a moment before nodding her head. "Okay, that sounds like fun. Great, it will be just like last time, except you have your own Pokemon now." Louise and Ash found themselves standing at the back of the Pokemon Center with a Pokeball in each hand. Ash had decided to use his Poliwag as Cedra's body is not meant to battle on land. "Poliwag, I choose you," he shouted, throwing his red and white ball into the battlefield. Louise smiled and then threw her own Pokeball. "Squirtle, go." The two water-type Pokemon faced it off, each glaring down at the other with determination. Ash felt a thrill spike through him at having a mock battle with someone other than his own Pokemon. This made the battle less predictable and more challenging because Ash did not know his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. "Poliwag, get close and use Double Slap," Ash ordered. As the tadpole Pokemon jumped towards the tiny turtle Pokemon, Louise shouted, "Dodge it," causing the Double Slap to miss. "Good, now use Water Gun," Louse continued, trying to catch Poliwag unguarded. However, without even saying an order, Ash Water-type shot to the side. The Water Gun skimming the Pokemon by millimeters. "That was close." "Bubble, Poliwag," Ash said. Silver Bubble shot from the tadpole Pokemon's mouth too fast for the Squirtle to dodge, hitting it squarely in the chest. "Squirtle," Louise gasped in worry. "Are you okay?" As the tiny turtle Pokemon stumbled to its feet, it exclaimed, "Squirtle, squirt," reassuring the blonde that she was okay. "Thank God," Louise sighed in relief and then said, "Use Tackle and then follow it up with a Tail Whip." Although Poliwag dodged the tackle on Ash's order, it was not fast enough to dodge the Tail Whip, which slashed against the Pokemon's chest and created a strange burning sensation. "Poliwag, use Dig and then Bubble," Ash ordered, knowing that at the moment this fight was looking more like a ping-pong game than a Pokemon battle. It was surprising how good Louise had become since their last battle in which she had used the boys' Pokemon. The small tadpole Pokemon quickly dived underground, causing Squirtle to become confused as it tried to figure out where the Pokemon would resurface. However, it was impossible, so when Poliwag did break from the ground and sent a spray of silver bubbles at Louise's Pokemon, it was done for. Ash's attack had effectively showered her Squirtle in power-laden bubbled, hitting both the Pokemon and the earth beneath its feet, causing dust to cover the scene. So, when the cloud had finally cleared, Louise was said to see that her Pokemon now lay unconscious on the floor. "Don't worry, Louise, it was a great battle," Ash told the girl as he returned Poliwag to its Pokeball. "We should get our Pokemon to Nurse Joy though so that they can be revitalized." The girl nodded and returned her Pokemon as well, realizing that she still needed to get stronger in order to beat Ash. It has been 2 months since Ash, Pikachu and Louise left Pallet Town, and slightly less than that for Brock, who left Pewter City and his siblings. They were now walking through the forest towards Vermilion City Gym when the boy recognized something familiar about where they were. Yes, he remembered this area very clearly. This was where he captured Bulbasaur. Therefore, that meant that the hidden village was close by along with Melanie. If only he remembered exactly where it was. He recalled crossing over a bridge that the group had just ridden over moments before and recollected following the river after that. "Ha, there it is," Ash shouted to everyone, who were growing tired of following the boy mindlessly. "Where are you taking us, Ash?" Brock asked, getting more confused by the second as he was led further into the forest surrounding them. "Last year I came here," the black-haired boy explained to his companions. "There is a village hidden at the end of the river, just over there." As Ash and the group made their way over, he was not surprised to see the familiar woman tending to the Pokémon. "Hey, Melanie," Ash shouted, his greeting waving from the other side of the clearing. "Melanie," Brock muttered dreamily as he laid eyes on the beauty before him. This caused the blue-haired woman to stand up in shock and call back, "Ash." The group then stopped right in front of the woman, allowing for the boy to introduce Louise and Brock to her. Melanie smiled her greeting. "Wow, look at all your Pokémon," Brock said. "You must be an excellent trainer to have so many. Perhaps over lunch you can dash dot." "They are not Melanie's Pokémon," Ash said pointedly, staring at Brock as if to dare the teenager to try and flirt with her. "This is a place where Pokémon can rest and relax, a place for abandoned or injured Pokémon to heal." "Oh, that is amazing," Brock said passionately. The Pokémon in the village were the same ones that Ash met last time he arrived, including the Oddish. The boy watched as Louise's eyes immediately went to the stereo, making the girl's desire to catch one clear. The blonde-haired girl did not know why, but ever since Ash's battle with Misty, she really wanted to catch a star Pokémon of her own. New additions such as a Weedle, Sandshrew and Mankey, who joined the village after Ash had left, were weary of the group of humans. To them, they were strangers invading their peaceful home. Throughout the day, Ash, Brock and Louise helped Melanie with the Pokémon. They fed them and treated their wounds and even helped wash them. Louise particularly enjoyed washing the stereo in the small lake next to the wooden cabin. However, out of the entire ground of Pokémon, the shy Weedle was the most difficult to communicate with. It refused to let anyone near it, not even the Melanie who promised to protect and look after it for as long as it needed her. However, soon Ash's visit came to an end, the boy and his friends waving goodbye to Melanie and the Pokémon. Maybe they will visit again sometime. A reminder to all of you or what Pokémon Ash and Louise have. Chapter 30, Halfway There. Finally arriving at Vermilion City 3 months into his journey, Ash, Brock, Louise and Pikachu had plenty of time to research the black-haired boy's next opponent. From what he remembered, the Vermilion gym leader had caused many Pokémon casualties for Nurse Joy to take care of. So, the group settled down in the Pokémon Center with the black-haired boy staring at a computer screen. Occasionally, his friends would hear him talking to himself as he scrolled through the pages of information and articles. After a while, it was Louise who decided she could not take the silence anymore. She huffed and said, "So, what have you found?" "What?" Ash said, startled from his thoughts. He had not heard Louise say anything and jumped feet upon hearing he almost shouted him. "What have you found out about the gym leader?" The blonde-haired girl repeated her question, feeling a small pang of annoyance at the boy who had practically ignored her. "Oh," Ash said and turned to face his two friends and Pikachu. "His name is Lieutenant Surge and he specializes in electric-type Pokémon." "Is that it?" Brock asked. That was not very much information. The teen was sure that there was more data on him than these measly scraps. "Well, there are comments saying he is arrogant, loud and crude, but those can be either exaggerations or part of his strategy in order to throw challengers off." "Maybe," Ash reasoned. "I also already know that he must be a brutal battle by the amount of Pokémon he seriously injured last time I was here." "This is going to be difficult," Brock nodded. Ash did not care how difficult this was going to be because he swore that he would beat this trainer no matter what. The next day Ash stood outside the Pokémon gym knowing that he did everything that he could to win. He traded his Pidgeotto and Water-type Pokémon for Rhyhorn, Dugtrio, Eevee, Mankey and Magnemite. The gym was a large rectangular building with a smaller rectangular building on top. It has several metal lightning bolts strkng up and down the length of the building, proving that Ash's information was correct. The gym specialized in electric types. The large wooden door with a lightning bolt zigzagging up the middle swung open, revealing one woman and two men on the other side. They stood stock still with blank expressions on their faces. Louise unconsciously stepped behind Ash, trying to hide from the people's gazes, whereas the black-haired boy met their stares with one of his own. "Hello," Ash said in greeting. "I am Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, and I have come for a Pokemon battle and to earn a Thunder Badge." The man on the right with short, shaved brown hair then smiled in amusement, turning his back to the boy. Yet another challenger for his boss to smash into the ground and grind under his feet. "Hey boss," the man then shouted. "Another victim for the emergency room." From the darkness a voice said, "Which one?" causing Louise's breath to hitch in fear and her grip on Ash's shirt to tighten. This was one of the reasons why she never wanted to battle with her Pokemon and become a master. She did not have the courage to openly challenge someone like this. The gym leader then walked into the light, revealing himself to be an extremely large and muscular man with blonde hair. He wore a silver dog tag around his neck, showing that he had been a soldier in the past and could probably break every bone in Ash's body if he wanted to. "He's huge," Louise muttered from behind Ash. "This is the gym leader you have to battle," Brock said in surprise. After all, the man looked more like a wrestler or a boxer than a Pokemon gym leader. Lieutenant Surge opened his arms as if he was about to hug someone and said, "Welcome to the Vermilion Gym. So which one is my challenge? I hope it is the cutie with the blonde hair." Brock stepped closer to Louise, who squeezed herself impossibly closer to Ash. She did not like the attention the man gave her. However, at Brock's nearness, she relaxed a bit. It felt nice knowing that these two would not let anything happen to her. "No, I am," Ash stated seriously. This caused the large man to smile in amusement. "Oh, you. Okay dash," he bellowed as he rubbed Ash's head like he was a 2-year-old and not a 12-year-old. "Baby." The black-haired boy felt his eyebrow twitch in annoyance but then calmed himself. This was just another part of his research that is correct. Lieutenant Surge was loud and rude. Looking down, the gym leader saw Ash's mouse Pokemon at his feet and laughed. "A Pikachu. Hey, look at this," Baby brought along a baby Pokemon. The three guards, if that is what they were, also began to laugh as if what Lieutenant Surge said was the funniest thing in the world. "Stop that," Ash snapped. "Why are you making fun of my Pikachu?" Pulling out a Pokeball, the large blonde man said, "I'll show you why." He then threw his Pokeball at the group, releasing the Raichu inside. This Pokemon was covered in dark orange fur with a white belly, its bifurcated ears are brown on the outside and yellow on the inside. There were yellow markings on its cheek where its electric sacs are, and it had a triangular, dark brown nose. Not to mention it was more than twice Pikachu's size. Surge grinned at the boy saying, "Okay, baby, if you want to quite, now is your chance." Glancing down at Pikachu, Ash saw a fire in his Pokemon's eyes, and that was when he knew. He knew what he was trying to say. The yellow mouse Pokemon wanted to prove that to be strong you did not need to evolve. They had trained hard to get where they are, and now they had to put that training into action. After all, the pair truly could win if they put their mind to it. "There is no way we are going to quite," Ash grinned back. "Huh, what could a baby like that do?" Surge sneered confidently. "If you want to be a Pokemon master, then you should evolve your Pokemon as soon as you catch it." The man then patted his Raichu fondly, and realization spiked through the boy's body like a thunderbolt. This gym trainer was talking from experience. He must have evolved his Pokemon as soon as he could. This meant that they probably did not learn or master all of the speed moves that Raichu could only learn in its Pikachu stage. They could win this. The Vermilion Gym grounds were just as flashy and ostentatious than the outside, with lightning bolts scattered everywhere on the walls and ceiling. Ash stood on one side of the area with Brock and Louise, whilst Surge stood on the other side. This was a one-on-one battle. Raichu vs Pikachu. Go, Raichu! Surge shouted, and the large orange Pokémon charged towards Pikachu, whipping it with its tail. Pikachu rolled backwards towards Ash as it cried out in pain, only to quickly get back onto his feet. He was not going to go down easily. Give it a body slam, the gym leader ordered, not giving Ash room to even think. The Raichu then loomed over the small Pikachu with a wicked grin on its face and malicious intent in its eyes. Dodge using quick attack, Ash said, finally getting an order in. As Raichu's body slammed into the ground, Ash smiled, seeing Pikachu was unharmed a meter or so away. The battle had now begun. Body slam again, Raichu, Surge yelled. He thought that Ash's dodge was luck and that there was no way they would be able to escape a second time. However, he was completely wrong. Wait, what? Surge said in surprise. Ash grinned at the gym leader's confusion. You should know to never underestimate your opponents. Pikachu, agility. The yellow mouse Pokémon shot towards Raichu in a blur as the dark orange Pokémon continued to miss Pikachu with its body slam, resulting in its form constantly smashing into the ground. The two electric types appear as if they were dancing around each other. Your Raichu is way too slow, Surge, the black-haired trainer informed the man. On the other side the gym sat on a bench just behind Ash and to the left a bit. Brock smiled at his friend. When he had first seen the boy, he was sure that Ash was just another typical child with barely any battling experience, who wanted to jump straight into winning badges. However, he had turned out to be the opposite. Instead, he spent his first year training all of his Pokémon, and, now, the dark-skinned teen could clearly see the results of the training. He had never seen a Pikachu move so fast or think that well without its trainer orders. This is an excellent battle strategy, Brock muttered to Louise, who nodded her agreement. Surge frowned, clenching his fist. The battle was not over yet. Raichu, give it a thunderbolt. Shut it down. Powerful blinding yellow thunder ripped through the stone beneath Ash and Pikachu's feet. Raichu's thunder even smashed all of the windows as it lost control in its desperation to win this battle against its pre-evolved form. Pikachu, use your tail, Ash shouted through the chaos. Using its tail allowed for the small Pokémon to funnel all of the electricity that he was hit with back into the ground, effectively neutralizing the attack. When Raichu stopped its attack, everyone thought the battle was over and Surge has won. However, as the cloud of dust dissipated, revealing Pikachu balancing on his zigzag tail, those that were watching were in shock. Amazing, Brock said from where he was sitting. Pikachu used its tail as a ground to dodge the attack. That was very quick thinking. Louise nodded shyly and wrapped her arms around herself. As she opened her mouth to speak, she was surprised when words actually came out. I would have never thought to do that. Brock nodded, smiling to himself, knowing that those were the first words the blonde-haired girl had said without Ash being around. Not many people would. Raichu was now exhausted, so when Surge commanded it to use another Thunderbolt attack, Ash was not surprised that all the Pokémon could generate was a couple of sparks. Do something, Surge said, not sure why his Pokémon could not attack. Quick attack, Pikachu, Ash ordered, and the yellow mouse Pokémon quickly obeyed. He charged towards the Raichu in a blur. Take down now, the gym leader said, but Pikachu got there first. He slammed his head into the larger Pokémon's body and then spun in the air, whipping it with his tail. Alright, good thinking, Pikachu, Ash cheered as he ran into the arena where Pikachu stood proudly over Raichu's fallen body. Raichu was out of the battle. When the battle was over, Lieutenant Surge shook the boy's hand saying, Congratulations, nice job. Thank you, Ash smiled. As they stood in the middle of the battlefield, the large man returned his Raichu to its Pokeball in order to rest and then reached into his pocket. He then went on to say, as proof of your victory I give you this Thunder Badge. Ash reached out and grasped the 8-pointed golden star badge with an octagon in the center. He was so thrilled that he had won that he could not help but show it off. So, he held out the badge to his two friends who were now walking over to him and shouted, "I got the Thunder Badge." "That is great, Ash," Brock shouted back, still walking at a leisurely pace. The boy was halfway to the Indigo League with 4 more badges left to earn. He could not wait to get to the next gym. "Nice victory, Ash, you are certainly no baby," the gym leader smiled at him. "And here, this is also for you," he then dug out a box the size of the man's large hand from his other pocket. "In case you want to evolve your Pikachu." The box was opened to reveal a pale green stone with a pastel yellow lightning bolt inside. It was a Thunderstone. "I can't take this," Ash told the man. "Pikachu does not even want to evolve anytime soon." The gym leader shook his head and shoved the box into the black-haired trainer's arms. "Consider it a thank you for pointing out Raichu's weakness. The next time you see us, you will not be able to beat us in the same way." Ash stared down at the stone. It was one of 2 that he needed so that he could evolve his EV into Jolteon. Therefore, if he accepted it, then he would not have to earn any more money in order to buy it. "Wow, Ash stumbled over what he was going to say. Thank you so much." "You are very welcome, Ash," Surge said with a wide grin. Back at the Vermilion Pokemon Center, Ash stood in front of his EV, beaming happily as he held out the Thunderstone. "Ready, EV," Ash said, excitement causing his voice to sound even higher than it usually is. "Eve," the small brown Pokemon said as he nodded his head. Ash then tapped the rock onto the normal type's head, and as it EV began to glow, the Thunderstone turned gray. This was because the radiation in that stone was being absorbed, and therefore by the end of EV's transformation evolution it became nothing more than a gray rock. When the white light disappeared, a yellow-furred Pokemon was revealed. It had a spiky fringe around its tail and a white ruff around its neck. With large pointed ears and a small black nose, it was certainly not an EV anymore. When Ash scanned the Pokemon, Dexter said, "Jolteon, the lightning Pokemon. It accumulates negative ions in the atmosphere to blast out 1000-volt lightning bolts. This Jolteon is male and knows the moves Tackle and Thundershock." Now all Ash needed was a Fire Stone in order to change his last EV into a Flareon. Chapter 31, Strange Things Do Happen. The Saffron City Gym specialized in Psychic-type Pokemon. These types were weak against Bug, Ghost and Dark types, which meant in order to have to best advantage whilst fighting the gym leader, Ash exchanged his team for Butterfree, Umbreon, Ghastly, Parasect and Venomoth. Sabrina was the gym leader that Ash had to defeat in order to get the Marsh badge. So, he tried his best to research the woman. On the internet, there were many documents about the gym being a place for people to train their own psychic powers. However, there was very little about the Pokemon trainer. In fact, apparently, it had been ages since someone had earned a badge from Sabrina. Saffron Gym was a dull-looking place with large metal canopies overhead and pale blue walls. Inside the floor was a bluish-purple marble with sand-yellow walls. That was it. There was no people, plants or Pokemon. It was empty of even furniture. "Hello, is anybody here?" Ash shouted. "Hello." Brock called out, as well as the group split up in order to find someone that could help them. Louise walked over to one of the doors and peeked through the window in hopes of seeing someone working on the other side. She gasped as she saw tables of people wearing white lab's coats. They stared fixated on silver spoons, trying to get them to bend, or played with tarot cards in hopes to reading the future. The others soon joined her in looking through the window, shocked at seeing so many people practicing their psychic powers. Ash, Pikachu, Brock and Louise all jumped in surprise as an unknown man snuck up behind them. He had long auburn hair tied loosely at the back of his neck. With small, beady black pupil and a medical mask covering his nose and mouth, it was no wonder the place was almost empty. No challenger would be willing to be greeted by this person. This person that looked either high on drag or psychotic. "I have come for a Pokemon battle," Ash said as he walked over to the odd man hesitantly. The man snorted in amusement. "You wish to battle against the great Sabrina?" "Of course, Why would I be here if I wasn't? Ash responded matter-of-factly as if the man was asking him a rather silly question. As you wish, he said and turned to walk away. The man leads Ash and the group through many of the building's corridors, enough so that the black-haired boy was sure that he would not be able to find his way back out. He finally brought the children and Pikachu to the battle room, where the area was yet another simple ground field with purple pillars that help up the ceiling above their heads. 2 torches burned brightly on the other side of the room where Sabrina sat. She was behind a dark curtain which caused the group to only be able to see a dark shadowy figure of the person sat behind it. This is more of a temple than a Pokemon gym, Brock said out loud. Louise silently agreed, feeling chills creep down her spine. She did not like the ambience of this place. It was too quiet and felt more like a haunted shrine or house than a Pokemon gym. She wanted to get out of this place as soon as she was able. The man that had been leading the group walked towards the 2 torches where the gym leader sat beyond the dark screen. He then fell to his knees and said, "Oh great Sabrina, these strangers have come. The boy wished to challenge you." Then as an afterthought he muttered, "Though I do not know why you would waste your time on this group of losers." Ash had started to question whether all gym leaders and their employees were rude and liked to belittle all challengers who wished to fight them. Heck, even Brock had been slightly rude towards Ash and his Pikachu. Maybe it is best they underestimate their opponents or grow to use to the power that their position holds. Either way, it annoyed and irritated him to no end. The man suddenly stood up, wrapping his hands around his head as his body began to glow and shake. Forgive me great one," he choked out. "It was not my place to decide who you should battle." The glow then stopped and the man ran out the door as fast as he could, never looking back. Was this normal behavior? "I accept your challenge, Ash from Pallet Town," a high childlike voice said. "But if you lose, you have to let me play with you." Sure," Ash said, not entirely sure what the person was talking about. "How did you know my name?" "I know many things," the voice said. Then all the lights in the gym turned on, revealing a woman with dark green hair wearing a crimson-red buttoned coat. On her lap was a strange doll with teal-colored hair and a white dress that seemed to glow in the shadows as light reflected off of it. The doll held a red and white pokeball in its hands and smiled ominously. It was almost as if it was alive. "Come on out, Abra," Sabrina said in a monotone. However, this voice was different from the childlike voice Ash and the group had heard just moments ago. This caused them to shiver and eye the doll wearily. The pokeball in the doll's hands then floated, bursting open to reveal a Pokemon with a kite-shaped face and a small, pale yellow snout. It had 2 pointed ears with pale yellow interiors. This Pokemon sat in the middle of the battlefield. "Only 1 Pokemon each," Sabrina said. Then as Ash pulled out one of his Pokeballs, Abra began to evolve into Kadabra. This was a humanoid Pokemon that was primarily yellow. It had 2 large, pointed ears on top of its head and a red star on its forehead. Its eyes were deep-set and narrow, seeming to glare at everyone who looked at it. Extending from its thin snout was 2 mustache-like tufts of fur. Its torso is segmented with bulky shoulders, a thick, brown chest, and a small abdomen marked by 3 red, wavy lines. Attached to the Pokemon's abdomen is a large, thick tail encircled with a brown band near its base, and in its right hand was a silver spoon. "Go Ghastly," Ash shouted. "So, you have a ghost Pokemon, do you?" Sabrina said. "That will not change anything." Kadabra Psybeam. Ghastly turned invisible and dodged the attack on Ash's orders. It then reappeared floating around Sabrina, laughing. "What are you doing, Ghastly?" Ash shouted. However, the ghost-type Pokemon then ignored the boy and started pulling faces and making strange sounds at the woman who stared at it blankly. It then transformed itself into a bomb and exploded in her face, laughing hysterically as he did. "Ghastly, stop!" Ash said. "I thought we talked about these jokes." The boy then marched over to the ghost and poison-type Pokemon in order to stop it from doing that. However, this just resulted in Ghastly turning towards Ash and making his eyes pop out of his head and his long tongue brushed the floor. Ah! Ash exclaimed and fell on his backside. Ghastly, stop that. The gym leader then did something that she had never do before. She smiled. The smile then broke into laughter, laughing with the ghost-type Pokemon and his trainer. Even Kadabra was rolling with laughter. To think that Ghastly defeated Kadabra with laughter. What was going on? In the end, since Sabrina and Kadabra could not stop laughing, Ash won the battle. It was the strangest thing that had very happened to the boy, yet it had the benefit of earning him the Marsh badge. However, at the same time, it did not feel like he had earned it. This badge consisted of 2 concentric golden circles and was the first in 3 years to be given to a trainer. Apparently, those trainers who arrived in Saffron City soon left, not willing to challenge the psychic-type gym out of fear. At least the badge proved that he was not afraid to challenge a gym like Sabrina's. When Ash thought about it, though, it meant that Gary did not earn a Marsh badge, but then where did he get his 8th, 9th and 10th badge from? Were there other gyms that were league approved but not as well known as the city gyms? Maybe there were gyms in small towns. Riding their bikes down the road and away from Saffron City, the group were passing through the forest when they came across a fork in the road. Ash recalled that he should take the left fork, however, when the 3 humans and 1 Pokemon set off in that direction, an old lady came walking down the right fork. "Hey!" she shouted at them, hitching the black sack on her shoulder up higher. She wore a white, purple and pink skirt that brushed the ground and a white shirt. Her skin was wrinkled with age and her hair was now a light gray, covered with a floral scarf. "Are you going down that road?" "Yes, we are," Ash called back, perplexed at why the gray-haired woman saw a problem with this. "Oh no. You do not want to go down that road," she answered the black-haired boy's unasked question. "There is a wild rampaging scyther down that way. My friend George swore that when he went in there it nearly took his head off." After finishing what she was saying, the old woman continued to hobble down her own path, not caring if the group took heed of her warning or not. "Are you sure we should go this way, Ash?" Louise asked, looking at the boy who led the group on their journey. "This is the quickest way to Celadon City. If we take the other route it will take more than a few days to get there, even when on a bike," Ash explained. "Besides, I think we should check it out. Maybe we can help." Ash's friends nodded their heads in reluctant agreement and rode behind the boy and his Pikachu. The forest was dark with large looming trees and thick unruly bushes that covered half the path in some areas. The forest probably hadn't been maintained by other Pokemon for a while now due to the disturbance that the scyther caused. Bang! 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 The sound of falling trees crashing into the ground reverberated through the forest, causing Pidgey to scatter and Caterpie to hide in tree hollows. "It came from over there," Brock yelled and pointed in the direction that the noise came from. When they got closer, the group saw an insectoid Pokemon with a green body. On the back of its somewhat reptilian head were 3 points and it had narrow eyes. Its forearms consisted of large, white scythes, which the Pokemon used to slice through tree trunks like a hot knife through butter. "What is it doing?" Ash muttered, watching the Pokemon. "I don't know," Brock said. "But it doesn't look like it is harming anyone, just scaring the other Pokemon a bit." With Brock's statement, Louise looked around and noticed that all the forest Pokemon were hiding. They all trembled in hollow trunks and under bushes, not wanting to get involved in whatever the grass and flying-type Pokemon was doing. Ash, the black-haired boy, watched the green Pokemon as it slashed, ducked and weaved. He realized something. Those movements are similar to what a Pokemon would battle with. It was training itself, it was not in a rage, it just wanted to get stronger. Suddenly, Ash shouted, "Hey, Scyther!" The mantis Pokemon turned its head to the boy, giving him its undivided attention, whereas Louise and Brock stared at the boy as if he had lost his mind and took a rather large step back from him. Ash ignored the actions of his friends and continued, "If you want to train, how about you battle my Pokemon?" After a moment, Scyther took a battle stance in front of the boy and waited. Ash, smiling at the Pokemon, reached for a random Pokeball and said, "I choose you." It was Umbreon who faced off against the bug and flying-type Pokemon who attacked with the blades of its arms. It cut and slashed at the dark Pokemon who dodged and weaved its way out of the attacks. Little did Ash know that in this Scyther's mind all that it could hear was its trainer's voice. "You are weak. I don't need you anymore." The words replayed again and again in the Mantis Pokemon's head, making its anger rise. "Umbreon, use Tackle," Ash ordered. For a second Scyther's eyes flashed red with rage that it had kept pent up even while training. It had been 57 days since its trainer left and it finally decided to release those feelings now that it had a proper opponent. The swipes became hard and faster as the bug Pokemon put all of its heart into the battle. In fact, Scyther put so much power into its arms that they glowed a heavenly white. With one slash of these fast shining arms, Umbreon was unable to battle. "That was X-Scissor," Brock said in amazement. "A very powerful Bite-type move." "Awesome," Ash shouted and returned his exhausted Umbreon to its Pokeball. "You did great," he said to him. Scyther looked down on its own, now, normal arms. A powerful move, it thought frowning, but it needed to be even stronger. Maybe fighting this trainer will make it as strong as it needs to be. After all, that was the first time it had to use the move, despite having been training for 57 days straight. "SCY, the Pokemon said nodding to Ash. "Scyther." Ash grinned, "You still want to battle, huh?" Scyther, the Mantis Pokemon nodded again, crouching down in its fighting stance. "Well, okay then," Ash shouted. "Ghastly, I choose you." The gas Pokemon emerged from its red and white ball, smiling as it hovered in the air. He had not thought that his trainer would call him to battle again for a while due to what happened at the last gym, but he was happy that he had. Now, Ghastly can really show Ash what he could do. Scyther once again used X-Scissor, trying out its new move. However, before the hit lands the Ghost and Poison-type Pokemon vanished and reappeared behind it. This was what Ghastly usually did with or without his trainer's orders. This was how he dodged an attack. After all, if the Pokemon could not see him then there is less chance of a follow-up attack or them adjusting the attack to hit him. "Ghastly, use Lick," Ash ordered. The gas Pokemon smiled and stuck out its tongue, liking the green Pokemon's spine. Scyther then stumbled forward in shock, feeling its body go heavy with the poison or whatever was in the attack. All it could think was, not yet. It was not defeated yet. It then shook off the poison and attacked Ghastly with all it had. Unfortunately, the Ghost-type Pokemon did not expect this and was slammed into the tree. Behind it. "Ghastly, use Sucker Punch," Ash said, punching his fist out in emphasis. As the twisting fist was thrown towards Scyther it hit its mark. The Mantis Pokemon fell to ground, no longer able to fight despite how much it wanted to. Even as it pushed itself up onto its forearms, it collapsed back down to the ground again with no more energy left to spare. "Brock, hurry and help me," Ash shouted and the pair ran over to help the collapsed Pokemon. It was then that the boy realized that Scyther had probably been training itself non-stop. There were scratches and bruises in various stages of healing and more scars than any Pokemon should have, however, most of these blended in quite well with the Pokemon green body. "It trained itself into the ground," Brock stated shaking his head. "But why?" After the Scyther was healed and ordered, by a very serious Brock, to be more careful and relax more, the bug and flying-type Pokemon watched the group go. It glanced around itself and finally understood that it could not get any stronger where it was now. For 57 days it had trained with barely any improvement and then after meeting that black-haired boy it had managed to carry out and learn a very powerful move. So, with that in mind, the Pokemon trailed behind the group. It was going to stay with them, but only until it was strong enough to rejoin its trainer. Chapter 30. Finally, at Celadon City, the group, now including Scyther, went straight to the Pokemon Center to have Ash's team revitalized for the next battle. He had decided to keep all of his Pokemon the same this time around as grass types, which this gym specializes in, are weak against some of the Pokemon he has with him. Louise also had her Pokémon looked over. She had followed some of Ash's training methods to help them get stronger. However, it also left them exhausted and on the verge of collapsing. The Celadon gym looked more like a greenhouse than a place to challenge a leader. With the walls made up of glass panels that absorbed the sunlight and lush green plants inside it, how could this place be a gym? The air was stiflingly thick, kept at a temperature most plants and flowers thrived in, but certain not humans. Ash walked over to the first person that he saw, which was a blue-haired woman with dark brown eyes. "Hi," Ash said to her. "I am Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and I am here to challenge the leader of Celadon Gym." "Oh, of course," the woman said, clapping her hands together in a happy yet relaxed gesture. "Follow me." As the woman began to lead the way, an infatuated Brock followed closely behind. He swayed from side to side as if dizzy or drunk, yet Ash and Louise knew that the teen was neither. No, in fact, he had a strange ability to just fall in love at the drop of a hat. Or at least lust. "I would follow you anywhere," he said in a dreamy tone. Ash and Louise followed behind their friend, snickering as they listened to his cheesy flirting attempts. You could not blame the teenager for trying, though. The blue-haired woman then walked into an empty area, standing in the trainer's box on the far side and indicating for Ash to do the same. The field was once again a standard dirty battleground with white lines. Around them were trees and plants. Some Ash recognized, such as the Magna plant and the Tropic plant, however, most of them were unknown to him. After all, he was not a plant expert and nor did he aim to be one. "I am Erica," the blue-haired woman introduced herself. "I accept your challenge. The battle will be 3 against 3, substitutes are allowed." This surprised Ash. Why did she just not say that she was the gym leader, to begin with? "I did not know you were the gym leader," Ash muttered before shouting, "Okay, let's battle." With Brock and Louise on the sidelines, the black-haired boy pulled out his first Pokeball. "Tangela, go," the grass trainer said and threw her Pokeball, which landed in the certain of the area. "Parasect, I choose you," Ash said, tossing his own red and white ball onto the field. "Tangela, use Constrict," Erica the gym leader said. The vine Pokemon reached out for Ash's Pokemon and wrapped its blue appendages around the mushroom Pokemon's body. "Parasect, Stun Spore," Ash ordered. Then a cloud of reddish-yellow powder was released from the mushroom on Parasect's back. As Tangela breathed in the spore-filled air, its body froze stiff, making the Pokemon unable to move. "Round 1, to Ash." "Return, Tangela," Erica said and brought the ball to her mouth as she whispered, "I will give you some paralyzed heal so you can get better soon." The gym leader then released Weeping Bell, which had a yellow, bell-shaped body with a single green leaf on either side. It had a wide, gaping mouth with pink lips and circular eyes. Above its eyes is a pattern of 3 green circulate spots and a small hook-shaped stem. "Okay," Ash said and quickly returned Parasect, calling out his Venomoth. "Weeping Bell, use Razor Leaf, now," Erica commanded. Immediately, the flower Pokemon began to twirl and shoot sharp leaves from its body. However, this was easily counteracted by Venomoth's Psybeam, which turned all the leaves to dust in a matter of seconds. "Yes, way to go, now use Tackle," Ash cheered, happy that he still has the upper hand. The purple poison moth Pokemon swept through the air, speeding towards the Weeping Bell and directly hitting the Pokemon. Erica gasped in shock as her Pokemon shot back towards the edge of the battlefield and collapsed to the ground. However, despite her sadness over her Weeping Bell getting hurt, she wasted no time calling it back to its Pokeball. The woman then turned around and said to the boy, "Your battle skills are impressive, Ash, but there is one thing you do not have, empathy with your Pokemon." Ash frowned at the woman. How could she say something like that about someone she had not even known for an hour? He did not go around saying that she was a rubbish trainer because he had beaten 2 of her 3 Pokemon. The woman stood there in her forest green dress, judging him. He hated it. "Now, I am going to give you a good lesson in empathy," she said and threw her last Pokemon. "Gloom, go." The Pokémon that emerged from the ball instantly released a stomach-churning smell that threatened to burn Venomoth and Ash's nose off. So with one hand pinching his nostrils closed, the boy returned the purple moth Pokémon back to its Pokeball. "Butterfree, come out and use Gust," Ash ordered. After a sufficient amount of time had passed, the black-haired boy and his friends tested the air around them. Relief sweeping through everyone as the smell had vanished. "Great, Butterfree, now use Confusion," Ash ordered. The Bi and Flying-type Pokémon stared intently at the Weed Pokémon, carefully willing the Pokémon to fall into a state of confusion. If you looked close enough, the Butterfly Pokémon's eyes seemed to glow a bright bluish white. Gloom then began to stumble around, walking in zigzagged movements as if it was drunk. "Gloom, snap out of it," Erica said, trying to break the Butterfree's hold on her Pokémon. "Gloom. Now, use Sleep Powder," Ash said. Blue dust fell from the Butterfly Pokémon's wings, covering the Weed Pokémon. It was not long before the substance was inhaled by the confused Pokémon, who then stumbled to the ground asleep. "Good job, Butterfree," Ash laughed as he ran over to the Pokémon. Erica returned her Gloom to its Pokeball and slowly made her way over to the black-haired boy and his Butterfree. "For a great battle, I present you with a rainbow badge," she said, and handed him a small metal badge shaped like a flower, showing grass with rainbow-colored petals. "Thank you," the boy nodded and then turned to Butterfree. "Take a look, we earned a rainbow badge." This meant that Ash now had 6 of the 8 badges, and then he would be able to enter the Pokémon League in plenty of time. Ash, Pikachu, Brock, Louise and Scyther found themselves passing through yet another city after the boys' battle with Erica, the Celadon City gym leader. This city had concrete paved sidewalks and large towering building, like every other city the group had passed through. They were in Hop 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 Town, where the sky was barely visible unless you were standing on top of one of their skyscrapers. It was as they were riding through that they spotted a wall filled with posters. Posters of missing children. There were pictures of brown-haired, brown-eyed boys and red-haired, black-eyed girls. Lisa, Robin, Ben. The list went on and on. How could all these children have gone missing? And all in the past week. The officer Jenny of this town pulled up in front of the wall, muttering to herself. "They certainly were nice children, all of them," she said. "Disappearing one by one like that, I just can't understand it." She then swung her leg off her motorcycle and pulled out a roll of paper from her bag. Unraveling it, Ash saw that it was another missing poster with a blonde-haired, green-eyed girl in the picture. Summer. Suddenly, Brock's face turned red and the oldest boy dumped his green bike onto the ground. In a blink of an eye, he was standing in front the teal-haired Jenny, whispering, "This one is the most beautiful yet." He then said louder, "It must be terrible searching for all these lost children. I would be very happy to help you in your search." "What?" Jenny questioned awkwardly. "Don't get in the way, I have a job to do." Ash sighed and leant over to Louise, "Looks like we will be helping as well." The blonde nodded her agreement. In the end, Brock, with Ash, Pikachu, Louise and Scyther in tow, followed Officer Jenny to the Pokémon Center. It was just as the boy remembered, bright red with a large P at the front and a huge satellite dish on its side. On the other side of the building appeared to be an alien spaceship with 3 antennae sticking out. "I have a feeling the other children may know what is going on," the policewoman told the group. Each member of the group was given a photo of a missing child and wandered around the Pokémon Center in search of someone to question. They talked with trainers, school kids and adults. There were lots of people around, so they were bound to get lucky. It was when the teal-haired officer Jenny questioned 2 young boys that they finally found a lead. "Have you seen this boy?" the woman asked the small boys. The 2 boys both wore shorts and were about the same height. However, the boy on the right wore blue shorts with a white t-shirt and red trainers. His eyes and hair were coal black. The boy on the left wore red shorts with a blue t-shirt and light blue shoes. His hair was brown whilst his eyes were black. They stood staring at the photo for a long time until the black-haired kid said, "Yeah, I play with him all the time." Getting excited at finally finding information on the missing boy, Officer Jenny immediately asked, "When was the last time you saw him?" "I don't know," the boy said and looked worriedly over at his friend. Ash, Pikachu and Scyther made their way over to the newer joy of Hop 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 Town, hoping that she would have more information. The picture that the boy held was a brown-haired girl who smiled widely into the camera with confidence that only came from the innocence of youth. "Hello, Nurse Joy," he greeted the pink-haired Pokemon healer. He then showed her the picture. "We are here about the missing children." The woman smiled deflated slightly. "Oh, you mean those children that disappeared all of a sudden?" She then sighed and looked down at her desk glumly. "I saw it on the news. It is such a shame. Do you know anything about this child?" Ash asked, watching from the corner of his eye as the green Scyther began to grow restless, its arms twitching dangerously. "I would like to help, but I have been too busy with my own mystery and have not been able to concentrate much on the children that come in and out of the center," Newer Job said apologetically. "What do you mean?" Ash frowned, hoping it was nowhere near as terrible as the mystery he was already trying to solve. "All the Pokemon in this center are behaving very strangely," she informed them, not even caring for the confidentiality that the Pokemon Center must uphold. She was not supposed to divulge information on whether the centers have a disease outbreak or are unable to take care of their patients. It would cause an outcry. "Follow me," she then said to the boy and his Pokemon. Nurse Joy led Ash, Pikachu and Scyther into one of the many observation rooms, which had one large bed sitting in the middle of the room. However, instead of a large, soft, bouncy mattress, four Pokemon lay on a metal sheet. The first Pokemon was a cub one whose eyes squinted at Ash but was unable to move its body. The second was an Oddish, whose green stems slumped lifelessly to the metal bed beneath it. The third was a Magikarp, who was still and quiet, instead of happy splashing and rolling all over the place. However, the worst Pokemon by far was the Charmander, whose flame looked like a small breeze would put out, thus killing the Pokemon in the process. "And this one has been in just terrible shape," Nurse Joy announced as she turned around to show the boy a yellow Pokemon resembling a duck, with tufts of black hair on top of its head. It had a wide, flat, cream-colored beak. It had vacant eyes, and its legs, arms and tail are stubby. It was a Psyduck. "So, what is causing all of this?" Ash asked. However, Nurse Joy just shook her head and told him, "I have no idea." "How long ago was it that they started acting like this?" Officer Jenny said as she walked through the door. "Good work, Ash." "Since about a week ago," the pink-haired nurse said. Ash gasped silently. It was too much of a coincidence that the Pokemon started acting weird at the same time the first few children went missing. Suddenly, a device in Jenny's pocket began to vibrate and the black-haired boy craned his neck to look at it. It was a radio and on the screen showed a drastically fluctuating line. "That should be happening, right?" "This is a sleep wave detector," Jenny said to the Froop. "Lately there has been lots of sleep waves being picked up, so all officers in the city have been instructed to keep them on hand. Sleep wave is waves of compression and rarefaction by which a soothing sound can bring someone into a deep delta sleep." Now that Ash thought about it, even Scyther seemed to be losing its energy and Pikachu was leaning heavily against his neck. Following Officer Jenny's device lead Ash, Louise, Brock and the Pokemon to a large skyscraper in the middle of the city. It stretched to about 20 floors high with glass windows making up its four walls. "This is where the sleep waves are coming from," the teal-haired cop announced, looking up at the building. "I bet we will find something on the roof." Ash nodded his agreement as Brock shouted, "Let's go." The group took the elevator up towards the roof, crammed into the small metal container. When the elevator dinged indicating that the group have reached their destination and the doors opened, everyone stepped out. Looking in the direction that the device was pointing to, Ash and Brock gasped in awe as their eyes trailed to a large pink, gold and blue mansion. With two towers in the back, attached to the building, thin narrow bushes and a water fountain, the boys thought he had never seen anything so majestic. Who on earth lived in a mansion on top of a skyscraper? "It's coming from inside there," Officer Jenny said and began to walk towards the door. Brock, in his attempt to prove himself to the teal-haired policewoman, threw his body into the large oak doors. The doors burst open, causing the occupants inside to gasp in fright. These people dressed in luxurious, overpriced clothes with jewels so expensive that Ash could sell everything he owned and still not afford one of the small gems on one of the woman's fingers. In the center of the room sat two yellow Pokémon. The first small Pokémon resembled a tapir. It had tired-looking eyes, a short trunk above its mouth and triangular ears. The upper half of its body was yellow while the lower half was brown. The other Pokémon was humanoid with completely yellow skin, two triangular ears on top of its head and two sleepy-looking eyes with a large nose underneath. It had 5 fingers in each hand and held a pendulum in its left. "What is this place?" Brock exclaimed, stumbling back slightly. "What is going on here?" Ash muttered. When an old man walked towards the group wearing a blue suit and a monocle, they stiffened. "Are you new members?" he said in an aged, withered voice. "No, we were monitoring sleep waves coming from up here," Officer Jenny informed the man. The old man leant forward and squinted at the group through his glasses. "Sleep waves," he muttered. "Oh, I know. Hypno must have been emitting them." "Hypno," Louise whispered and took out her Pokédex. "Hypno, the hypnosis Pokémon. It carries a pendulum-like device and performs hypnotic attacks." She then turned her Pokédex to the other Pokémon. "Drowsy, the hypnosis Pokémon. Put enemies to sleep then eats their dreams. Occasionally, it gets sick from eating bad dreams." "A Hypno is the evolved form of a Drowsy, isn't it?" Brock questioned. "Why yes, that is correct," the old man said. "And our Drowsy finally evolved into Hypno a week ago." The group gasped. That was when the children started going missing and the Pokémon started losing energy. The old rich man then went on to explain that they had been using the Pokémon instead of sleep medicine. Apparently, living in the city was very stressful, so these people created the Pokémon Lovers Club to rely on Hypno's powers to cure their insomnia. However, the people did not realize that the psychic-type Pokémon sleep waves were affecting all the Pokémon. Ash lifted his Pikachu up to the old man and said, "Take a look at my Pikachu, he has no energy and the same thing is happening to all the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center." "It must be a side effect," Brock concluded. Hypno's powers are usually used only on other Pokémon, but since it had to change the wavelength to affect humans it is creating a side effect for the Pokémon, Brock nodded to himself. "And I bet those wavelengths affect some of the children who are sensitive to it too." Ash listened to the teen's explanation as he walked towards the two psychic Pokémon with Scyther dragging its feet behind the boy. It was surprising that the Bion flying Pokémon was able to stay awake and semi-conscious. However, Scyther just saw this as another way to prove that he was stronger. "But we still have a problem," Ash said aloud. "Where did all the children go? If they had just fallen asleep on the way home then they would not be missing." "True," Brock said frowning. "Then the only way to find them is for a kid to be hypnotized and we can follow them." The black-haired boy sighed, he was not going to like this. Slowly he made his way over to the Hypno and stared fixedly at the swing object. It was not long before his mind went blank of all thought. The group watched as Ash crouched onto the floor and began to exclaim, "Pikachu!" Louise stared at the boy in shock and watched as he ran out of the door. Jenny, Brock, the old man and herself followed after the boy, leaving behind the exhausted Scyther and Pikachu. He ran through the park, past large trees and short bushes until he reached a lake. Surrounding him were the missing children. A red-haired girl was splashing around in a puddle exclaiming, "Magikarp," whilst a brunette girl in a pink dress muttered, "Gloom," as she sat between the bushes. "What do we do now?" asked Officer Jenny, having never been in this situation before. "Drowsy can cure them," the old man suddenly said. "Drowsy's wavelengths may be able to counteract Hypno's." "That might just work," Brock said. Arriving back at the skyscraper mansion, the group placed Ash, who thought he was a Pikachu, in a chair in front of the Drowsy. The Pokémon rotated its hands emitting its dream waves. The waves shimmered through the air, moving towards the black-haired boy as if they were hovering in the air. Eventually, Ash's body slumped into a deep trance, then jumped awake as if woken by a nightmare. "Ha," the boy said disorientated. He then snapped back to reality. "What happened? Did you find them?" he asked almost desperate, hoping that he did not get himself hypnotized for no reason. "We found them," Officer Jenny confirmed. "Now we know that Drowsy can cure the effects. We should get it to help the others, and by the end of the day the children should be safe back home, where they belong." "All right," Ash cheered. "And it should cure all the Pokémon too." Chapter 33. After Drowsy woke up all the children, the group worked on reviving the Pokémon at the center, Scyther and Pikachu. However, for the Psychic-type Pokémon, this was easy, and in a matter of moments, all the Pokémon were as lively as ever. Oddish jumped up and down, now full of energy. Charmander's fire burned with vigor. Magikarp flailed dumbly and Cubone swatted its weapon through the air. The only Pokémon left was Psyduck. However, Psyduck did not act any better after Drowsy's treatment. It still held its head and stared fixedly into space. Brock crouched down in front of the Pokémon and said to Nurse Joy, with hearts in his eyes, "I want to be the world's best Pokémon breeder, maybe I can help it." So, in the end, Ash's group grew even more with Louise, Brock, Pikachu, Scyther and Psyduck now joining him on his adventure. However, at least, he can say that it was never boring. In fact, he was so much happier traveling with people than without them. It was nice to have humans to talk to while on his journey to become Pokémon Master. Walking out of the city with the water type following behind, Ash cut off Brock's complaining by saying, "You said you could help it, Brock." "I know," the teen sighed. Louise, curious about the Pokémon, moved to scan it with her Pokédex, listening as the robotic voice said, "Psyduck, the duck Pokémon. While lulling its enemies with its vacant look, this wily Pokémon will use psychokinetic powers. It is always be tormented with headaches. So, that is why you always cradle your head," Louise muttered to herself. "You poor thing." As she was about to get back onto her feet she wobbled and lost her balance. This caused the blonde-haired girl to fall on her backside, resulting in a loose Pokeball to roll towards the yellow duck Pokémon. Psyduck then bent down and poked at the red and white ball, until it accidentally pressed the capture and release button, stupidly catching itself inside. Louise had gained a Pokémon without even trying. "Well, that is one way to catch a Pokémon," Ash joked, causing Louise to break through her shock. Oh well, it was not a Pokémon she had desired, but it was hers now all the same. As Ash and the group were walking towards the next gym, they came across a Hitmonchan. It was throwing punches at an invisible opponent just as Scyther had been when it was training. Behind the fighting, Pokémon was a man who was well-muscled and wore nothing but a white wife-beater and tracksuit bottoms. "Never let your guard down, Hitmonchan. Keep your arms up," the man said. Who are you?" Ash muttered confusedly as to why the man would train his Pokémon in the middle of the road. "I am Anthony and I am training with Hitmonchan to win the P1 Grand Prix. My gym is over there if you want a battle," the man told the group in much more detail than they were expecting. All Ash asked was who R was, not what his life story was. "Scyther. SCY, the bug and flying Pokémon," suddenly said. "Well, it looks like Scyther's up for a challenge," Ash laughed. The P1 Grand Prix was the same as last year, and this time Ash was going to enter his Mankey. However, if the green Pokémon wanted to fight, who would stand in as its trainer? Ash shrugged, he would sort that out later. Inside the fighting center gym was lots of exercise equipment, from weights to pull-up bars. Displayed in the middle of the back wall was a vibrant post of a Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee with the words, P1 Grand Prix, in black bold capitals. The reward for winning the tournament was a golden belt that resembles the Machop family's belt. "Let's enter," Brock said, and Ash quickly nodded his head. "I want to use my Mankey," Ash said. "It will then have more hand-to-hand fighting experience this way, even if we do not win." SCY, the bug and flying type Pokemon demanded. I don't know if they will let Scyther fight. I mean, it has blades on its arms. Brock said, causing the Pokemon to rage. It shouted and waved its arms in the air, not taking no for an answer. Well, we can try, the black-haired boy said, calming the Mantis Pokemon down a bit. Louise could be its trainer. I suppose, Brock said. And I could enter Geodude. Upon entering the competition, it was discovered that Scyther was not allowed to battle, meaning that Louise would have to sit out on this one, much to her relief. The blonde-haired girl was given Pikachu to look after as she, and the annoyed green Pokemon, were led to their seats in the crowd. Ash silently promised to battle with the depressed Pokemon later. Maybe it would help it get rid of the frustration that was probably building up. The two boys then had to sign up and take a place on the stage with their Pokemon standing in front of them. This year's top contestants of the P1 Grand Prix are now entering the ring, the announcer said as the image of a ball opened and revealed the man Ash and the group met just earlier that day. First is our number one contender Hitmonchan and his trainer Anthony, the announcer continued. Our second contender is Hitmonlee and his trainer Giant. The two fighting Pokemon looked rearing to go, demonstrating some of their moves to the crowd as their trainers waved in greeting. The audience cheered and clapped, showing their appreciation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have two new trainers competing this year. So, please, welcome Ash and Brock, with their Pokemon Mankey and Geodude. The two boys shyly waved to the crowd as lights blinded them. It was an odd experience, being on stage, that is. However, as the two looked at their Pokemon, it was clear they were enjoying the attention. Mankey hopped from one foot to the other, not able to keep still, whilst Geodude shook its fists into the air. The announcer then went on to name the other competitors and their Pokemon. With every second passing causing Ash to feel more and more anxiety. It was like he had been made to swallow a pile of rocks and could now feel them weighing his stomach down. It was strange how the boy felt nervous now and not at one of his Pokemon battles, that, in his mind, mattered a lot more. Finally, Ash was in the ring facing off a Machamp with his Mankey. This Pokemon was humanoid with gray skin and 3 brown ridges on its head. It has large red eyes and a relatively flat face. The fighting type's chest was thin, making 3 ribs visible on each side. The ring itself was a square platform with a wooden floor that was lined with blue fabric and a little bit of cushioning. At the 4 corners were white elastic cords to cage the Pokemon off, which were tethered to 4 black pillars. The ring had fabric dropping to the floor, which made up some kind of skirt that prevented people from seeing underneath it. And now for our first match, Machop is ready to battle against Mankey. Mankey, the pig monkey Pokemon, growled at its opponent. Machop, sneered the other fighting type. Then the bell rung, indicating the fight to begin. The humanoid blue Pokemon lunged for Mankey instantly, hands punching and chopping at him, forcing the Pokemon to sway from side to side in order to avoid the attack. However, Machop just seemed to get faster and faster, until its fists connected with the other Pokemon's face. Mankey flew back into the corner black pillar, anger flooding its veins. It wanted revenge for that hit. Now. So, the pig monkey Pokemon shot towards Machop, attempting a kick, but was only caught in the other Pokemon's hands. When Ash's Pokemon was in the clutches of the other Pokemon, it began to spin, getting ready for a seismic toss. However, as the Machop let go, the Pokemon did something that no one expected. When in the air, Mankey took advantage and grabbed onto one of the elastic cords that surrounded the arena. This created a slingshot, sending the Pokemon hurtling towards Machop at a much faster speed than he was sent flying. Ash sighed in relief when Mankey's punch connected. It was their first real hit. That's it, Mankey, now you scratch, the boy shouted, hoping his Pokemon could hear him over the roar of the crowd. However, he did not need to worry. The pig Pokemon swiped at his opponent and leapt into the air, using the Machop's body to boost him higher. Fury swipes, Ash orders. Gravity did its work as Mankey readied his claws. Then, when he got close enough, he sent 2 hard, long slashes down the Pokémon's face, and then continued to attack other weak points such as the neck. Machop fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. "Yes," Ash said triumphantly under his breath. "And this match is over," the announcer suddenly said as the crowd broke into applause and cheering. Ash had never heard such a thunderous sound. "Machop is down and out. Oh, what is this?" Ash noticed long before the announcer that Mankey was beginning to evolve. Its body grew taller and larger, and when the white glow received, there were very little differences between the two forms of Mankey and Primeape. He still had the round body covered in whitish, shaggy fur and a pink, snout-like nose. In fact, the only visible differences were the browny-black metal shackles on its arms and legs, which were weights. Also, its hands resembled mittens. "Can you believe it?" the announcer shouted. "Mankey just evolved into Primeape. What an amazing battle it must have been." After Ash and Primeape left the arena, Hitmonlee, Geodude, Brock and Anthony entered. It was during this time that the black-haired boy scanned his newly evolved Pokémon. Primeape, the pig-monkey Pokémon. Always furious and tenacious to boot. It will not abandon chasing its quarry until it is caught. This Primeape is male and knows the moves Leer, Low Kick, Scratch, Fury Swipes and Karate Chop. "We are so going to win this," Ash said enthusiastically. Unfortunately, Brock and Geodude did not win, and so he stayed on the sidelines watching battle after battle. Poliwhirl vs Machop, Machamp vs Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee vs Machop. Ash and Primeape were now set to fight Machamp, who had won his fight against the Hitmonchan, which was then followed by a battle between Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, who won theirs as well. Machamp was a humanoid Pokémon with 4 well-muscled arms and grayish, blue skin. It had red eyes, pale yellow lips and 3 brown ridges right above its eyes. "Machamp, Karate Chop," the Pokémon trainer said. "Dodge it and use Fury Swipes," Ash counteracted. The two Pokémon did as they were told. However, Primeape was becoming frustrated when his opponent would not give it room to carry out an attack. When one arm is chopping, the other 3 are blocking, suffocating the pig-monkey Pokémon. "Get behind Machamp and use Low Kick," Ash said. Primeape ducked the large humanoid Pokémon's Karate Chop and swerved behind it. The pig-monkey Pokémon then picked up its leg and chopped into its opponent's thigh, a few inches above the knee. This caused the Pokémon muscles to temporarily shut down and it stumbled to the floor. "Finish with a Karate Chop," the boy said. Primeape then chopped down on the Pokémon, knocking it unconscious. Machamp was defeated, meaning that whoever won the next match, Hitmonchan or Hitmonlee, will be Ash's last battle. The two Pokémon battled it out like professional boxers. Swinging punches, kicking legs and dodging hits. It was almost like watching them dance from one side of the ring to the other. Then, finally, after a pep talk from Anthony, Hitmonchan won, using his speed. And that is another win for Anthony and Hitmonchan. Now, they will advance to the final match against Ash and Primeape, the announcer said. Standing in the ring in one corner was Hitmonchan and his trainer. This Pokémon looked like it was born to fight with its tan, humanoid body and red boxing gloves. It had 5 blunt protrusions on top of its head and has extensions resembling pads over its shoulders, not unlike the pad American football players wore. "Keep on moving, keep on fighting," the trainer told his Pokémon passionately. "Remember, you're a champion." Hitmonchan nodded at its owner, bending its legs slightly and throwing a few practice punches at an invisible opponent. In the other corner were Ash and Primeape. They waited for the bell to ring, not needing to communicate with words. The pig-monkey Pokémon knew all he needed to. It did not matter if they won or lost, they both knew that they had already grown stronger. Ding! Let the battle begin. Hitmonchan instantly shot towards Primeape, appearing on the left, then jumping to the right in a feint. Ash's Pokémon just could not keep up with that kind of speed despite how much they had trained to increase in. Primeape raised its hand preparing for a Karate Chop, only for the attack to be blocked by the tanned Pokémon. However, this did not stop him as Ash shouted, "Use your head. The round fighting-type Pokemon immediately slammed its head into Hitmonchan, causing both Pokemon to stumble due to the hammering pain that was now entering their minds. "Gotta be smart, gotta be strong," Hitmonchan's trainer said. "Gotta keep moving." Primeape, once recovered, began to swipe its claws at Hitmonchan, who danced away from the attack. The Pokemon was not landing any hits. "Low kick, Primeape," Ash shouted. However, Hitmonchan simply jumped over the kick and leapt into the Pokemon's personal space. It then threw one hard punch, causing the other fighting-type Pokemon to crash to the ground. Hitmonchan then moved into Punch Primeape again. "Watch out," Ash shouted, worried for his Pokemon. However, relief swept through the boy as his Pokemon grabbed Hitmonchan's fist in a tight grip, stopping the attack. He then stood on his feet and began to spin, around and around. "That seismic toss," Ash muttered to himself in disbelief. Then began to cheer, "Awesome, Primeape. Go for it." "Hitmonchan," the trainer shouted as the battle became even more dangerous. As Primeape spun faster and faster, about to let go of its opponent, the trainer ground his teeth together. He did not want his Pokemon to get hurt, but they have worked so hard to win this. It was then that Hitmonchan was released. The Pokemon's tanned body sailed out of the fighting ring and slammed into the ground just before the crowd of spectators. There was silence. "And Hitmonchan is out of there," the announcer said. "Primeape is the winner who defeated his opponent with a seismic toss. Primeape is the new P1 Grand Prix champion." "Yes!" Ash shouted in celebration after Primeape received the gold and blue belt. The boy then turned to his Pokemon and said, "You did brilliantly, Primeape, I am so proud of you. Not only did you evolve but you learned a new move, congratulations." "Primeape," the Pokemon exclaimed, jumping up and down in excitement. "Ash," the Hitmonchan said as he made his way over. "This Primeape has got a lot of natural talent. Why don't you let me train it to become a real P2 champion?" "Oh, Ash said, not sure how to respond to such a request. Actually, that was wrong, he would have told the man no straight away. After all, Ash loved and cared for all of his Pokemon, they had been through too much together to just go their separate ways, but then again it was not his decision to make. What do you think, Primeape? You can stay in battle gyms with me or become a P1 champion, Ash said, turning to his Pokemon sadly. Prime, the pig monkey Pokemon, tilted its head in thought. Then suddenly it dived at Ash, tackling the boy to the ground, his eyes waters at the thought of leaving his trainer. Well, I guess that is a no then, the muscle train said, slightly disappointed. Yet, he understood the Pokemon's need to stay with the boy. They made a great team. Ash laughed, thrilled that Primeape wanted to stay with him. I guess so, he said. Okay, Scyther, are you ready? Ash shouted from the other side of the battlefield in the Pokemon Center. These fields were rectangular flat ground areas, which had white lines to indicate the boundaries. SCY, the green bug and flying type Pokemon said as it stepped towards the center of the field, holding up its arms defensively. Parasect, I choose you. Ash called forth his bug and grass type Pokemon. Brock, who was standing on the side with Louise next to him, said, let the battle between Scyther and Parasect begin. SCY, the Pokemon cried as it charged towards the mushroom Pokemon, its sharp knife-like arms glinting in the morning sun. Scyther could not wait to have its own chance to battle and decided to wake Ash and the group up as soon as the sun was up. Parasect, dodge and use Fury Cutter, Ash told his Pokemon. The bug and grass Pokemon leapt out of the way of Scyther's attack, however, the Mantis Pokemon quickly shifted its body to move with Parasect. So, every time Ash's Pokemon dodged, the green Pokemon was right there swiping at him again. At this rate, the boy was never going to hit Scyther. Leech Life, Ash shouted. The relatively smaller Pokemon then took a risk and bit down on Scyther's arm as it cut through the air towards him. The bug and flying type soon cried out in pain as the mushroom Pokemon began to SCK the strength out of its opponent. Suddenly, Scyther's limbs began to glow as it prepared for an X-Scissor, but instead of hitting anyone the mantis Pokemon slammed its arms into the ground. This effectively allowed it to dislodge Parasect. However, it had left Scyther exhausted and gasping for breath. It needed to finish this quickly. So, Scyther stood in front of Parasect, dwarfing the Pokemon. It then focused the last of its energy into its arms. One more. All it needed to do was hit the mushroom Pokemon with one more X-Scissor. Dodge it, Ash shouted, but the Parasect was too slow, due to having taken a lot of damage from the first X-Scissor attack. The battle is over, Scyther wins, Brock pronounced, and upon hearing this the mantis Pokemon collapsed to the ground. It had won and was finally allowed to rest. The Pokemon was so exhausted that it did not even hear Ash return Parasect and walk over. You fought well, the boy complimented. But do not push yourself too far. This, of course, was the complete opposite of what Scyther's trainer had told it. In fact, the Pokemon recalled its owner saying, "You barely won that Scyther. How can you almost lose to a tiny Pokemon like that? Pathetic. You are weak." Chapter 34. Several weeks have passed since Ash, Louise, Brock, Pikachu and Scyther left the town that hosted the P1 Grand Prix. Primeape had refused to remove the belt, not that Ash really minded as his Pokemon did. Earn it, and now slept in his Pokemon belt strapped securely around its waist. The group were riding through the forest towards Fuchsia City where Ash's next gym battle is waiting for him. It was there that the group stopped to take a break by a lake so that their Pokemon could rest and get something to drink. Louise's Psyduck was particularly enthusiastic in chugging down as much ice-cold water as possible, ignoring the girl's protests that it would make his frequent headaches worse. "Where is the Fuchsia Gym anyway?" Ash said as the group sat down, recalling the fact that he never saw any gym when he walked through the city last year. There were no sign or anything, as far as he could remember. Well actually, Brock hesitated, not sure if he could tell the gym leader's secrets. "I heard that the Fuchsia Gym is not in the city but somewhere in this forest." "What?" Ash exclaimed. "Who puts a gym in the middle of the forest?" How had Ash not been able to find it? Last year he had been stumbling through this forest for ages and never came across the gym before. In fact, he did not even find a house, hut or camping site. Hence why he had to rely on the help of a Venonat that had been walking by. Maybe they hide it in order to challenge trainers, Louise put forward shyly. It seemed like something that they would do. After all, she had always been told that some tests did not always take the form that most people expect them to take. Yeah, Brock jumped in, happy that his friends had got to the answer by themselves. Finding it could mean that you are worthy enough to battle the gym leader. Ash's face suddenly lit up at the challenge and he jumped into the air with excitement. Alright, then I am going to find the Fuchsia Gym. Come on, Pikachu, Scyther. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokemon nodded and jumped onto the black-haired boy's shoulder. SCY, the mantis Pokemon sighed with fatigue. It had never walked around so much, even when it was in the wild before being captured by its trainer. An hour later found Ash and the group crawling over a thin, tree trunk that had been cut in half long ways, leaving their bikes behind. Looking over the side, the boy and his Pikachu gulped loudly. If they fell it was a long way down before they would hit the water below. The trouble is that Ash has read science books and he knew that a fall from this height then it would feel like he was hitting concrete due to the surface tension of the water. Pikachu gripped tighter onto Ash's backpack digging its claws into the waterproof fabric, whilst the boy clutched harder onto the truck making his knuckles go white. His mind whispered, "Don't look down," repeatedly despite the fact that it was too late. The boy had already done this multiple times. Louise, Brock and Scyther followed the pair at a more sedate pace, inwardly laughing at their dramatics. Who knew Ash was scared of heights? He had not shown any fear in crossing other bridges before this one, yet he looked absolutely terrified of this bridge that had been created either by lazy artist or nature at its finest. Finally, on the other side of the bridge, the group could see the gym. It was an old-fashioned Japanese mansion with teal-green roofs and white walls. It had an engawa, where was an outer corridor that wrapped around the entire mansion. The group walked through the heavy wooden doors and opened one of the sliding doors leading to a room. The doors were called shoji and were made with translucent paper paneling in order to light the room by reflecting natural sun rays. "Hello, is anybody here?" Ash projected his voice. "Hello." It did not matter how loud the boy called out because it appeared as if the Japanese mansion was abandoned. Scyther leant against the wall behind it, the mantis Pokemon taking advantage of the situation and resting for a moment. However, as soon as it placed all of its body weight onto the wall, the panel flipped and the green Pokemon disappeared into a secret passageway. "Scy," the Pokemon groaned, too tired to get up from its position on the floor. Did these kids never stop? Ash had turned just in time to witness the disappearance and ran over to the wall. "Guys, Scyther just found a secret passageway. Look." After the boy had caught his friend's attention, he pushed against the wall, causing it to open. Behind the secret door was a dirt-laden floor and Scyther, who sat on it in the darkness. "Scyther, are you okay?" Ash asked. The green Pokemon lazily got back to its feet and nodded. "Good, now where do we go?" Ash questioned, looking around the cool, dark, gloomy place that they had ended up in. "Pika," the electric mouse Pokemon exclaimed, pointing to the corridor they had just come from. His ears twitching as he heard something that human ears could not pick up. "Do you hear something, Pikachu?" Ash asked. The small mouse Pokemon nodded and ran out into the hallway that the group originally came from, and down the corridor. "Wait up!" Ash shouted at his friend. He then turned to his friends and said, "Come, guys, before we lose Pikachu." Following Pikachu, they were all led upstairs and down yet another corridor. Ash was only a little ways behind his Pokemon when he heard a bang and a pained exclamation. "Pikachu!" the black-haired boy yelled, worry stabbing at his heart, as he ran over to his Pokemon. When he got to where Pikachu lay, Ash could feel a wall, similar to S barrier, preventing him from properly leading forward over his Pokemon. "It is an invisible wall," Brock said, knocking on the barrier out of curiosity. "I think we should just leave now," Louise said fearfully. "There is obviously something weird about this place." The group nodded in agreement and Ash bent down to pick up his Pikachu, who was still mumming in pain, with a large bump on his head. "You're okay, buddy," he soothed his Pokemon. As the group began to walk back the way they came, they discovered that another invisible wall was not blocking their way. This wall meant that they were all trapped. There were no windows or doors within the section that they were contained in. Who had set this trap? What were their plans? Ash could only think of two answers: either the owner really hates intruders or Pokemon thieves had found the abandoned mansion and were using it to steal Pokemon from unsuspecting trainers. "There may be another secret passage around somewhere," Brock announced in desperation. "Try and see if you can find one. We should check the floors and ceiling as well as the walls." As Louise and Scyther crawled around on the floor, Brock and Pikachu reached towards the ceiling, and Ash began patting down the walls. Suddenly, just like last time, the wall shifted, opening a gap that everyone could squeeze through, one by one, that is. On the other side was a room. It was empty except for the large scroll that hung on the other side of the space and a vase of long green flowers on either side of it. Out of the corner of his eye, Ash saw a glint of metal, and, thinking it was another trap, shouted, "Get down!" Luckily, everyone pressed themselves flat against the floor, because seconds later 3 black throwing stars shot over their heads and embedded themselves into the secret door. This was followed by a battle cry as a dark figure fell from the shadows and landed in a cat-like crouch. "Born in darkness. Living in darkness, such is the fate of a ninja," the figure said. In the light, the group could clearly see the shadowed figure. She had long forest green hair that was tied in a ponytail and trailed down her back. Her sky-blue eyes narrowed at the group as her pale pink lips smirked confidently at them. Wearing a short pink kimono with metal mesh underneath, only proved to the group that she truly believed she was a Japanese ninja. "I am Aya, ninja warrior," she continued. Suddenly, Ash jumped to his feet. "What do you think you are doing?" You can't chuck throwing stars at people. Right, Brock? The black-haired boy turned to the teen only to find him gone. Not physically but definitely mentally and emotionally. Ash then felt a vein growing on his forehead as he heard the dark-skinned teen say to the ninja, "I think electric pink suits you nicely." However, Ash's annoyance diminished slightly when Aya slapped the boy's hand away. "This is a training camp, it is your fault if you let your guard down, but you didn't, so congratulations on dodging my attack," Aya said, crossing her arms over her chest as if to emphasize the point. "I am not going to let you leave this place until you have a Pokemon battle with me first." "Fine," Ash shouted. "I will battle you." The girl then laughed, not sweetly like other females would do. In fact, her laugh sounded more like an evil cackle. "Excellent. It will be a one-on-one battle, choose your Pokemon wisely." "Alright," Ash said as he and the girl stepped away from each other, allowing enough room for a battle to commence. "I choose you, Ghastly." "Venonat, Stun Spore," Aya commanded with casual confidence. He faces pulled together into a frown as she tried to think strategically, 3 moves ahead like her brother had taught her. Her purple poison-type Pokemon jumped into the air and shook its body, releasing the orange Stun Spore. The orange powder moved slowly towards Ash's ghost and poison-type Pokemon, stretching around him. Obviously, the female ninja was not paying much attention to type advantage as poison attacks did not work very well on Ghastly due to him being both a poison and ghost-type Pokemon. "Stay where you are, Ghastly, let it pass," the boy ordered. Relief swept through him as he saw that Ghastly was perfectly fine after the cloud of Spun Spore had passed. "Great," Ash smiled. "Now use Lick Attack." Unfortunately, Aya's Venonat dodged the continued attack with surprising ease, jumping from one place to another. The Bi and Poison-type Pokemon was trained very well. "Psybeam, now," the green-haired ninja called out. Her Pokemon immediately gathered energy into its eyes and shot it at Ash's Ghastly. Without any need for commands, Ghastly turned itself invisible and dodged the attack. When the multicolored ray of light vanished, Ash smirked in triumph seeing that his Pokemon was not hit. "Use Lick," again, Ash called out to his invisible Pokemon. Ghastly suddenly reappeared behind the Venonat and dragged its tongue up its purple body. Moments later the Venonat collapsed on the floor, wheezing slightly as the paralysis seeped into the Pokemon's body. "Venonat, return," Aya said, pointing her Pokeball at the still Pokemon. Suddenly, Ghastly's body began to glow a pale light and began to shift and change. Then in the gas ball's place hovered a purple-bodied Pokemon with a round head and disembodied hands. On each hand, there were 3 fingers. His head was flanked by 3 large spiked protrusions on either side. "Awesome," Ash muttered as he pulled out his Pokédex. "Haunter," the robotic voice started. "The gas Pokemon. Because of its ability to slip through walls, it is said to be from another dimension. This Haunter is male and knows the moves Shadow Punch, Lick, Mean Look and Confuse Ray." Before Ash and the others could celebrate this new development, a large red and white ball rolled into the middle of the room. "Voltorb," it exclaimed before glowing white and bang! The Pokemon exploded, causing smoke to sweep over the group in a heavy cloud. The smoke was then completely opaque, blinding them so they could not lay their own hands in front of their faces. Breathing in the dense smog resulted in a burning feeling in their nostrils and the back of their throats. It felt like they were suffocating. "You still have got a lot to learn, Aya," a deep voice said in the distance. As the smoke began to escape from the room the group could finally see. There, standing in front of Aya, was a man. He had deep blue, spiky hair and wore a bright blue ninja robe with a red scarf. The man's hands were clasped together in the ram hand seal, with his left thumb on top and hands vertically together. The green-haired ninja quickly dropped to her knee, one fist touching the ground and her head bowed. "Honorable brother," she said. "I have failed you." Brock, in a moment of pure stupidity, ran over to stand in front of the man. Putting his hand over his heart, the teen spoke, "Honorable brother, my name is Brock and you have a very beautiful sister. Out of nowhere Scyther whacked the dark-skinned teen around the head, careful as to not to cut him with its shaped blades. The mantis Pokemon could not fathom why the teen said the stupidest things sometimes. After all, from its observations the Bi and Flying type knew that not all human were like this. "None of you is permitted to leave here unless you do battle with me," the honorable brother said, not taking any notice of what Brock was saying. "Who are you?" Ash questioned the man, not willing to accept the challenge until he knew the other ninja's name. "I am Koga, the Pokemon Master of the Fuchsia Gym," the man stated plainly. Ash gaped at the two ninjas for a moment, then broke into a grin. "All right," he said. "I accept your challenge." Ash smiled to himself. Instead of challenging the Fuchsia Gym leader, he challenges him. At least, now the boy knows where it is. Although, he did not expect it to be based in a Japanese mansion. However, now that he thought about it, each gym leader owned a unique place to battle challengers depending on their own personal style. "If you manage to defeat me, then the soul badge will be yours," Koga continued as he dropped a scroll while still holding onto the outer piece, causing it to unravel. This revealed the soul badge, which was a pink heart divided in half by a straight line. "All right," Ash said and pulled out his Pokeball. "Haunter, return. The battle will be 2-on-2, the gym leader said. "I shall start with Venonat." "Okay, then I choose Pikachu," Ash shouted. The yellow mouse Pokemon looked up at his owner from the sidelines before exclaiming, "Pikachu." It had been a while since Ash had used his electric type in an actual gym battle. It was time for Pikachu to stretch his legs a bit. Just as the black-haired boy was about to call out the first move, he froze and gaped at his opponent's Pokemon. Koga's Venonat evolved into Venomoth right in front of him. Some luck Ash was having at the moment. "Venomoth," Koga said, not even fazed by the evolution. "Stun Spore." There was nothing Ash and Pikachu could do to defend from the attack. However, the pair were confident that the electric mouse could shake off the effects, and that is exactly what he did. "All right," Ash cheered. "Use Shockwave." "Venomoth, dodge and use your sleep powder," the male ninja said, crossing his arms arrogantly as if claiming that he has already won. He hasn't. Ash was not finished yet, not by a long shot. "Pikachu, use your quick attack in a circle," the boy commanded. As the yellow mouse Pokemon became a blue of light, the sleep powder began to get drawn into the center of his circle, along with the air around them. Eventually, as the powder and air combined, a small tornado formed. Pikachu quickly jumped out of its path, allowing for the tornado to move towards the Venomoth. However, this time his plan did not work and the tornado dispersed before it even touched the poison and bite-type Pokemon. With Pikachu becoming exhausted, Koga jumped at the chance to end the battle, Venomoth tackle and use sleep powder. The purple moth Pokemon did as it was told and dived towards the Pikachu, colliding with its yellow body. Before its opponent could even get up, the Venomoth released its sleep powder. Not long after, the yellow mouse Pokemon was snoring on the hardwood floor of the dojo. Ash quickly ran into the battlefield dojo to check on his Pokemon, who just lay there, not taking notice on anything around him. Once he was happy that his partner and friend would be okay, he handed Pikachu to Louise, asking the girl to keep an eye on him so that Ash could continue with his battle. The blonde smiled at Ash and wrapped her arms around the sleeping Pokemon. She would look after Pikachu. Just as the second round was about to begin, a cracking sound broke the momentary silence. The ceiling then began to bend dangerously as another crack sounds above the group. Then suddenly the ceiling caved in, sending wood and cement tumbling to the ground. What was going on? Chapter 35. In front of the group and the two ninjas stood two people with red umbrellas covering their faces, and a Meowth. The Meowth had its back turned and was standing on its hind legs. There was only one Meowth that did this, Ash thought with a sinking feeling. It has been a while since he had seen Team Rocket. "Welcome to the show," Jesse and James said from behind the umbrellas. "Now let out ancient performance begin." "No thank you," Ash groaned. "I thought I had finally gotten rid of you. You twerp." Jessie suddenly shouted, dropping the umbrella in her range. She wore a massive white wig and a red and green kimono. The makeup on her face made her appear incredibly pale, as the powder she had used was way too white. "Why can't you ever let us finish?" James then lifted his umbrella up, revealing his large red wig and a yellow and dark blue kimono. "Yeah, you don't even let us start anymore." "Meowth, that's right," the cat Pokemon exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" Ash shouted, clenching his fists. "Weren't you the Viridian gym leaders?" Louise added. Brock, finally, snapped out of his love-induced craze and looked back and forth between his friends and the new arrivals. "Who are they?" the teen asked in confusion. "They are Team Rocket, a group of Pokemon thieves. Although they are not very good," Louise said dully. "Last I saw them they were the leaders of Viridian. However, it looks like they screwed that up as well," Ash added as an afterthought. This caused the three members to turn bright red with rage before Jessie burst out, "Don't say that. It is your fault that I am here. The boss was so angry that we lost, and now, to get back on his good side, we need to get as many Pokemon as possible. So, if you don't mind stepping aside so we can get all your pretty little Pokemon," the talking cat Pokemon said suggestively. "Yeah right, Meowth," Ash snorted. "Like I would let you have any of our Pokemon." "You don't have a choice," Jessie sneered. "Go Arbok," she shouted as James followed by releasing his Weezing. "Go Venomoth," Koga shouted. "Venonat, attack," Aya ordered. "Parasect, I choose you." As the three Pokemon lunged towards Team Rocket's Pokemon, James threw something at them. It was webbing as thick as Caterpie's string shot. Each Pokemon wriggled trying to break free, however, it was no use. Scyther, seeing the other Pokemon trapped within the webbing, raced forward to help. However, much to the Pokemon's frustration, it soon could catch in the sticky substance as well. Team Rocket had clearly thought this one through. Louise went to call out her cub one, however, instead she got a surprise when she recently captured Psyduck made an appearance. She smiled down at the Pokemon, not wanting to hurt its feelings, and said, "Do you want to try and help?" For a moment the Psyduck just tilted his head, but then it began to nod, causing Louise's smile to widen. She then pulled out her Pokédex and scanned him, Psyduck, the duck Pokemon. While lulling its enemies with its vacant look, this wily Pokemon will use psychokinetic powers. This Psyduck is male and knows the moves Scratch, Tail Whip and Water Gun. "Okay, Psyduck, try using Scratch on the webbing," Louise said. The water Pokemon stared at her smiling face for what seemed like hours before waddling off towards the captured Pokemon. On Louise's right, Brock called out his Geodude, ordering him to protect Psyduck while the water Pokemon worked on releasing the Pokemon. When the three Pokemon were finally released, Koga told everyone to return their Pokemon to their Pokeballs. The male ninja then pulled on the rope behind him, causing the panels in the ceiling to slid open. Looking up, Ash and the group watched as dozens of Voltorbs fell hazardously onto the wooden floor and rolled towards Team Rocket. At first, these strange Pokemon only sparked with anger, but soon, one by one, they self-destructed. This sent Team Rocket through the roof and blasting off over the mountains. Maybe this time they won't get in the group's way again. Ash was once again challenging Koga for the Soul Badge. However, since the dojo was destroyed in Team Rocket's attempts to steal Pokemon, the battle was taken outside. This outside battlefield was not a formal field as there was no white outline and nor was there a clear trainer's box for the two battlers to stand in. However, it was a large space of grass that was good enough for the batter to be completed in. Also, because of the circumstances, the battle was now changed to a one-on-one battle because Koga's Venomoth was growing tired. "For the battle, I choose Venomoth," Ash said, throwing his Pokeball. "And I will choose Golbat," Koga said, releasing his Pokemon. "Golbat, wing attack," the gym leader continued, putting his hands together to form the ram seal. "Dodge," Ash ordered, and then watched as the bat Pokemon repeatedly swept down to attack Venomoth. "Venomoth, use Psybeam," the boy commanded next. The purple moth Pokemon did as it was ordered but put its own spin on it, literally. He spun his body around in a circle causing the Psybeam to shoot out in all direction. "Golbat," Koga said calmly. "Use your Screech." Immediately, a loud, high-pitched wail emitted, forcing Venomoth to stop its attack as it rang through the moth's membrane, that acted as its ears. "Venomoth, supersonic," Ash yelled over the sounds, as he plugged his ears. The two sound wave attacks collided, creating an explosion that damaged both Pokemon equally. "Okay, now use Psybeam again," Ash commanded. This time Venomoth managed to hit the Golbat's wing, preventing it from flying. So, as the Pokemon fell to the ground, the black-haired boy ordered his Pokemon to tackle it. The battle was over. They had done it. They had won the Soul Badge. Ash grinned. Now they only had one badge left and plenty of time to get it. After all, there was still about 6 months left until the Indigo League started. Finally, Ash exclaimed as the group entered the Safari Zone just on the edge of Fuchsia City. The group had quickly gone to sign in and receive their 6th Safari Ball, leaving with a thank you to the grumpy man that was serving them. They were looking forward to the new and interesting Pokemon that lived here, hoping that they will be able to catch some of them. "So where do you want to go?" Ash asked. "There are 3 areas. The first is the grass meadow area, the second is water and the third is ground." "Why don't we go to all of them?" Brock suggested. "We have lots of time." Ash shrugged, not overly bothered by the decision as he had already caught some awesome Pokemon when he came here last year. "Okay." The first area that the ground wandered to, after leaving their bikes behind, was the grass area. All around them was pea-green grass, bottle-green bushes and olive-green forests, with the occasional cliff that some of the ground-type Pokemon preferred to stay. It was a long tunneled space that ended in the water area near where Ash had caught his EVs. "Wow," Louise breathed, awed by the sheer number of carefree Pokemon that ran around the meadow. There were so many Bellsprouts, Mankeys and Tangela, happily playing. As the group walked through the grass area and into the trees, they quickly ended up on the end of Officer Jenny's shotgun. It was not like they did anything wrong. In fact, as soon as they walked by, the woman jumped out of a bush shouting, "Freeze, you are under arrest." The 3 humans, Scyther and Pikachu, stopped moving instantly, not even blinking as they stared at the gun. This woman was going to shoot them, they all thought as they saw the determination in the woman's unusually colored eyes. "Turn around and put your hands on your head," Officer Jenny then said and walked up behind them. Ash, Brock and Louise then felt cool metal slap around their wrists. They were being arrested for walking through a forest that they paid to entire. For walking through the Safari Zone. Finally, Ash found his voice. "Wait, Officer Jenny, this is a mistake. We are allowed to be here, we paid for entry." Brock nodded along, blushing at the policewoman. "A likely story," the woman sneered, ignoring the boy's protests. "We have Safari Ball to prove it," Ash continued. Upon hearing this, the teal-haired woman stopped what she was doing. She then began to search Brock for his Pokeballs, causing the teen to blush harder. To Jenny's shame, she found them, meaning that she had just pointed a gun at and cuffed 3 innocent children. "I am so sorry," Jenny said and went about taking the HNDCFFS back off. Ever since a Pokemon poacher stole a Kangaskhan baby, all the rangers and police in the area must stay on the lookout. "What? Someone stole a Pokemon," Ash shouted in shock. Everyone knew that if the Safari Zone Pokemon left by any means other than willing, then the consequences were serious for anyone involved. Ash clearly recalled a story a couple of years ago that someone had stolen a newborn Ditto. This was a unique Pokemon whose only ability was to transform. However, what made it unique was the fact that it could breed with any species other than the Pokemon that are in the undiscovered group and itself. Adding to the fact that 1 out of 10 eggs produced by a Ditto is actually a Ditto itself made the newborn that much more special. "Yes," the woman said sadly. "And along the way, he, or she, hurt the mother badly." "Oh no," Louise ummed. "The poor mother," Brock whispered. As an up-and-coming Pokemon breeder, the team knew that Kangaskhan were nurturing Pokemon. They protect their young at all cost. However, surviving whilst your child has been stolen must have been perceived as a great failure. After separating from Officer Jenny left the group, everyone moved on. "Oh wow," Ash suddenly spoke as he pointed. "Somewhere in the distance. Look over there." As everyone looked towards the small clearing, they gasped. They had never seen so many Scythers in one place, and there was also a handful of Scyther's evolved form. "SCY," the mantis Pokemon behind Ash said, tilted its head. It had never met any of its kind before unless it was to battle, and it did not even remember its mother and father. As far as Scyther knew, it has always been alone until its owner Damien caught it. "Why don't you go say hi, Scyther?" Ash said, grabbing the Pokemon's bare arm without a AR in the world. The boy then dragged the flying type Pokemon Totty edge off the clearing and gave it a little push. As the three humans sat there, they watched as the Scyther grew used to the Pokemon around it. They smiled as the green Pokemon play, for what seemed like the first time in its life. It looked happy and carefree for once in its life. The children watched as a baby Scyther swayed unsteadily on its feet, before falling with its bladed arms outstretched. Its sharp arms sank into the ground, causing the Pokemon to shriek, not in pain or fear, but in laughter. It was strange to see Pokemon this way. However, at the same time, it seemed so natural. As day turned into night, Ash, Brock and Louise slept under the stars. Pikachu had wormed his way into Ash's sleeping bag and hugged his owner closely, while Brock and Louise slept on either side of with the colony of his own kind, or at least it was supposed to be sleeping. It had never felt so happy before, yet so guilty at the same time. It liked being here in the Safari Zone with the other Scythers and Scyzers, yet it could not imagine itself away from the black-haired human. The human that helped it to train and become stronger. The human that saved it. It was then that Scyther realized that he had never felt that way about any other human, even its trainer. Huffing out a sigh, the mantis Pokemon got up from its position and moved closer to the human that it had been with for a good month or so. To Ash. It was ready to leave the boy yet, and it doubted it ever would. However, little did the Scyther know, Ash had been thinking the opposite. Ever since watching the and flying type Pokemon interact with others of its species, the boy had wondered if he should just leave the Pokemon with them. Despite how fun it was to train together, he could not help but think Scyther would be happier here. So, early the next morning, when everyone rose, Ash spoke his thoughts to the mantis Pokemon. The green Pokemon then responded with a confused, "SCY." As it tilted his head at what the boy said. "It is not like I want you to go, Scyther," Ash stumbled. For once in his life, he was unable to get words out of his mouth. "But you seem so happy here." The green Pokemon stared up at the human in shock. It then shouted, "Scyther, SCY." Ash, unsure of what the Pokemon meant, shook his head in confusion and ran one hand through his hair. He then looked into the Pokemon's blue, serious eyes, and said, "I don't understand." Giving up and getting the boy to listen, Scyther lunged forward, knocking the boy down. "Hey," Ash exclaimed. "What are you doing?" With the other Scythers and Scyzers watching, Ash's mantis Pokemon knocked one of the boy's Safari Ball loose. Unfortunately, the child was not allowed to catch any Pokemon in the area with the normal red and white Pokeball, but it would do. The mantis Pokemon then picked up the green camouflaged ball and handed it to the boy. "You want to stay?" Ash said in surprise as he clutched the ball. When Scyther nodded, yes, Ash could not stop the wide grin that threatened to split his face. In a burst of excitement, boy wrapped one hand around the Safari Ball and then shot forward to catch Scyther, pushing its white button into the Pokemon's chest. Scyther went into the ball without a fuss. "This is great, Ash," Brock said, patting his friend's back. "I knew Scyther would decide to stay." Louise nodded her agreement, also happy about what had just occurred. She just hoped she would be able to catch a Pokemon here as well. It was unanimous voting in why the group decided to go to the second area next. Ash remembered this area clearly. The lake still glistened that beautiful azure blue whilst Pokémon rested on the rocks around it or swam in the water's depths. The forest around it seemed to bring a delighted smile on Ash's face as he called the EV pack, his EV pack, hiding within it. Louise's eyes quickly drew Toad's small group of Stereo and Starmies who played happily in the cold water. She still wanted one, but she did not have the courage to go up and talk to them. After all, they were free and happy here. Why would they want to go with a trainer that they barely know? Brock, seeing Louise's hesitance, nudged the black-haired boy beside him, which caused As to take note of the girl's expression. Whatever her obsession with those Pokémon were, Ash was not going to let his friend pass up yet another opportunity to get one. Smirking at the plan that was formulating in the boy's mind, he grabbed Louise's hand and tugged her towards the cluster of star Pokémon. He ignored her quiet protests, stopping only when he stood directly in front of the Pokémon. "Hi, my name is Ash," the boy started in his normal cheerful tone. "This is my friend Louise. Ever since she saw my battle with a water Pokémon trainer she has wanted to catch a Starmie and Stereo." As he continued to speak, the blonde-haired girl felt herself blush. Did Ash have to embarrass her like this? What if another trainer was watching? Anyway, is there anyone who would like to travel with her? Ash concluded after explaining almost everything about the girl to the purple and tan Pokémon. However, to Louise's surprise, Ash's plan actually worked. Not one but two of the water-type Pokémon volunteered themselves. One of each, a Starmie and a Stereo. "Really?" Louise squeaked in excitement. "You will come with me." The Pokémon nodded, and so the blonde-haired girl pulled out two Safari Pokeballs. Just like with Scyther, they went with a burst of light and no fuss, willing to give the girl a chance. For the first time since Ash met Louise he had never seen the girl so happy and excited. A grin spread across her face and her eyes sparkled with new light. Yet, it was the first time the two boys had ever seen her like that. Chapter 36, Pokémon Abandonment. After their visit to the Safari Zone, Louise became the proud owner of a Stereo and Starmie. Brock had found an injured Rhyhorn that was much smaller than the Pokémon's average height and weight. This had suggested to the group that it had been kicked out of the herd after being deemed too weak. Ash had caught the Scyther that had been following the group on their journey and an Elekid, which had decided to play around with one of the ball that Ash had dropped. The result, getting itself caught. Elekid was a yellow, round-bodied Pokémon with black strips. It had bulky arms and 3 claws instead of fingers. There were 2 horns on top of its head which resembled the prongs of a plug, complete with holes in their sides. It was while Ash was walking towards his bike that he traded all his Pokémon. This time selecting them based on whether he has evolved them yet. So, he now carried with him Elekid, Dratini, Spearow, Bulbasaur, and Bellsprout. His aim was to battle with them as much as he could, in hopes that they will evolve with the experience. It felt weird being in a city after spending 3 days in the Safari Zone and another one riding through the forest. It was a shock to your eyes and a sensory overload for your ears. However, it was nice to come back to civilization. In truth, it almost felt like time did not exist for the group whilst in the wilderness. It was too peaceful. The group was now on their way to the Pokémon Center of the city. It had surprised the boy, who had been here before, that there was no way near as much traffic as there used to be. There were no cars zooming past, but instead driving leisurely down the road. The Ash remembered the bridge. It must have been complete by now. As soon as that thought came into mind, the large, zigzagging bridge came into view. Wow, Brock gasped at the sight. It is so big. Ash nodded at the dark-skinned teen. It goes all the way to Sunnyside City, but only those with bikes and cars can go. That is way Ash wanted us to bring our bikes on the journey, Louise told Brock. That and they are much faster than walking. At least this means we can take our time in the Pokémon Center. It would only take about a day to get to Sunny Town, whereas it would take about 4 days to go around. In the small Pokémon Center, Ash greeted the nurse Joy before handing her his Pokémon on the white trays that are stacked on the side by the door. He had remembered fulfilling her request and helping deliver medicine to a sick shelter in the town across the bridge. The Pokemon Center was small but welcoming with a sand-yellow body and a bright red roof. Inside, the walls were filled with posters. One was about this year's Pokemon League with a hand grasping a Pokeball in the center, and then there were different elemental symbols surrounding it. The poster said, "Today's winners are tomorrow's Pokemon Masters." Ash. Nurse Joy smiled at him. "I am so glad you came back to visit. I wanted to thank you for all your help last year." "That is okay, Nurse Joy, I was happy to help." "How is Shelter doing?" the boy responded, ignoring his friends as they looked on in confusion. "He is now 100% healthy, physically at least," the pink-haired woman sighed sadly. "What do you mean?" Brock jumped in, not sure how Ash knew the nurse, but completely understood that there was something wrong with the Pokemon. "Well, you see, the trainer that dropped Shelter off did not come back for it," Nurse Joy informed the group. "That is horrible," said Louise, shocked how someone could do that. "It is, and now Shelter is depressed," the woman nodded sadly. Then, before Nurse Joy could say more, a bell rang throughout the Pokemon Center. "Ah," she said. "Your Pokemon have been healed now." "Great, thank you," Ash said as he picked up the Pokeballs on the tray and Pikachu leapt onto his shoulder. "Hey, Louise, do you fancy having a battle?" "Okay," the blonde girl said, thinking that she could use this opportunity to get to know her new star Pokemon. As the two trainers went outside to the center's battlefield, they each took their place at either end. Brock became the referee after volunteering. "How about a 2-on-2? Ash suggested, thinking that this way Louise will have the chance to use both of her new Pokemon in the battle. Louise nodded her acceptance. "I choose Elekid," Ash said. Whilst Louise called out her Starmie. The two then pulled out their Pokédex. "Elekid, the electric Pokemon," Dexter's voice said through Ash's Pokédex. "It rotates its arms to generate electricity, but tires easily, so it charges up only a little bit. This Elekid is male and knows the moves Quick Attack, Thundershock, and Low Kick." "Starmie, the mysterious Pokemon," Louise's Pokédex said. "Its central core glows with the 7 colors of the rainbow. Some people value the core as a gem. This Starmie is male and knows the moves Hydro Pump, Rapid Spin, Recover, Swift, and Water Gun." "The match against Elekid and Starmie starts now," Brock shouted, dropping his raised arms. "Starmie uses Rapid Spin," Louise ordered, not entirely sure what the move was. To the girl's relief, the move dealt a small amount of damage to Elekid, who could not dodge fast enough. Rapid Spin was exactly how the word describes it. It was Starmie spinning its body so fast whilst soaring towards the electric type ready to tackle it. "Thundershock, Elekid," Ash ordered. As Ash spoke, sparks began to gather between the 2 plug horns on top of his head. The electric Pokemon then bowed slightly and shot the yellow energy at the star Pokemon. "Dodge Starmie," Louise ordered, and the mysterious Pokemon quickly moved out of the way. "Great, now use Swift." Instead of asking Elekid to dodge normally the time, the boy commanded him to use Quick Attack. This allowed the electric Pokemon to breeze past the Swift Attack and follow up with a low kick that sent Starmie flying. However, the battle was not over yet. "Starmie recover and then use Rapid Spin," Louise ordered. Starmie focused its energy, first on its purple body in order to heal any damage done from the previous attack, which was not much as the Pokemon was damaged normally by normal-type moves. The Water and Psychic-type Pokemon then moved towards Elekid in a Rapid Spin. However, Ash was already one move ahead. Elekid was dancing from spot to spot, ensuring that it did not stay in one place too long. This way the Rapid Spin attack could not hit the Pokemon. After Starmie realized that his attack would not work, he instantly stopped. "Now use Thundershock," Ash ordered, hoping that this time it would hit. "Dodge and use Swift," Louise said, missing the yellow attack once. Again. Unfortunately for Ash, the Swift hit Elekid, causing the Pokemon to stumble back and collapse on the ground. Elekid is unable to battle. Starmie wins, Brock announced proudly. Louise's hand managed to beat Ash, which would now hopefully help her build up her confidence on the battlefield. After all, the teen was starting to believe that the blonde would make a great Pokemon coordinator. Elekid return, Ash shouted and then pulled out another Pokeball. Scyther, I choose you. Louise, noticing that Starmie was tired, quickly returned her Starmie to his Pokeball and called out Staryu. Once again both Louise and Ash scanned their recently acquired Pokemon. Scyther, the Mantis Pokemon. With ninja-like agility and speed, it can create the illusion that there is more than one of it. This Scyther is male and knows the moves Quick Attack, False Swipe, Fury Cutter, Double Team and X-Scissor. Staryu, the star-shaped Pokemon. An enigmatic Pokemon that can effortlessly regenerate any appendage it loses in battle. This Staryu is female and knows the moves Harden, Tackle and Water Gun. Scyther, use Double Team, Ash ordered as soon as Louise was finished taking in what her Pokédex said about her Pokemon. The green Pokemon immediately began to move extremely fast, causing 2, then 4, then 8 images of itself to appear. Staryu looked from one to the other, unable to decipher the real Scyther from the illusions. Staryu, use Water Gun on all of them, Louise ordered. The star-shaped Pokemon quickly began to shoot a water gun at one of the illusions, causing it to disappear. She then slowly turned in a full circle, continuing her water attack. However, as soon as one illusion went down, another had replaced it. Scyther, use X-Scissor, Ash then ordered. The Staryu froze as all of the Scythers, real and illusions, made the knives on their arms glow as they crossed them over into the shape of an X. Harden, Louise shouted out, and then Water-type quickly did as it was told. While this move did not stop the strong Bug and Flying type's attack, it did raise Staryu's defense and, thus, minimize the amount of damage she took. Quick Attack and then go into Fury Cutter, Ash ordered the Mantis Pokemon, growing excited as he could see himself winning this match. Dodge it, Louise shouted. However, there was no need for this. Scyther was faster than Staryu, with his ninja speed. Therefore, even as the Pokemon tried to dodge, Scyther fluidly followed. The Bug and Flying type Pokemon slashed repeatedly at the star-shaped Pokemon, resulting in a wipeout. It was only a matter of seconds, but without any defenses Staryu was vulnerable. Staryu, Louise shouted and ran over to her Pokemon. Staryu is unable to battle. Scyther wins, Brock announced. The match ended in a draw. After, once again, getting their Pokemon healed, the group sat in the Pokemon Center eating lunch and staring at the dark clouds. It looked like they would not be crossing the bridge anytime soon. Finishing their meals, the group then sat in front of the crackling fire discussing who Ash's next battle will be against. However, not only had Ash met the next gym leader, but he had battled with Blaine as well. This gave Ash an advantage as he knew what Pokemon the gym leader had. A Ninetales, Rhyhorn and Magmar. Although, upon further research, the boy discovered that Blaine also battles with an Arcanine and Rapidash. This meant that the boy could build a team based on that information. So the group began to plan. Since Ninetales was weak against ground, rock and water types, Ash chose to use his Rhyhorn. Rhydon was weak against grass, water, steel, ground, ice and fighting types, so he decided on using his Squirtle, hoping that the Pokemon's small body could easily outmaneuver the larger Pokemon's big body. The Pokemon could also double as a backup for any fire types. While Magmar was weak against the same types as Ninetales, everyone agreed that Charmeleon should be used in a fire-on-fire battle. Though there was Arcanine and Rapidash, both fire types. So, Ash selected his Poliwag and Ponyta. As it would be a while until the group went to Cinnabar Island, Ash did not trade his Pokemon yet. After all, he was not going to give up on evolving them only after a few mock battles. As day turned into night, the group paid for some rooms in the tiny Pokemon Center, hoping that it will be a clear day tomorrow. It was not that they were in a rush, in fact, they had lots of time. However, Ash really wanted to check on that shelter in the other town. The next day the sun was breaking through the clouds, pushing the white and gray masses away. Today was a lovely day to take a ride to Sunny Town. So, the three jumped onto their bikes and waved goodbye to Nurse Joy. The bridge was just how the black-haired boy remembered it, without the building signs of course. It was a white suspension bridge, like the Golden Gate Bridge but with more suspenders rising and falling. The water below sparkled under the sun, blue as a sapphire. Due to it being so early in the morning, there were not that many bike riders on the path, nor were there that many cars on the road. However, every few miles the group did see the occasional rider or driver. As the sky grew darker, the group finally arrived in Sunny Town and rode towards the Pokemon Center. Surprisingly, this center was much larger than the city's, with 3 floors. The outside was painted yellow with a large red P for Pokemon Center, while the roof was red and the double doors were white. After asking the Nurse Joy of this Pokemon Center if he could see Shelter, the pink-haired woman smiled and led the black-haired boy and his friends into the back of the center where they kept the more permanent staying Pokemon. It was there that the bivalve Pokemon sat, depressed on the sandy floor of a large tank. "Hey," Ash smiled at the small Pokemon. He then put his hand on the glass and said, "Do you remember me?" This caused Shelter to look up, revealing its black pearl body to the boy. Yes, Shelter did remember him. After all, he was the one that rode through the storm to ensure that he got the medicine that he so desperately needed in order to survive. "I heard your trainer did not come back for you," Ash continued sadly. This caused anger to spike through the small water Pokemon heart as it looked down at the sand heatedly. It was because of his trainer that he was ill in the first place and, then, when he got better said trainer abandoned him. "Poor Shelter," Louise said. "I wonder who his trainer was." "His name is Damian Tanner," Nurse Joy suddenly said. "I am not supposed to tell people this, but I am just as upset about the situation. Never have we had someone abandon their Pokemon so callously. We only know his name because he had to sign in for Shelter to stay in the center overnight." "Damian?" Ash muttered and then walked over to peek at the file that the nurse had been reading from. "Ah! I know him." To Ash's horror, that same boy who had abandoned Charmander, now Charmeleon, had now abandoned another Pokemon. Why is he treating them this way? What stupidly high expectations could he have for his Pokemon that he saw fit to so readily abandon them? "You know him," Brock frowned. "How?" "He abandoned his Charmander just before a storm hit," Ash tried to explain shortly, but ended up telling the whole story about how he had tried to bring the Pokemon to the center and how it had refused, so he built a shelter and stayed there with it. Suddenly, the group heard a pop of a Pokeball and Ash was then face to face with his Scyther. The green Pokemon was frowning at the picture of the blue-haired teen, with narrow eyes. "Scy. Scyther," ranted the Mantis Pokemon. "Pika," gasped the yellow mouse Pokemon that sat on Ash's shoulder comfortably. "Pi, Pikachu. Scyther, Scy. Scy." The humans of the group had no clue what the electric type and the bi and flying type were talking about. So, they just stood there watching the pair back and forth as the conversation seemed to escalate into shouting. Once the two were finished, Pikachu turned to Louise, Brock, Ash and Nurse Joy. He then pointed his yellow paw at the photo of Damian and then to Scyther, who was practically steaming with anger. "I think," Brock started, "that Pikachu is trying to tell us that Scyther was also Damian's Pokemon." "What? No way!" Ash cried out. "Then that would mean that Damian abandoned him in the forest." "Yes," hummed Nurse Joy. "It appears that this Damian boy is clearly neglecting his Pokemon. But that means there may be more Pokemon out there that he has abandoned," Louise said. "Yeah, and his only excuse is that they were all weak," muttered Ash. "That is what he said when he abandoned Charmander when he was showing off to his friends. So what is going to happen to Shelter now?" Ash looked towards to depressed, yet slightly curious water-type Pokemon. At least it had not lost all hope in humans, the boy thought. "Well, we will have to release him back into the wild," Nurse Joy said. "We have been trying to hold off the release date, hoping that a trainer has just lost track of time, which can happen sometimes. However, now that we know this is not true, it will need to leave. We cannot keep it here forever, after all. At hearing this, the black-haired boy stared intently at the bivalued Pokemon's white eyes. Shelder stared back just as intently, begging, pleading with Ash to not force him back into the wild. The boy's heart broke for the Pokemon. "I want Shelder," Ash voiced, shocking everyone into silence. "I already have experience looking after Damien's abandoned Charmander and Scyther. I am going to show him just how strong the Pokemon he left are and that he is the reason for not training them properly." "That is very honorable of you, Ash," Nurse Joy smiled. "I would have done it too," Brock suddenly announced, pushing the serious conversation away as he once again became obsessed with yet another Nurse Joy. Ignoring the dark-skinned teen, Ash smiled back before saying to Shelder, "So, do you want to come with me?" At this, the black, pearl-like Pokemon rose up from the floor of the tank. That was all the agreement Ash needed. Chapter 37. It has been about a week since Ash left Sunny Town with Shelder and the knowledge of Damien's neglect. The week had been full of winter storms, which were mostly rain, not snow. After all, the Kanto region was on the warmer side of the planet. The group was now riding towards Dark City, a place that Ash remembered as being gloomy and run down. This is because two group, the Yas and Cass gyms, were battling to become the most worthy gym to be recognized by the Pokemon League. However, in the end, the two leaders had fallen into Ash's trap and had to rebuild the city that they had systematically begun to destroy with their street battles. Now, the boy was looking forward to seeing what the city looked like without the chaos and the downtrodden environment. As Ash, Brock, Louise and Pikachu rode towards the entrance, the boy gasped. No longer was the city sign hanging crooked at an angle. Instead, being held up steadily by four large black pillars of wood was a black sign. "Welcome to Dark City," was written in pure, clean white. Then as they drew nearer, the group could hear laughing and lively chatter, as people shopped in the streets. Many stores and stands filled the city selling anything from clothing to food. Salesmen shouted, "Bread! Great, your fresh white bread here." Whilst customers handed over money yelling, "Thank you." Ash had never seen the city, or any other city, this full of life. Gone was the debris and tumbleweed. Gone was the litter and damaged shop signs, and most importantly, gone was the fear of Pokemon trainers. Yas and Cass had done a good job. As Ash, Brock and Louise locked their bikes to a wooden pillar, the laughing of children could be heard, growing louder and louder. Then suddenly a blue, white and red blue ran forward, straight into the black-haired boy. "Hey, it is you," Ash exclaimed from his place on the ground. Opposite him stood a boy with deep blue hair and black eyes. "Ash," the boy smiled. "You are back." "Yep," he smiled, popping the P as he spoke. He then stared at the boy that used to be obsessed with the color green. When Ash had first met the boy, he wore a dark green pair of shorts and light green and yellow striped shirt. However, he now wore a red sun cap, a white shirt and blue denim jeans and a jacket. He looked almost exactly like Ash. Then two other kids appeared behind the boy, wearing exactly the same thing. "Ash," they grinned. "Hi, guys," Ash greeted the boys. "I bet you are here to fight the KY Gym, aren't you?" the first boy said. "KY Gym?" Louise asked, unsure as to why the boy would assume that. "Yeah," the second boy with black hair said. "It only becomes a Pokemon League gym last month." "Really?" Ash said excitedly. "Who is the leader?" "Leaders," the third boy corrected. "To get a merge badge you have to beat both Yas and Cass." "Yas and Cass now own a gym together?" Ash questioned. Slightly worried. "Yeah," all three of the boys said at once. Then the first boy continued, "Once they got their acts together the Pokemon League sent another agent to investigate and they were both approved as long as they worked together." "That is great," Ash said. "Do you want to show us to the gym then?" "Sure," the boys chirped. The KY gym was in a small traditional Japanese dojo with light oak wood and cream-painted walls. The front door was a shoji with translucent paper in a wooden frame which was protected from rain by a canopy. Above the canopy were two letters in light pink, KY. "Hello," Ash called out. "Yas. Cass." Immediately after his call, banging could be heard in the distance and the loud shouting of, "Challenger." Then two men shot around the corner, the first one wearing a skin-tight, black long-sleeved shirt, dungarees, and an orange scarf. The other man wore blue overalls and a red scarf around his neck. As the two stopped in front of the group, both stared at the boy in recognition. "Ash," they shouted, excited to see the boy after all this time. "Hi," the boy said, waving his hand awkwardly at the pair. "I heard that you guys had started a gym together." "Yes," Yas answered. "Since Dark City can only have one official league gym, and we were definitely not going to start fighting again, we decided to work together. That way both of us could be what we want." "Are you here to challenge us?" Cass asked, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "Yep," Ash said. "Once the boys told me that you opened a gym, I had to. When I win my battle with you guys I will have 8 badges." "Ah!" Yas exclaimed. "Do not be so confident. We are much stronger now." "The one-on-one battle between Yas and Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town starts now," shouted Cass as he dropped his arms. The battlefield in the KY gym was different than the other gyms the boy had fought in, with the area covered in grass. Ash supposed that because the gym was relatively new and it had 2 owners to finance it, they could afford something a little better than a dirt-covers field. Predictably, Yas called out his scyther, causing Ash to smile. He was considering putting his scyther against Yas's, however he changed his mind last minute. "Spiro, I choose you," the black-haired boy shouted. Since Scyther was weak against flying types, Ash had the type advantage in this battle. However, his disadvantage is that he has yet to fight with this Pokemon and, therefore, does not know its moves. Quickly, the boy pulled out his Pokédex and listened intently to what it said. "Spiro, the tiny bird Pokemon. Eats bugs in grassy areas. It has to flap its short wings at high speeds to stay airborne. This Spiro is male and knows the moves Peaks, Fury Attack and Aerial Ace. It also has the egg move Steel Wing." Battling with a new Pokemon, Cass said from the sidelines. "That is either brave or stupid." "We will find out," Ash responded. "Spiro use Peak." "Dodge it," Yas shouted, and with Scyther's ninja-like speed, dodging was a relatively easy task. "Sword Dance, Scyther and then attack." Yas' Scyther began to glow a natural green light as Sword Dance allowed it to increase its attack power. Therefore, as it sliced its blades towards Spiro, Ash knew if he got hit it could all be over. "Spiro, fly higher and get out of the way," Ash ordered, and the tiny bird Pokemon instantly flew out of reach. The boy has studied Scyther since he had caught one of his own and learnt that despite being flying types these mantis Pokemons rarely spread their wings and took to the air, and he was right in this case. Scyther stopped its attack, giving Ash the opening he was hoping for. It was the opportunity to carry out a severely damaging move. "Aerial Ace," the boy ordered with glee. Flying and normal-type Pokemon dived towards the Scyther, allowing the power of the wind to wrap around its body. However, as it flew towards the mantis Pokemon, Yas ordered it to use Double Hit. The Spiro had 2 choices. The first was to avoid the 2 strikes, but lose the power of the Aerial Ace. The second was to keep going and be smashed into the floor. Unfortunately for the tiny bird Pokemon, loyalty was their fault, especially when they loved their trainers as much as they loved Ash. "Dodge," Ash commanded, taking the Pokemon choice away, much to his relief. Then the black-haired boy continued, "Now go in with Steel Wing." Due to the adrenaline in the tiny bird's body, the Steel Wing attack became stronger than ever before and so fast the Yas could not counter it. Therefore, it hit dead on. Scyther is unable to battle. "Spiro wins," the referee called out, noticing that the mantis Pokemon was unconscious on the ground. Yaz sighed before saying to Ash, "It appears we are not only ones who have become stronger. However, don't think you have one yet." With that said, Yaz stepped back and away from the trainers, allowing Cass to take his place. Ash instantly recalled his Spearow, knowing that if the man called out his Electabuzz flying and normal-type Pokémon would be at a disadvantage. That and it was tired from the first battle. Unfortunately, the electric type's only weakness was ground types. However, it is damaged normally by dragon types. "Dratini," Ash shouted. "I choose you." Just as Ash predicted, Cass said, "Electabuzz go." "Dratini use Ice Beam," Ash said to his blue dragon Pokémon. The dragon-type Pokémon opened its mouth as if it was about to yawn, but instead a small cool blue ball formed, growing bigger and bigger at his jaws. Then it reared his head forward, releasing a stream of zigzagging power. "Thunder Punch," Cass ordered, punching his fist into the air. The black and yellow Pokémon instantly pushed its power into his right arm, causing it to crackle with electrical energy. It then threw its fist into the coming Ice Beam. To both trainers' surprise, both attacks were shattered, leaving the Pokémon untouched. "Amazing," Brock said, more to himself than the blonde beside him. However, this did not stop Louise from asking, "What? What just happened?" Dratini and Electabuzz attacks both carried the same amount of power, the teen tried to explain. So when they collided together, they cancelled each other out. "Don't give up yet, Electabuzz," Cass shouted at his Pokémon. "Use Thunderbolt." Ash smiled at this, before saying to his Pokémon, "Put your tail into the ground." Dratini thought this was a very unusual order but did as he was told to do, bracing itself for the attack. However, what the blue Pokémon did not know was that the boy had memorized most of his Pokémon's strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, he knew that dragon types were relatively resistant to electric attacks. Also, with its tail in the ground, it ensured that the thunder went straight through Dratini. "Now, use Dragon Pulse," Ash said. Once again the dragon Pokémon opened its mouth, building up its power into a large sea green ball, which equaled Electabuzz's body in size. It would be very difficult to dodge this attack because even if the ball missed, the effect sends a pulse of energy towards the opponent. So Ash was not surprised had Electabuzz had been hit, causing major physical damage. However, the boy was surprised that the electric type was still able to move after that. It stumbled to his feet, breathing heavily. "Use Wrap," Ash said. As the Dratini, for the first time, physically touched its opponent, the Electabuzz could do nothing but weakly struggle. Ash's dragon Pokémon then began to squeeze the black and yellow Pokémon tighter, until it fell limply from its grasp. "Electabuzz!" Cass shouted. "Electabuzz is unable to battle." "Dratini wins," the referee said. "Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town wins." "Yes." Ash cheered along with his Pokémon as his friends and the three boys ran up to him. "This is great, Ash, now you can enter into the Pokémon League," Brock said to his friend. "Yeah," the three boys shouted excitedly. "You were awesome. I cannot believe you have a Dratini. It was so cool." On the other side of the battlefield, the two gym leaders smiled at the boy. "We lost our first challenge," Yaz sniffed sadly. Cass nodded with the man, but added, "At least it was to Ash. After all, if it was not for that boy we would not be where we are right now." This also caused Yaz to nod enthusiastically, "That is true." "Ash," the two men shouted at the boy as they walked over. Cass then reached into his pocket and pulled out the badge. It was an arrow-like shape, divided into two long ways. One half being green for Yaz and the other half being yellow for Cass. "Wow, thanks," the boy smiled. He then pulled out his badge case and put his 8th badge in its place. "You have got all 8 badges already," the boy with black hair said, shocked that the boy had done it so fast. "Really?" the other boy said, peeking over his friend's shoulder. "Awesome. That means you are going to be in the league, doesn't it?" "Of course," Ash said, brimming with confidence. "We will cheer for you then," the third child announced. Ash and Pikachu could not help but stare at his 8 well-earned badges with complete and utter happiness. Each one sparkled in their place. "So what are we going to do now?" Brock asked. "Now that you have 8 badges, we do not have to go to Cinnabar Island." Ash and Pikachu glanced up in surprise. What Brock said was true, he did not need to, but he wanted to. So in response, the boy said, "No, I still want to battle Blaine." "Why?" Louise frowned. "Because I battled Blaine last year and lost. I want to see if we have actually gotten stronger," was Ash's reply. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokemon on his shoulder, nodded. After Ash's last gym battle, the group found themselves riding through the beautiful Grandpa Canyon, which is right outside Neon Town, the town that never sleeps. All around them was golden yellow sand and light brown cliffs. Above them were clear skies and a scalding hot sun. It was a relaxing ride until the group came across Gary Oak, Ash's worst enemy. The arrogant boy wore brown trousers, held up by a black leather belt, a dull white shirt and dark brown jacket. On his head was a brown sun hat that blocked the bright light from his eyes. "Gary, what are you doing here?" Ash questioned. "Once again, Ash, you show just how little you know," came Gary's response, but when the boy did not react how he wanted him to, he sighed. "Last year there were sightings of prehistorical Pokemon. I am going to be the one to find them." Ash tried to keep the disbelief from his face as he said, "Good luck with that." This just caused Gary to grunt, before turning his eyes to Louise and Brock. "Who are your friends?" This also caused Ash to look back at the 2 people behind him. "This is Louise Damari from Pallet Town and Brock, the previous gym leader of Pewter City." Well later, Ash, Gary sneered, just as a group of his fangirls came into view. Was it Ash, or had Gary's attitude worse since the black-haired boy had seen his last? Gary, he's our man. If he can't find them, no one can," the girls in pink cheerleading outfits yelled. Right, bye," Ash muttered. As the group continued on their way, they zigzagged down a path leading to the bottom of the cliff. This path was created by the fossil diggers that came to Grandpa Canyon every year, allowing them safer travel. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a cave to the left and uneven terrain on the right. "Hey, should we check out the cave?" Ash said, "Wonder if there were any new types of Pokemon in there." "I do not know," Brock muttered. "It does not look very safe," Louise said unsurely. "Yes, but maybe there is a bunch of cool Pokemon in there," he continued. "Wouldn't it be great if we could catch some?" Brock thought about this for a moment before finally saying, "Okay." The group had left their bikes outside the cave before entering. However, they soon realized that it was too dark to go any further. So, in a quick decision, the black-haired boy traded his Bellsprout for his Charmeleon, making a mental note to trade back later. Inside the cave, the constant sound of dripping water ricocheted off the walls. Large peaks of rock grew out of the ground and ceiling, making the cave somewhere very dangerous if you were not careful. The darkness surrounded them, and if it was not for Charmeleon's flame on his tail, they would be blind. Suddenly, Pikachu's body stiffened in fear as he felt someone or something staring fixedly at his back. Slowly the yellow mouse Pokemon turned around and froze, eyes wide in terror. "Pika," the yellow mouse said as loud as it would allow itself to go. "What is it, Pikachu?" Ash said louder, turning the direction that his Pokemon has been looking at. "Ah," the black-haired boy exclaimed as his eyes met with a pair of glowing red ones. One pair then turned into 2 pairs, then into 10 pairs. "What? What is that?" Brock stuttered, also frozen in place. Then, as the creatures stepped forward, close enough for Charmeleon's light to touch them, the group gasped. The red eyes belonged to Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops. Omanite was a small, sky-blue ammonite Pokemon with 10 tentacles and a pale yellow, helix-spiraled shell on its back. Omastar had a similar appearance except for the fact that it had several sharp spikes on its shell's mid-sector. Then there was Kabuto, which was a small Pokemon with a large brown shell covering its body. There were two small eyes facing upwards on the outside of its shell. Lastly, Kabutops, the evolved form of Kabuto, had a body that closely resembled a living skeleton with a half-moon, disc-shaped head and two small, forward-facing eyes. The group's fight-or-flight reflexes were on high alert at the look on the prehistoric Pokémon eyes. They were beyond angry at the intrusion. They were furious. Slowly, they took a small step back, then another and another. Then when they felt like they were a safe distance away, the group ran for it. Not looking back. However, if they did, then the group would have noticed that these Pokémon were very fast, but it was not until Ash tripped over that they discovered it. "We are going to have to fight them," the black-haired boy announced. "They are too fast to outrun." This caused Brock and Louise to nod seriously, before grabbing a Pokeball. "Geodude, I choose you," Brock yelled. "Go Squirtle," Louise shouted, but got a shock when Squirtle and her Psyduck came out. Oh, well, the more he better, they three was fighting for their lives now. Chapter 38. It was Geodude, Psyduck, Squirtle and Charmeleon again, some of the oldest Pokémon known to the Kanto region. The two Kabutops charged towards the group with its claws raised and anger in their eyes, just as the Kabuto's, Omanyte's and Omastar's eyes glowed red with malice. Then suddenly the Pokémon Frozen, released a grasp of breath and glanced wearily from left to right. The Kabutops began to shift from one foot to the other before turning their backs on the black-haired boy and the group. As the brown, humanoid Pokémon walked further into the cave, the many Kabutops, Omanytes and Omastars chased after them. Not even glancing back at the group of humans. Why had they left so suddenly? What happened? Brock said, his voice echoing in the cave. "I don't know," Ash muttered. "I was sure they were about to attack." Louise nodded in agreement as her hand clutched at her rapidly beating heart. Then a whooshing sound ripped through the silence, as a large body soared towards them, slicing through the air like one of Aya throwing stars. The body then dropped lower, hitting Charmeleon, who had not expected the attack. It then flew over to a large gray rock, where it perched looking down on the group. This reptilian, bipedal Pokémon had large membranous wings and sharply pointed ears. It had a ridged snout with a gaping mouth and a strong low jaw full of serrated fangs. Its body was covered in a light violet-gray skin with violet wings. It was an Aerodactyl. Ash had not heard of this Pokémon beside from reading old historical books in Professor Oak's lab. Spreading out its wings, the ancient Pokémon released a cry of Aerodactyl in a high-pitched screech. It then dived towards the group with hunger in its eyes. This was not good. "Charmeleon, use Ember," Ash shouted, seeing now way out of this battle. As bright orange sparks were released from the red fire-type mouth, the fossil Pokémon propelled itself to the roof of the cave. It then dived down again, this time with its head glowing a whitish blue. It was attacking with Iron Head. "Dodge it!" Ash shouted in a panic. To the boy's relief, the smaller Pokémon leapt out of the way just in time, causing the Aerodactyl to shriek in anger. However, he then began to chew on his lips. Charmeleon only had one long-range attack, which did not seem to be working very effectively. They were stuck. Sensing his friend's dilemma, Brock ordered, "Geodude, use Rock Throw," while Louise called for Squirtle and Psyduck to use Water Gun. However, despite his friend's help, this did nothing to weaken the Pokémon. It did not help that the group was unsure of the Aerodactyl's type. If they knew the type, they could pair the Pokémon with the advantage. As the violet-gray Pokémon once again moved in for an attack, Ash said to Brock and Louise, "Keep it busy." "What, why?" Brock shouted after his friend fiddled with something in his pocket. "Just keep it busy," the black-haired boy said. When his friends nodded, Ash quickly pulled out his Pokédex, Aerodactyl, the fossil Pokémon. A ferocious, prehistoric Pokémon that goes for its enemy's throat with its serrated saw-like fangs. After the Pokédex had finished its speech, the boy pushed one of the buttons for more information. Aerodactyl is a rock and flying type Pokémon said to exist over 2,000 years ago. Its weakness is rock, steel, water, electric and ice types. Okay, so that means we are on the right track with the type advantage, but that does not solve the flying problem, Ash groaned in frustration. Suddenly, the Aerodactyl was above them, flying down. It then reached out a violet-gray reptilian foot and grabbed Ash around the torso. It squeezed hard, causing the boy to gasp in fear and pain as he was lifted into the air by the Pokémon. Ash! Brock and Louise yelled as they tried to grab for the boy, only for his to slip through their fingers. Pika! Char! The boy's Pokémon exclaimed. The two Pokémon reacted fast, jumping onto the Aerodactyl and grabbing hold of its tail. Looking up, Ash shouted, "No," as he saw what the Pokémon was planning on doing. It was flying directly towards the ceiling, with no desire to stop, until... Crash! Ash, Pikachu and Charmeleon cried out as sharp rocks brushed by, leaving scratches and open wounds all over their bodies. However, the Aerodactyl was unfazed by this as it flew through the open skies. The fresh air stung Ash's injuries as the bright light blinded him. As the Aerodactyl flew up towards the sky, Charmeleon and Pikachu lost their grips on the Pokémon's tail, free falling. Pikachu! Charmeleon! Ash shouted as his sight only to see his Pokémon fall to their deaths. Then suddenly the red blob that was Charmeleon began to glow white as its body expanded. In his place was Charizard, a draconic, bipedal Pokémon. It was orange with a cream underside from the chest to the tip, which burns with a sizable flame. He had a long neck, small blue eyes, raised nostrils and two blunt horns protruding from the back of its rectangular head. Most importantly, he had wings. Charmeleon, no Charizard, roared in triumph and shot towards the falling Pikachu, catching him effortlessly on his back. He then flew quickly to Ash. It was time to save his trainer. Char, the fire type, exclaimed as flames burst from its mouth, forcing the Aerodactyl to concentrate on dodging the extremely hot attack. However, despite the fossil Pokémon's efforts, one of the flame throwers hit its wing, causing it to drop Ash as pain surged through its limbs. Ah! Ash exclaimed as he fell through the air, feeling the wind whip against his clothes and hair. He was going to die, he thought as he closed his eyes. The boy braced himself for impact with the dry, hot desert ground, only to gasp in shock as his body impacted with something much softer than he imagined. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokémon said as he nudged his trainer. Quickly, Ash's eyes snapped open and he laughed in relief, "Good job, Charizard." Char, the fire type, roared happily at the praise. "Now, give it your best shot," Ash ordered. Charizard's eyes glowed white for a moment as it roared its answer. He would definitely give it his all. Then the fire and flying type's tail burst into a large angry flame and opened its mouth. After a moment, a red and yellow ball about the size of Charizard's head grew between his jaws and sent shooting towards the injured Aerodactyl like a meteor flying through the sky. As the ball of flames hit the Pokémon, it began to fall like a rock towards an unaware Gary Oak who was digging his own tunnel to find the prehistorical Pokémon. Think on his feet, Ash pulled out his empty Pokeball and threw it at the unconscious Aerodactyl. The boy felt his jaw drop in shock as the Pokémon was sucked into the red and white ball, unable to break free. Moments later, the ball vanished, teleporting to the lab where a very shocked Professor Oak will be discovered that Ash had caught a fossil Pokémon. Ash had caught a fossil Pokémon. No one would have believed it. With a laugh, Ash told Charizard to circle back towards Louise and Brock, leaving Gary none the wiser. The spoilt brat was still gleefully digging. After leaving the desert, the group quickly arrived at a small town Pokémon Center. It was a relatively small white building with a sloping roof and a large red P. The front doors were made of glass, allowing the boy to see directly through them towards the nurse's desk. "Hi, Nurse Joy, can we have 2 rooms for a week?" Ash said. "You're Ash Ketchum, right?" the nurse said, partially recalling the boy who was here last year. "Yes, that is me," the black-haired boy smiled. "Oh, good," exclaimed the pink-haired woman. Professor Oak left a message asking if you could call him as soon as possible. Okay, thank you, Ash responded politely. As the boy made his way over to the green video phone that the center allows the visiting trainers to use. He did not know whether to be excited or nervous, as he was sure that the professor wanted to talk about his most recent capture. The phone rang and the screen flashed on to reveal Professor Oak in his white lab coat, red shirt and cream trousers. Hello, Ash, the man yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. Hi, Professor, Ash exclaimed. I am glad that you got my message, he said, then his face began to glow with happiness. How did you manage to capture an Aerodactyl? Ash scratched his head. It is a long story. He then glanced nervously at his friends and back to the screen before saying, how is it doing anyway? Professor Oak clutched the phone tighter and smiled from ear to ear, surprisingly well after I found out what type of environment and food it liked best. This is a great opportunity to study it. That is, if you do not mind. I do not mind, Professor, Ash laughed slightly. He had expected the old man to want to research the Pokémon. But you should ask Aerodactyl as well, just in case. Good idea, Ash, the graying man said. On another note, are you still planning on entering the Indigo League this year? Because Gary sure is. My grandson is looking to win this year. Of course, Professor, I even have all 8 badges, exclaimed Ash as he hurried to pull out his badges and saw them to the man. See. Suddenly, there was a crash in the background on Professor Oak's side of the phone. Stop that, the man shouted. Sorry. Ash, I have to go. Okay, bye Professor, Ash said as the screen went black. The group then took a seat at one of the tables, opening up a map and setting it down in front of them. Where to next? Ash said, not remembering the rest of the route that takes them to Cinnabar Island. We need to catch a boat from the dock at Route 19 which will bring us to the island, Louise announced, point at the map as she told them. Hey, Ash, are you not going to trade your Charizard for Bellsprout? Brock suddenly said, changing topic. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot, Ash replied and pulled out his Pokédex. Done. Why don't we have another mock battle? Louise suggested to the boy. I want my Cubone and Squirtle to evolve. That is a great idea, we can use the battlefield outside. At the Pokémon Center's battlefield, Ash and Louise stood opposite each other with a Pokeball in hand. Brock, once again, stood as referee. He had his arms positions above his head. Let the battle begin, Brock said and brought his arms down. Go Bellsprout, Ash shouted as he tossed the red and white ball. Go Cubone, Louise yelled. Bellsprout use Wrap, Ash ordered. Dodge it, Louise said. As the flower Pokémon released 2 green vines from its body and then shot towards the Cubone. However, the ground Pokémon leapt to the side, ensuring that it missed him completely. Cubone uses Bone Club, Louise shouted, getting into the rhythm of the battle. Dodge it and use Razor Leaf, he said in response. Cubone charged toward Bellsprout with his Bone Club raised. As he moved to smash the club down on the grass and poison-type Pokémon, it jumped into the air, throwing leaves sharper than knives at the Pokémon. This time Ash's attack hit Louise's Pokémon, causing it to stumble. Cubone! Louise shouted in worry. Suddenly, the ground type threw its bone at the Bellsprout. It broke through the razor leaves easily, hitting Bellsprout, who cried out in pain. That was a surprise. That was a new move, Bonerang, Brock said. That is great, Louise. The blonde-haired girl beamed at her Pokémon, who stood panting in front of Ash's injured Bellsprout. However, it looked like the flower Pokémon had barely broken a sweat. Louise supposed that it was due to all the endurance training Ash had done with all his Pokémon. Now, use Wrap again and then follow up with Poison. Powder, Ash ordered. This time Cubone was fast enough to dodge and was caught in the green vines that squeeze him tightly. Then the yellow flower Pokémon released thick purple smoke from its gaping mouth. The cloud swift moved towards to Cubone, who struggled in the vines. Cubone is unable to battle, Bellsprout wins, Brock announced. Bellsprout, the small Pokemon cheered before glowing white. Louise gasped, she is evolving. When the glow receded, the grass and poison Pokemon had transformed. She now had a yellow, bell-shaped body with a single green leaf on either side. It had a wide, gaping mouth with pink lips and circular eyes. There were 3 green dots on her forehead and a small hook-shaped stem. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokemon, Ash's Pokédex said. It spits out poison powder to immobilize the enemy and then finishes it with a spray of acid. This Weepinbell is female and knows the moves Vine Whip, Wrap, Poison Powder, Razor Leaf, and Acid. Good job, Weepinbell, Ash said and pointed his Pokeball at the flycatcher Pokemon. Return. Ready Ash, Louise said as she returned her Cubone and called out her Squirtle. Spearow, I choose you, Ash smiled. Squirtle use water gun, Louise ordered. Fly higher to dodge, then come down for a peck, Ash said. The avian Pokemon flew high into the blue sky causing the water gun to arc and fall back to the ground. The flying and normal type Pokemon then turned and dived towards the tiny turtle Pokemon. The then pecked furiously at it. Squirtle, withdraw, Louise called out and her Pokemon quickly obeyed. Now, with the peak attack was ineffective, the Spearow moved from the water Pokemon. He knew it would not work now. Tackle, Louise then shouted quickly. Her Squirtle then sprang out of its shell and sprinted towards the Spearow that was still relatively close to the ground. The bird Pokemon cried out in surprise and pain. Shake it off, Spearow, Ash shouted. Then used Aerial Ace. Spearow quickly recovered from the attack and began to climb into the air, its body glowing with the energy that was building up. He then dived down towards the Squirtle once again, the power building in building. Dodge! Louise shouted. Follow it, Ash shouted as the Squirtle moved too early giving the Spearow enough time to adjust its attack. Squirtle, the blue tiny turtle Pokemon exclaimed. Spearow zoned in on the Squirtle. Getting closer and closer until... Bang! Dust and dirt flew up into the air creating a cloud that masked the screen from Ash, Louise, and Brock's eyes. As it began to clear the friends gasped. There in the middle of the battlefield both the Pokemon lay unconscious on the ground. Spearow and Squirtle are unable to battle, it is a draw, Brock finally announced. Spearow return, Ash ordered before whispering to the Pokeball, you did very well. Squirtle return, Louise said. We'll get them next time. That was a great battle guys, Brock said as he walked over to his friends from the sidelines. Louise, you are getting stronger. Chapter 39. A week had passed and the sun began to rise promising a bright new day. It was on this day that Ash found himself battling with a middle-aged man. This man had pale skin, a muscled body and a shaved head. Wearing sunglasses and a black suit, he reminded Ash of a secret agent or someone straight out of Men in Black. Ekans go, the man shouted. Bulbasaur, I choose you. Ash said. As both Pokemon burst from their Pokeballs and stood in front of each other, growling and hissing provokingly. Fortunately, as Bulbasaur was a grass and poison type, Ekans' attacks would have very little effect on him. However, when it comes to his Pokemon grass-type moves, their opponent has the type advantage, but that was not going to stop Ash from winning. The boy was up for a bit of a challenge. Ekans use Bite, the man continued. As the snake Pokemon shot towards Ash's Pokemon, he yelled, Bulbasaur, dodge and use Razor Leaf. The grass and poison-type Pokemon barely got out of the way and quickly counteracted with a burst of sharp, weaponized green leaves. Poison Sting, the bald man retorted. Ekans sent purple needles towards Bulbasaur's attack, causing the leaves to degrade and become ash scattered by the light breeze that caused the sunny weather to be a little less stifling. The boy had to admit that it was a great offensive method and cataloged the idea for future use. It was always good to collect strategies from other trainers to build onto your own. Poison Sting again. This time Bulbasaur had no time to dodge the attack, forcing it to take the needles head-on. The small grass and poison Pokemon then collapsed to the floor. Just as Ash thought the battle was over, his Pokemon weakly pulled itself to his feet. His breathing was harsh and he winced as he moved, but it appeared that Bulbasaur was not ready to give up yet, even when Ash requested he to return. "Okay, if you still want to battle then I cannot stop you," Ash sighed. "You must be a lousy trainer if your Pokemon will not even listen to you," the man in black said. Ash just ignored the trainer and focused on coming up with a strategy and fast. "Tackle," the man continued. "Bulbasaur, let's try that new move we have been working on," Ash shouted, more confident than he felt, as they had yet to master it. "Leech Seed." Suddenly, the grass and poison-type Pokemon began to extract the seed from its green bulb on his back and shot it towards the purple snake Pokemon, who was still charging towards him in a tackle. The seed then burst open, causing vines to wrap around Ekans, who then cried out in pain as its energy was sucked out of its body. Finally, Ekans collapsed on the floor unconscious, with the vines still draining it. "Ekans, return," the man then said and turned to the boy. "I have learned much from this battle. If we ever meet again, I will not be so easily defeated." As the man walked away, Bulbasaur immediately dropped to the floor like a rock. His body broke into a sweat, becoming hot and clammy, and then bulb on his back began to glow a sea blue color. What was wrong with his Bulbasaur? "Ash, we should take him to the Pokemon Center, quick!" Brock shouted, breaking the boy out of his panic-fueled state. The Pokemon Center was further away than the group expected, and it was not until dark that they rushed through the large wooden doors, leaving their bikes behind in the shadows. This center was more of a wooden cabin than a large city center, although it still contained a pink-haired and gorgeous, according to Brock, Nurse Joy. As he placed his Bulbasaur down on the Pokemon Center table, Ash said, "My Bulbasaur is sick, can you help him?" The nurse stared at the grass and poison-type Pokemon's glowing bulb, muttering to herself, "I wonder if this Bulbasaur is. Can you help him? Is he going to be okay?" Ash begged the nurse, who smiled slightly at the boy's worry. If she was right, then he would have no need to worry. Although the woman reflected, it was rare to come across a trainer that cared so much for their Pokemon. "Unfortunately, I will not be able to tell you anything until I have run some tests. At the moment it could be a number of things," Nurse Joy informed Ash as she placed Bulbasaur onto one of the transportable beds. "Just be patient." The group then watched as Chansey and the pink-haired woman wheeled the Pokemon into the back rooms. However, only Louise was watching close enough to see the red tulips magically blooming as the sick Pokemon went by, causing her to blink rapidly. Was she seeing things? In the E that our Bulbasaur lay on its stomach in the room as Nurse Job places electrodes all over its body and a cold press on its head in order to cool its body down a bit. The woman then went over to the machines that informed her of the Pokemon's heart rate, blood pressure, and energy flow. "It is happening," the nurse gasped as she watched the energy flow spike at increasingly fast intervals. She then began to frantically write into her book, detailing the results of the examination. Turning to Chansey, Nurse Joy smiled relieved, "Now, I am positive." Nurse Joy found Ash pacing up and down the length of the viewing window moments later, as his two best friends and Pikachu sat anxiously in the cold, hard waiting room chairs. As soon as the pink-haired woman was in his sight, Ash ran over to her. "Nurse Joy, is my Bulbasaur going to be okay?" he said, clenching his fists at his sides. Pikachu then leapt onto his trainer's shoulder and patted his head reassuringly, just like Ash had done to him on many occasions. "Your Bulbasaur is perfectly fine, Ash," the nurse informed him happily. "It is not sick at all, it is just getting ready to evolve." "Evolve?" the boy and his friends exclaimed. "Really? Well, with the amount of training and battling you guys have done, it makes sense," Louise said as she stood up and made her way over to her friend. "This is going to be great," Ash said. "How long do you think it will take, Nurse Joy?" "Let me see," the pink-haired woman said and began to walk towards the window on their left. She then threw it open, causing the shutters to slam into the walls on either side of the cabin window. Outside, all of the flowers were in full bloom, turning the Pokemon Center into a colorful array of pinks, blues and yellows. The air was thick with their sweet floral scent. It was a beautiful and tranquil sight to behold. "Wow," Ash and Brock said in awe. "It is just like at the reception." Louise muttered just loud enough for the group to hear. "What do you mean?" Ash asked, looking at the blonde-haired, blue-eyes girl. "Well, when Nurse Joy brought Bulbasaur into the a vase of flowers started to bloom," Louise explained. The group then silently watched as the flowers started to sparkle, causing the woods and garden to light up as they reflected the moonshine. Story goes that at a certain time of the year Bulbasaur from all over the world gather for a festival where they evolve. No one knows why they choose that time, and it is different every year, but I think it has something to do with the alignment of the planets and the phases of the moon. The mysterious tone of the nurse's voice made the children even more curious and awestruck from her tale. You could almost see them picturing a large group of Bulbasaur evolving in front of their eyes. "So where do they go to evolve then?" Brock asked. "Have you ever heard of the mysterious garden?" the pink-haired nurse asked, but when Ash, Brock and Louise shook their heads she continued. "Well, that is where they go, but since no human being has ever seen the garden clearly, most people think it is an illusion." "The mysterious garden," Ash muttered. "Pika," the yellow mouse Pokemon mimicked. Later that night when everyone was in bed, fast asleep, footsteps could be heard throughout the Pokemon Center. It was this noise that brought Ash's Pikachu out of his slumber and drowsily glances around. At first, the yellow mouse Pokemon could not see anything, however, when the footsteps got louder her was surprised to see Bulbasaur casually walking past the open doorway. What was he doing out of the medical bay? Pika, the electric type whispered and jumped off the bed from his place behind Ash. Pikachu then followed the grass and poison type catching hum staring longingly at the sparkles that drifted through the air, forming a path that will lead him to the mysterious garden. Pikachu understood the Bulbasaur was anxious about evolving but wanted to become bigger and stronger. The Pokemon told the electric type of its dreams to one day be a Venusaur. However, one thing held it back: what if he changed so much that he would not recognize himself? It was then the yellow mouse Pokemon took a moment to think before realizing that Pikachu was right. He then nodded at his teammate, in a gesture that said he would come back, and then followed the sparkles towards the garden. Pikachu watched the Bulbasaur go, its turquoise body joining another group of Bulbasaurs on his journey. The yellow mouse Pokemon then turned around and headed back to the Pokemon Center knowing that when the sun rose his friend would return. Hopefully. Early in the morning, the children were woken to a scream. They all started, jumping from their beds in a panic. Ash was dressed in an old shirt and his boxer shorts and Brock came out of his bed in a similar attire. When Louise got out of bed and calmed down enough to realize that she was standing in her nightly in front of two boys. Thus resulted in her shyness coming out and blushing brilliant red. Pikachu still lay in the black-haired boy's bed, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Nurse Joy came running into the group's room. Her frantic look caused the children to glance worriedly between each other. "What?" Ash said in tired confusion. "Ash, I am so sorry," Nurse Joy said tearfully. "I cannot find your Bulbasaur. He is gone." "What?" Ash exclaimed. "He can't be." "Calm down, Ash," Brock suddenly said sensing his friend's worry. "We will find him." "Yeah, Ash," Louise said. "You and Nurse Joy. Look around downstairs and Brock and I will search for him upstairs with me." "Okay," Ash nodded pushing his emotions to the side, quickly got dressed and began to search all of the rooms downstairs. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. An hour later, when the sun had finally risen, the group's search had expanded to outside. They had turned the entire Pokemon Center upside down looking for Ash's grass and poison-type Pokemon, only to discover he was not in the house. "Bulbasaur!" Ash shouted walking through the long grass. "Bulbasaur!" Brock and Louise yelled strolling at the edge of the forest woods. Then over the hills, a dark figure could be seen moving towards them. Pikachu, who had only just woke up, was sitting in the doorway yawning. Then the yellow mouse Pokemon snapped awake upon seeing the shadowed figure. Pika, he exclaimed, catching all of the humans' attention. What is that? Louise said. As the figure got closer and closer to the group, revealing a quadruped Pokémon similar to a dinosaur. It has blue-green skin with darker patches. On top of its head are pointed ears with black inside, and it has narrow red eyes. The bulb on its back has bloomed into a large pink bud, and short brown trunk surrounded by leafy green fronds support the bud. It is an Ivysaur, Ash said. What is an Ivysaur doing? Louise started but drifted off as she began to realize something. You do not think that that is your Bulbasaur, do you? Brock voiced what everyone was thinking. Ivy, the Pokémon suddenly said and began to run forward. Ivysaur, Ivy. Bulbasaur, Ash said as the Pokémon ran into the boy's arms. I can't believe you evolved without telling anyone. Ivysaur, the Pokémon exclaimed. Well, as long as you are happy with your decision, Ash said. I am just glad you returned. Pikachu said as he ran to the Ivysaur's side. As Pikachu and Ivysaur began to talk, Ash pulled out his red Pokédex, Ivysaur, the seed Pokémon. When the bulb on its back grows large, it appears to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. This Ivysaur is male and knows the moves Growl, Tackle, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Take Down and Razor Leaf. Ash was excited that another of his Pokémon had evolved, but now it was time to get them all too. Everyone, come on out. Ash shouted with his two friends calling out their Pokémon. This was going to be one of Ash's normal training sessions, which required 2 miles-long runs, whilst dragging rocks that equal each Pokémon in weight. They were also going to focus on building up their Pokémon's power in their attacks. Hopefully, after a few more training sessions his Pokémon will evolve. Ready, everyone! Ash shouted. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokémon cheered along with the rest of Ash, Louise, and Brock's Pokémon. Let's go! Ash said and began to pull a rock behind him, and the Pokémon followed. The black-haired boy had told Louise and Brock to start preparing the next stage of the training as well as some snacks. Faster guys, you are almost there, Ash shouted as they were nearing the end of their marathon. You can have a 10-minute break when you get there. Most people would assume that the black-haired boy was a SLV driver and too hard on his Pokémon, but those that got to know Ash knew that that was not true. After all, he did always train with the Pokémon and did not ask them to do anything that he would not do himself. They were still his friends. Back to work, Ash shouted a little later. 10 minutes is up. A few weeks after Bulbasaur evolved, the group sat at a picnic with his friends and Pokémon. They bathed in the sun eating ham and cheese sandwiches or poke chow, with their bikes lodging leisurely against a tree. It was there that another group of kids walked by with a book in hand. The first kid had black hair and black eyes and wore black trousers with a blue denim jacket. The second boy had deep red hair and large green-blue eyes, wearing denim shorts and orange shirt. The last kid was a girl who wore a light purple dress. Okay, how about this one, the girl said. What is a fire type most effective against? The black-haired boy smirked and said, that is easy. Bug, grass, steel and dragon. Wrong, the red-headed boy said. It is bug, grass, steel, and ice, not dragon. Looks like you need to study more if you want to pass the Pokémon League admissions exam, the girl informed the boy who answered the question wrong. Ash, upon hearing this, frowned. Pokémon League admissions exam. It did not make sense for people to study to get into the Pokémon League. Surely they needed to catch Pokémon, train and battle with them. Oh, I have heard of that, Louise said, clapping her hands together. The exam was established a few years ago to give trainers with little time an opportunity to enter the league, instead of traveling from one gym to another. That makes sense, Brock muttered, nodding his head. However, to Ash, it did not. After all, there was more to battling than knowing a type's strengths and weaknesses. This is what the boy had personally experienced, as he had won battles where his Pokémon had been at a type disadvantage and lost battles where he had the type advantage. So, feeling like he had to prove himself, Ash suddenly said, I am going to enter that exam. A little while later, Ash and the group entered a large white building that was 3 stories high. It also had large grassy areas and one dirt Pokemon battlefield. So, maybe they were required to do some battling before they could pass. Inside the Pokemon League Admissions Center, were a group of people wearing blue overalls with a red P printed on the chest. There was a large desk that stretched out into half a rectangle, separating the applicants from the employees. Here at the Pokemon League Admissions Center we evaluate applicants based on their combined written and practical skills exams, a man behind the desk informed the group. Those who pass receive this badge, he then said, pulling out a red heptagram badge with a golden P in the center. This got Ash excited because if he passed he would earn a 9th badge. Take this, it is your testing number, the man continued holding out another, plain green badge with the number 7 on it. Wow, Ash said reaching up to take a number. Thank you, sir. Finally, you have to leave your Pokeballs here, the employee said. Oh, Ash frowned. Okay. Is it okay if my friends take care of my Pikachu because he does not like to be inside his Pokeball? I do not see why not, the man said before walking away. Good luck. After all, applicants received their numbers. They were led into 3 separate rooms which seated about 50 people. In these rooms, the examinees were sat in front of a computer facing 2 examinators. This test will measure your overall knowledge of Pokemon, one of the examiners said. You will be told some facts and, using the 2 buttons in front of you, you will select whether they are true or false. Then the second examiner jumped in, okay, so if you are ready, let us begin. The screen in front of Ash suddenly flickered on revealing a round-bodied Pokemon with a thick, powerful tail. It had soft pink skin with yellow lines curving around its body. Lickitung's tongue was twice as long as its body. True or false, a robotic voice said, causing Ash to snort. This was too easy, although he was expecting the questions to get harder. The boy thought as he clicked on true. Then a picture of a small, fox-like Pokemon appeared. It had a red-brown pelt and brown pupil-less eyes with large, pointed ears. The Pokemon also had 6 orange tails with curled tips. Ninetales evolves from Vulpix only from the use of a fire stone, the computer said. Once again Ash pressed true. Hitmonlee is also known as the punching demon, came the next fact, and Ash quickly pushed false as he recalled the announcer at the Pokemon P1 Grand Prix saying that Hitmonlee was a kicking fiend. The only attack Magikarp originally knows is Splash. True. As Ash breezed through the test, some of the applicants grew stressed as they began to second-guess their answers, whilst others just sat there pressing the same button for every question. It was clear that they thought they could get at least half right by doing this. Caterpie is the world's smallest Pokemon. True or false? This question caused the boy to pause and think a little. He compared Caterpie with other Pokemon he has seen and caught on his journey, then quickly pressed false. After all, Ash was sure his Diglett was much smaller. Coughing was originally discovered in a bathhouse, true or false, the computer asked. Ash had no idea on this question and just took a shot in the dark, pressing false. He then bookmarked the question so if he had time later, he could go back to it. He was going to prove that you did not have to study to pass this exam. He was going to show that experience matters as well. It was now time for the second exam, which will measure a person's ability to recognize Pokemon. This test was multiple choice, and because many Pokemon looked similar, the correct answer gives someone 2 points, a possible correct answer gives them 1 point, and a wrong answer gives them no points. The examiner then said, please identify the Pokemon from the silhouette that will be shown on the board. The first one was just a circular black shadow, which caused Ash to frown. It could have been lots of things. However, the choices they were given were a Voltorb, Electrode, Jigglypuff, and Coughing. All of these Pokemon were round in shape, however, most examinees could easily cross Coughing off the list as its body was not a smooth flat surface. Another part of the examinees decided that it could not be Jigglypuff as it had small triangular ears that popped out of its head. Therefore, that left Voltorb and Electrode, that were both round ball-like Pokemon that were colored like Pokeballs. Ash decided to choose Voltorb. The correct answer that will give you 2 points is Jigglypuff seen from above. This caused Ash to gap at the man. How was that question fair in any way, shape or form? The second question then showed a spiral pattern which the examiner asked which Pokemon displayed it. The choices were Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Arbok and Ammonite. Ash selected Poliwag, going with the familiar as he could see his own Poliwag clearly in his mind's eye. And the answer is Poliwag, said the examiner. If you chose Poliwhirl then you would be wrong as the swirl on its stomach changes direction when it evolves. Therefore, you will get a 0 of that. From outside the exam room, Brock and Louise looked through the window. They could just barely hear the examiner asking his questions, but they both agreed that they were extremely difficult. In fact, some of these questions were almost impossible. The two then saw flames appear on the screen and heard the examiner ask what Pokemon did they belong to. The choices were Rapidash, Ponyta, Charmander and Charmeleon. Ash wanted to say Charmander, however, upon looking back at the picture the flame did not appear to come from a small concentrated area. So the boy chose Rapidash instead, although the answer could have also been Ponyta, but the boy decided to go with his gut. The answer for this one is Ponyta, the examiner said. However, if you have chosen Rapidash you will receive 1 point. The black-haired boy could not believe how hard this exam was getting. At first he thought it would be relatively easy, however, now he knew better. He had a sinking feeling that it was going to get even more difficult with every question that passed. Chapter 40. After the second exam was over, everyone was encouraged to take a break. It was during that time that Ash met with Brock, Louise, and Pikachu and the scores for the 2 exams were released. Out of 347 applicants, the black-haired boy had been ranked 97th with 161 points out of 250, which he was relatively proud of. Those that were ranked more than 200 were not allowed to continue into the next stage of the exam. The next exam was to battle with a random team of Pokemon. Apparently it is supposed to determine how well a trainer can adapt. Everyone watched as the competitors battled their examiners, witnessing defeats and triumphs. However, Ash was not worried. Battling was his strength and now he could prove that he had the skills to pass the exam without even studying. Ash Ketchum, the next examiner said, and the boy quickly moved to stand in the trainer's box in front of the brown-haired man. Okay, let's give it a try shall we, Ash said to the Pokeball he held in his hand. Are you ready, Ash? The blue overalls wearing examiner yelled over to the boy. When he nodded, the man then threw out his Pokeball, revealing a Flareon. Ash then threw out his Pokeball shouting, Pokeball go! What emerged from the ball was definitely not what Ash was expecting, however, he would make it work. After all, he had battled with this Pokemon a couple of times since he had come across Team Rocket. Now, what were Weezing's attacks? Flareon, Flamethrower, the examiner ordered. Use Smog and dodge it, Ash shouted. As a spiral of red and yellow flames twisted towards Ash's Weezing, the purple poison type released black smog from the holes all over its body. As it did so the Pokemon then moved behind the fire type. As the smog attack began to clear, the examiner called for his Pokemon to use Leer. However, it did nothing as the poison-type Pokemon was no longer in front of the evolved EV. Now, double hit, Ash ordered, causing the Weezing to burst from the slowly reducing black cloud and slam straight into the Flareon. Not once, but twice. Fire Fong, Flareon, the man then shouted. Smokescreen, came Ash's response, blinding the examiner Pokemon, causing the man to smile to himself. This kid was good. Although it looks like he is doing everything on a whim, he is actually planning his defense and countering with an attack of his own. Now, use Tackle Attack, the black-haired boy ordered, knocking Flareon out of the match as the large purple body slammed directly into the orange and cream Pokemon. The crowd around the boy cheered at his first victory, resulting in him blushing a light rosy red. It was odd battling with such a large audience, although Ash supposed that he would get used to it. After all, the crowd at the Pokemon League is going to be much larger. Round 2, Pokeball go, the examiner shouted, throwing his red and white Pokeball. The Pokemon that came out this time was a Jolteon, another evolved form of Eevee. This caused Ash to think that maybe the brown-haired man had an entire team of evolved EVs with him, and since they were all the main elements, the next one was possibly a Vaporeon. He would have to wait and see if he was correct. Pokeball go! Ash shouted as well, praying that this Pokemon was not a water type, which had a huge disadvantage against electric types. To the boy's relief, an Arbok appeared. Agility, Jolteon, the examiner ordered, not giving the boy any time to think on this one. Arbok use Leer, Ash shouted. This attack caused the electric type to freeze in fear, its sharp hair pointing to attention. Good, use Poison Sting. As the Cobra Pokemon shot purple stings at the Jolteon, its trainer ordered it to use Thunder, causing the Pokemon to snap out of its fear-induced state. The brilliant yellow attack clashed with the Poison Sting, resulting in the two attacks exploding in the air. No one was hurt or damaged in any way. Poison Sting again, Ash shouted, not sure what else to do as most of Arbok's attacks required them to touch the Pokemon. This is something he wanted to avoid, as the spikes on Jolteon would only hurt his Pokemon. Use Quick Attack to dodge and then go in with Thunder Fang, the man shouted. Arbok, no! Ash yelled, wincing slightly as the white and yellow electric type sank its teeth into the Cobra Pokemon's neck. Sighing in defeat, the boy returned his Pokemon and called out his last team member, Pokeball go! The Pokemon that emerged from the ball was a Meowth. Ash contemplated the cat Pokemon's attacks. The examiner returned his Jolteon and summoned out a Vaporeon. Ash was right, looks like the man had a whole team of evolved EVs. Meowth uses Fury Swipes, Ash ordered first. Vaporeon, use Ice Beam now, said the man. So, as the cat Pokemon ran towards the water Pokemon, a stream of blue power burst from Vaporeon's mouth. Dodge it and use Screech, Ash shouted in a panic. Much to the boy's relief, the Meowth moved out of the way just in time with its cat-like flexibility. It then turned to face its opponent and released a high-pitched sound which stopped Vaporeon's attack and caused the Pokemon to bring back in pain. Bite, Ash ordered. Dodge and use a tail whip, the examiner said, and in a flash, his blue water type jumped to the side and slammed its tail into the cat Pokemon. Ash's smaller Pokemon was then sent flying back and skidded to a halt just in front of the boy. Now, use Water Gun. Use Slash repeatedly, Ash commanded. So as the stream of water came towards to cat Pokemon, it cut into it, causing the attack to split in half. Every time the Meowth did this, it moved forward bit by bit, so when it used Slash for the last time, it was not just the attack that was cut, it was the Vaporeon as well. The Pokemon cried out in pain, before collapsing onto the ground in defeat. Vaporeon return, the examiner said. Congratulations, Ash, you passed the final round. Really? Ash said in surprise. Yes, you fought very well, Ash, the man said as he began to walk towards the black-haired boy. So, this belongs to you. The man then handed Ash the red and gold badge, causing him to burst into a brilliant smile. Look, Pikachu, Ash shouted over to his yellow mouse Pokemon. I did it. Pika, his Pokemon shouted right back. Look! Ash exclaimed as the group finally made it to the docks. There is the boat to Cinnabar Island. The smell of the salty blue sea caused Ash, Brock and Louise to smile in content. There was something very relaxing about that scent and the sound of the waves brushing up against the concrete docks and pristine boats. Children ran, screaming with laughter as they boarded the large white vessel, their parents following leisurely behind them. Well, what are we waiting for, let's go. Brock shouted and quickly began to ride towards the boat, or rather a ship. It had 2 stories of windows with Angel of the Sea written on its side. Sure, it was a different boat from last time, but it was just as beautiful. Hey, wait up! Louise shouted, trailing behind the dark-skinned teen on her white bicycle. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokemon shouted from his perch on Ash's shoulder, as if to say hurry up, causing the black-haired boy to grin widely. They were friendly going to get their volcano badge, but first Ash had to switch out his Pokémon. So, the first thing the boy did as he and his friends got into the luxurious cruise ship was to flip open his Pokédex. He then selected his Ivysaur, Weepinbell, Spearow, Dratini and Elekid, changing them for his Rhyhorn, Squirtle, Charizard, Poliwag and Ponyta. Hey, why don't you choose Aerodactyl, wouldn't it be a better choice? After all, it is going to be stronger, Brock suggested as he watched Ash over his shoulder. Yes, but is it going to listen to me, came the boy's response. Aerodactyl is a prehistoric Pokémon, meaning it has been alive for thousands of years. So, I have a feeling that it would be like a good who is being ordered. Around by his grandchild, it will probably not listen until I have gained its respect. Of course, that makes sense, Brock said. Louise said. Isn't Cinnabar Island a resort island? I heard that trainers don't even go there anymore. Don't worry, I know where I need to go, Ash informed the girl. All Louise did was shrug her shoulders, turning back to gaze at the water that was rushing past the boat. Occasionally, she would see a dark blur swim by the large moving vessel. The blonde could not be sure what Pokémon they were, but she was almost certain that she saw a group of Tentacle or tentatively as well as a Lapras. A day later, the group arrived at Cinnabar Island, which was packed full of the bodies of tourists. The air was filled with the indistinguishable amount of voices, creating a loud hum throughout the marketplaces. Right in the center of this market was the torn-down gym that used to belong to Blaine before the place was overrun by tourists looking for a good time. Wow, look at this place, Brooke gaped in awe. Yeah, it is a complete tourist attraction. It is a shame that because of that trainers no longer come to the island, Ash informed the group. With Pikachu on his shoulder, Ash led Brock and Louise down the dirt paths towards Blaine's Inn. They walked past modern Japanese buildings and a group of islanders playing odd music. The sun burned in the sky, causing sweat to break out on their skin, until they finally stopped outside the Big Riddle Inn. What is this place? I thought you were going to find a gym, said Brock. This is where the gym leader works, Ash informed the black-haired boy. The Big Riddle Inn was an older Western-style mansion, with a clock at its helm. It was hidden in the trees above a small park. The door was a large oak that echoes Ash's knocks throughout the building. A few seconds later the door opened to reveal a man with long blonde hair and a blonde mustache. He wore hippie clothes that made Ash's lips twitch in a quick smile as he recalled the balding old man that hid under this disguise. Ash, the old man said in his dreamy hippie voice. It is so good to see you. It is nice to see you again as well, the black-haired boy said, purposely avoiding using the man's name. I want a rematch. Really now, Blaine said with a smirk. Are you sure you are ready to battle me again? There is only one way to find out, Ash responded confidently, with his two friends watching on in confusion. True, Blaine nodded. Follow me then. The blonde-haired man then turned around and led the group through the inn. The wooden floor made every step they took sound like a herd of Ponyta, the walls were painted a mustard yellow. Blaine stopped beside a blank mustard yellow wall with nothing but a light switch on it. As the man reached up and flipped it on, the group frowned in confusion and Pikachu tilted his head questioningly. Despite the fact that it was a light switch, no additional source brightened the area. Ash opened his mouth to ask Blaine what he was doing, but immediately closed it when the wall suddenly eased back and slid open. It was a secret door, just like the one that Togepi found on the side of the volcano. However, unlike that secret passageway, there were not stairs leading to the dark abyss. Instead, there were slops that zigzagged to the base of the volcano. Where are we? Louise voiced as she followed her friends into the darkness. Everything they walked past an indent in the wall, a candle would immediately flicker to life. Blaine created another gym that tourists could not see and trainers have to be invited to, Ash tried to explain. Every trainer I met that is searching for Blaine is told a riddle in order to find this place, the disguised gym leader explained. So you work for Blaine? Brock asked. No, Ash smiled secretly as the group came to a stop in front of the door he knew would lead to the fiery battlefield. The blonde-haired man then threw open the door, causing the arena to fill with light. He then walked in front of the group and pulled off his wig. "I am Blaine." After the initial shock of the man's true identity wore off, Louise gaped as she stared at the rock battlefield that was suspended over that volcano's burning core. This caused the air around them to become stiflingly hot. After all, they were just above the magma chamber. The molten rock flowed upward through vents that were deep in the walls around them. Ash, Pikachu, Louise and Brock made their way over to the other side of the arena, to the trainer's box, trying not to think about what would happen to them if they fell into the magma. "Ready for a 3-on-3 battle?" Blaine asked, as confident as he was before. Of course, Ash smirked, pulling out his Pokémon. Blaine and Ash then threw the red and white ball towards the rock battlefield, shouting, "Ninetales, go! Rhyhorn, I choose you." "I see you have developed a strategy," Blaine said. "Are you sure it will work?" "I am planning on it," the black-haired boy responded. "Go Ninetales, fire spin now," the man said, pointing at Ash's Rhyhorn. The boy knew that the gym leader had ways of getting over the type advantage, but he was not going to go down that easily. "Dodge and use horn attack," he shouted, and watched as the rhinoceros-like Pokémon jumped away from the fire attack and then charged towards the fox Pokémon. However, before the attack could hit, Ninetales leapt gracefully into the air, causing Rhyhorn to run straight past. "Quick attack," Blaine ordered his Pokémon. "Stand your ground," Ash shouted as he saw the fox Pokémon disappeared in a blur of movement. As Ninetales shot towards Rhyhorn, the rock and ground Pokémon froze, spreading its legs evenly apart. Then it began to roar in pain, however not once did it flinch or buckle with the pain. His gray-plated legs did not even quiver when the fox Pokémon hit it again and again. When Ash could see Ninetales slowing down, he shouted, "Now Rhyhorn, fury attack." Suddenly, there was a red gleam in the ground and rock-type Pokémon's eyes as it charged towards Ninetales, who was still trying to catch its breath. Rhyhorn's body then slammed into the fire-type 3 times, causing a lot of damage. "Ninetales," Blaine shouted in worry. Ash grinned, "Horn attack." "Confuse Ray," Blaine commanded. There it was, an attack that Blaine would be able to use against the types that Ninetales was weak against. There is only one move that Ash could think of to get out of this: bulldoze. However, Rhyhorn had only just started learning it a month ago. Would he be able to carry out the attack? There was no time like the present to find out. "Rhyhorn, use bulldoze," Ash ordered. Brock and Louise, who stood on the sidelines, held their breaths in anticipation. They both knew that ground and rock types had yet to perfect the move. In fact, whenever Rhyhorn carried it out, it tended to die off just before hitting its opponent. So they watched intently as Rhyhorn stomped down onto the ground with one of its feet, sending 3 attacks shooting towards the Ninetales, who had its eyes closed in preparation for the Confuse Ray. Just like with the training, the attack never hit. Instead, it lost its energy meters before the fire-type Pokémon. Blaine laughed. "You used a move before your Pokémon had yet to master it. Shame it could not be done. You would have stopped Ninetales with that attack." Suddenly, the fox Pokémon's eyes shot open, glowing ominously before they connected with Rhyhorn's. The rock and ground type then began to stumble around the battlefield, getting too close to the edge, which would cause Ash's heart to clench at the thought of Rhyhorn's falling into the molten lava beneath them. "Rhyhorn, return," Ash shouted, holding out his Pokeball. "You did very well. Poliwag, I choose you," Ash shouted. "A water type, how predictable," Blaine said. "Ninetales, use Confuse Ray again." This time Ash saw the attack coming and had planned for it. "Poliwag, use Dig," he shouted. "But be careful, there is not much ground." The blue tadpole Pokémon dived under the ground, just as Ninetales opened its eyes. The fire type glanced around, not sure what to do, only to have the attack cancelled. "Water gun," Ash shouted. Poliwag immediately jumped out centimeters from Ninetales and shot a high-powered water gun at the fire type. "Fire spin," Blaine ordered his Pokémon. Back up and use water gun, Ash said, and watched as his Pokémon leapt back towards his training box, firing yet another water gun. Both attacks clashed, but Ninetales was stronger. Slowly the fire pushed the water back. Under his breath, Ash muttered, "Come on, come on." However, Ash knew he was losing. Then white light engulfed Poliwag and its body began to expand, growing bigger with its water gun getting stronger. When the light vanished, it revealed Polishing, a blue, bipedal Pokémon with a spherical body. It had bulbous eyes that protruded from the top of its head. A black and white swirl covers its belly, which are actually its organs showing through its thin skin. As Poliwag evolved into Polishing, the water gun continued, pushing back the fire until there was no more fire and the water gun hit Ninetales. The fox Pokémon cried out in pain before collapsing and being unable to move. Whilst Blaine called back his Ninetales, Ash scanned his newly evolved Pokémon with his Pokédex. Poliwhirl, the tadpole Pokémon. Capable of living in or out of water. When out of water, it sweats to keep its body slimy. This Poliwhirl is female and knows the moves Water Gun, Bubble, Double Slap, Hypnosis, Dig and Rain Dance. That was very lucky, Blaine said as he took out another Pokeball. Let's see how far this luck will go, Arcanine. Arcanine is a quadruped, canine Pokémon with an orange pelt marked by jagged black stripes. It has diamond-shaped ears with beige insides, black eyes, a round, black nose and two pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. Arcanine use Bite, Blaine ordered. As the fire type's mouth glowed a dark purple and pulled back its lips to reveal its fangs, Ash said, Double Slap. Poliwhirl waited for Arcanine to change towards her before pulling one hand back and slamming it into the fire type before pulling the other back and hitting Arcanine again, sending the Pokémon into the ground. Retreat and use Fire Spin, Blaine said, and the fire type quickly pried open his mouth, causing a spiral of flames to tunnel towards them. Rain Dance, Ash ordered. Immediately, Poliwhirl's body began to glow as it raised its arms above its head and jumped from one foot to another. Clouds began to form within the volcano, and a short torrent of rain came. Too short. Ha, Blaine laughter. It is too hot in here for a rain cloud. I got all I need, Ash responded, which was true. All they needed was for Poliwhirl and Arcanine to be touched by the rain dance for the fire-type attacks power to decrease and water-type attacks to increase in power. So, while the fire spin decrease in power, Ash ordered a water gun, which had increased in power. Poliwhirl defeated Arcanine just like she defeated Ninetales, in a clash of fire and water, in which water won. However, Poliwhirl was tired, meaning that she would not last long in the final battle. Poliwhirl return, Ash shouted, and the water type was sucked into the red and white Pokeball. He then fingered another one, unsure if he should go for a fire or water type. In a snap decision, Ash grabbed for the Pokeball, saying, Charizard, I choose you. Blaine did not reach for his Pokeball, instead he stretched out his arms. Ash knew what the Bolding Man was doing. Magmar. Just like last year, from the depths of the molten magma the red and yellow flame Pokémon emerged. The molten rock dropped off the Pokémon's body like it was cool water, not even bothering it. As the Spitfire Pokémon's feet touched the ground of the battlefield, it smoked beneath them. Magmar, Fire Punch now, Blaine ordered. The Pokémon pulled back its fist and ran towards Charizard, who merely flew up into the air to avoid it. This caused the Magmar to stop the attack as it was unable to reach its opponent. Magmar Fire Blast, Blaine said fully as if he knew he was going to win. However, Ash had a plan to escape this. Charizard used Smokescreen and Dodge. From the fire and flying type's mouth black smoke emerged, blocking Magmar's view. The other fire Pokémon still continued with the Fire Blast, spending the attack straight into the cloud of black smoke, which ignited. Charizard! Ash shouted as the air above them burned with immense heat. Just as Blaine thought the battle was over, the fire and flying type emerged from the cloud of fire, roaring in anger. Great, Ash exclaimed. Use Flamethrower. Magmar, Counter with flamethrower as well, Blaine ordered. The two flamethrower hit, neither one giving to the other. It's a tie, Brock shouted out in shock. That Charizard can't compete with us Magmar, Fire Blast now, Blaine then said, seeing that no one would win this way. As Magmar's flames formed the Japanese symbol for fire and shot towards Charizard, the winged fire type trapped it, pushing it back with so much might that the floor beneath it cracked. He then threw the fire blast over his head where it was extinguished with the wind. Blaine began to grow more anxious as attack after attack was counteracts, never had he been more determined to win. So if he could not win fire against fire he would not use fire moves. Magmar attack with Skull Bash, now. The red and yellow Pokemon rammed towards Charizard, head down. The fire and flying type had no time to dodge as Magmar smacked straight into his stomach, sending it directly into the volcano wall, which rumbled its protest. Charizard quickly shook it off and took to the sky. Dragon Rage, the black-haired boy shouted. The orange Pokemon's eyes immediately began to glow white and the flame on its tail burned brighter than ever. A fireball then began to build in its mouth, which was then fired at the Magmar. Fire Blast. Once again the two fire types clashed, but unlike last time with the flamethrower, Dragon Rage crashed through the fire blast causing the attack to split. Magmar was hit resulting in it falling into the volcano. Ash and Blaine waited and waited. Ash hoping that Magmar does not resurface and Blaine hoping it did. Suddenly, a fiery ball did emerge. It was Magmar. However, when it landed it soon collapsed, face forward on the battlefield. After the battle Blaine, who had put his wig back on, Ash, Brock, Louise and Pikachu stood outside of the big Riddle Inn. The man smiled down at the boy as he silently congratulated him on winning that battle. I have one last riddle for you Ash, Blaine informed him. What is it that's always red and has no words? Ash opened his mouth in confusion, but before he could say anything the blonde man pulled out a red fire badge. The answer is a volcano badge, the man said. You have earned this one. The black-haired boy reached out and took the badge, thanking Blaine as he did so. He was thrilled that he had also managed to beat the man who had thoroughly defeated him last year. At least he knew they were getting stronger. One more thing, Ash, the blonde-haired man said. Take this, I found some laying around the volcano. As the boy looked back at the gym leader's hand, his mouth dropped in surprise. In his palm was a fire stone, the last thing that he required to evolve his EV. But, Ash stuttered. These are really expensive. I can't. You can. I have plenty. As gazed at the man for a moment with wide black eyes, thank you. Chapter 41. After his final battle Ash, Brock and Louise returned to Pallet Town to spend winter, and Christmas with Delia and Sam. However, not before stopping by Professor Oak's lab to evolve his final EV into a Flareon and reminding the old man to inform the black-haired boy of when and where the league would take place. To say that the professor was surprised to see him so early was an understatement as Gary, who had failed to win the league last year, was still trying to earn his last badge. Flareon was a mammalian, quadruped Pokemon covered in short, reddish-orange fur. It has long ears, dark eyes and a small black nose. He had long ears, dark eyes and a small yellow pad on each foot. When Ash scanned the fire type with his red Pokédex, the robotic voice told him that Flareon now knew the moves Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Fire Fang, Ember and Fire Spin. That will definitely be useful in the Pokemon League. Christmas has been and gone, trees now sprouting fresh green leaves and what little snow they had melted quickly. Spring followed the cold season bringing with it bright yellow daffodils as the weather began to warm. With spring also came Ash's training. He woke up at 5 a.m. every morning in order to arrive at the lab for 6 a.m. Instead of aiming to evolve his Pokemon or teach them new moves, the black-haired boy decided that he wants the majority of his Pokemon to perfect the moves that they already know. Finally, summer was here, bringing with it the Pokemon League. Ash, Brock, Louise, Pikachu and Togepi, who had wanted to come along despite Espeon's protests, had walked through the Pokemon League village and made their way to the large octagon stadium that seated 80,000 Pokemon fans. Its entire body consisted of silver shining metal and pure white stone, with a red and white Pokeball hanging in the middle. Upon entry, Ash and Pikachu were separate from their friends and brought to the heart of the stadium. Other trainers including Gary and, to his surprise, Damien stood in silence until suddenly a red ball hanging over them popped open, releasing confetti and a flock of Pidgey who quickly tried to escape the place. Ash's eyes lingered on Damien, glaring at the teen with such intensity that he began to fidget without knowing why. However, Ash's attention quickly turned away from the Pokemon neglector and towards the fireworks that had just been set off. In the background, the deep masculine voice of the announcer said, "And the opening ceremonies of the Pokemon League is officially underway. This is where Pokemon trainers come to prove their skills, their strength, their spirit." The announcer then went on to say, "These hopeful competitors will battle one another as they strive for excellence and victory. A victory that they will need to enter the ranks of Pokemon Master." As Ash stood nervously in the group of trainers, with Pikachu on his shoulder, they watched as the runner holding the flame of Moltres sped over to the larger touch in front of them, signifying the start of the league. By the look on the black-haired man's face, Ash could tell that it was a huge honor to do such a thing, as the runner stared fixated on his target. When the runner made it up the first flight of stairs, he stopped in front of two people who were blocking the rest of the path from him. Ash could not see what was happening for sure, but he knew the moment that he caught a flash of pink and blue hair that it was Team Rocket. They had been too quiet as of late, and this was probably why. The group of criminals had tried and failed to capture Pokemon many times, and Ash was sure that this time they wanted something more than Pokemon. This time they wanted the flame of the one-of-a-kind, legendary Moltres. Just as the runner was about to hand over the touch to, what he thought was, the official Pokemon League members, Ash shot up the stairs faster than he thought was possible. "Wait," the black-haired boy shouted to them, taking 2 steps at a time in order to try and reach the runner. "Faster." As he did so, he called out his Weepinbell, who appeared at the bottom of the staircase. "Use Vine Whip to take the touch," he ordered. It was almost as if the world had slowed down as Ash shouted, "Wait, don't let them get that flame." This caused the runner to hesitate and turn his attention away from the two in front of him and towards Ash, giving the criminals the perfect opportunity. Jessie raised her hand and snatched the touch with brilliant yellow and orange flames from the black-haired man. She called back, "Ha, too late, twerp." Of course, that small amount of gloating gave Weepinbell enough time to snatch the torch from Jessie's hand and pulled it towards her body. "Looks like I am just on time," Ash grinned. "Team Rocket." This caused the pair to glare at the boy before James said, "Must you ruin everything?" as he and Jessie ripped off the strange white robes they had been wearing. In doing so they also reveal Meowth, who, Ash suspected, was hiding under one clothes of one of his teammates. "Not everything, but I do try," came his quick-witted reply. "Now, we will be taking the flame of Moltres back," James said as he called out his Weezing. The poison-type Pokemon released its Smog attack as ordered by its trainer, blanketing Ash, Pikachu, the runner and Weepinbell in a thick black cloud. The grass and poison-type Pokemon immediately felt someone tugging on the vine that held the touch and responded with sending a razor leaf attack in the general direction. "Yow!" Meowth shouted in the dark cloud as it felt blood dripping from his wrist that was nipped by one of the sharp green leaves. That was a lucky shot. True, that was a lucky shot. However, Weepinbell no longer needed luck as the smog faded, giving Ash, Pikachu and the grass and poison type their vision back. "Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf." "Pikachu Thundershock." Ash shouted. The Razor Leaf sliced at Meowth, sending the cat-like Pokemon flying towards Jessie and James. As he did, Pikachu sent a Thundershock their way, hitting the 3 criminals. They each flinched and twitched as the yellow energy engulfed them and electricity courses through their veins. Then as the ground beneath their feet exploded, Team Rocket was sent flying into the air. "We didn't even get to bring out our robot," cried James. "Yeah, we worked so hard to get it too," Meowth. "Shut up you two," Jessie sneered angrily as Team Rocket blasted off again. As Ash went back in line with the other Pokemon trainer, wondering why they did not help, the announcer was pleased to say that the opening ceremony would continue as the runner made it to the large center torch. The yellow and orange flame blazed to life in its bed and President Goodshow began to walk up to the podium in order to make his speech. The black-haired boy listened intently as the old man with a long white beard and just as long white hair opened his mouth to speak. The man wore a blue sun hat backwards, kind of like how Ash wore his, a red jacket and blue shorts that came down to his knobbly knees. With the end of the speech came the beginning of the Pokemon Indigo League. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town, Ash and Louise's parents watched the live coverage of the Pokemon League at Professor Oak's with the rest of the small town. Surprisingly, most of them were there to cheer Ash on, not Gary. There was the old lady who he tended the garden for last summer. There was Mr. and Mrs. Servova, who the boy had happily cleaned their gutters for. Then there was Ms. Faraway, who he helped by babysitting her 3 children as she was a single mom whose nanny was sick. After the opening ceremony, Ash was informed that he needed to return to the Pokemon village in order to find out who he would be battling first. So, he leads Pikachu, Louise, Brock and Togepi into a large dome building with dozens of arches, making it look like a single-level Roman Colosseum with a brilliant red roof. As the group entered, they noticed several circular desks with a receptionist standing within them. So, unsure of what to do now, the black-haired trainer, with a Pikachu perched on his shoulder, went over to an auburn-haired receptionist. She wore a red headband and a similar teal-green uniform as the other receptionists. "Welcome to Pokemon Village," she greeted. "I need your identification so I can check you in." At the sight of the woman, Brock's heart began to flutter and the dark-skinned teen immediately shot towards her. "Ash can check in while I check out your beautiful smile." This made Louise, Ash and Pikachu cringe, and before the teen could do any more damage to his dignity they all grabbed onto him, pulling him away from the girl. The receptionist smiled her thanks, before turning back to Ash. "Here you go," he said as he gave the woman his Pokédex. The woman immediately flipped it open in order to look at the boy's picture. "Is this your first time at the Pokemon League?" she said, trying to make conversation. "Yes," Ash smiled at her. Then she slid his Pokédex into a machine beside her and typed something into the keyboard. There was a high-pitched beep and she removed the identification from the device, handing it back to the boy with a smile. "Well," she beamed. "That is it, you are all checked in." "Thanks," Ash exulted before taking his Pokédex back. "So who am I going to be battling? And on which field?" "All you have to do is press this bottom," the woman informed him, pointing at the red button that was sitting on the desk in front of him. "On the screen are the 4 field types, wherever the light stops is where your first match is." "Okay," Ash said as he stared up at the screen with the moving light. As the light passed the grass field, he pressed the button, causing the light to slow down as it circled once more before landing on the water field. "The water field it is," the auburn-haired receptionist affirmed and typed something else into the computer that was on her other side. "Now the system will randomly select your opponent." As a picture of Ash now covered half of the screen, he waited as the second half flashed through dozens of images of competitors before landing on a feminine-looking guy with long teal-colored hair. He wore a pink crop jacket, a pale yellow scarf and a white shirt with a low neckline. "His name is Mandy and you will be the third match," smiled the woman. "Be there by 1 o'clock. "Thanks," Ash said again before quickly leaving the building. As the group walking down the street, Louise asked Ash what sort of Pokemon he was going to use. "Well," Ash stated, "I have Poliwhirl, Gyarados, Squirtle, Seadra and Shelder who are water types, but if this Mandy person is going to use water types as well then their attacks may not be very effective, which means that battle could end up being dragged out longer. So, I was thinking of throwing in some flying-type Pokemon as well." "That is a good idea," Brock nodded thoughtfully. As the group continued to walk, they soon spotted Gary, who also noticed them. "Hey Ash, I hear you are on the water field first." "I am on the ice field." "I really hope you win your first battle, Ashy boy, I would feel terrible if you lost." Ash just grinned at his childhood enemy, and I would feel terrible if you could not make it into the semifinals like last time. This caused Gary to glare at the boy as he walked away, unaffected by the taunt. It was almost 1 o'clock when Ash made his way over to the water field. Inside, thousands of people cheered for the winner of the last match, a boy and his sea king. The pair looked so happy with their victory that Ash could not help but smile with them. That would be him after the next match was finished, he thought confidently. We are up next, Pikachu, he then said, stroking the pokeballs on his belt, hoping, praying that he had made the right choice. Brock and Louise stood behind the pair with knowing smiles on their faces. They did not mind that Ash was ignoring them at the moment. Pie, the yellow mouse Pokemon murmured as he gently bobbed his head. The large metal doors then slid open, making a noise of the crowd even louder, as the lights from the stadium practically blinded the pair. Ash straightened his back and forced his face to go black as he said to his partner, "Ready, Pikachu?" Pika, the Pokemon nodded as the two walked out into the light. And now the start of the third battle on the water field, the announcer boomed, dragging out the word "field" as Ash and Mandy's pictures appeared on the large board. Mandy was designated the red trainer, whilst Ash was designated the green trainer. The water field itself was a large pool which had 5 circular floating patches of ice, making Ash thankful that he did choose some flying types to integrate with his water-type team, as the ice would have been hard to maneuver on for any other Pokemon type. Ketchum is accompanied by his coaches as he takes on Mandy, a league favorite with his exciting battle techniques, the announcer said, causing Ash to frown. Just his luck to be pitted against a league favorite, he thought to himself. Each trainer is only allowed 3 Pokemon. So let this battle begin. As the bell rang, Mandy immediately called out his executor, which was a grass and psychic type Pokemon. It was a tall Pokemon that resembles a coconut palm tree, with its legs appearing like tree trucks and its 3 heads as the coconuts. Ash grinned. This is where one of his flying types would come in handy. Butterfree, I choose you, Ash shouted. Executor, Psywave now, Mandy ordered, pointing at the pathetic-looking Butterfree. Dodge and then use Gust, Ash commanded, thinking that he would be able to win the battle by knocking the grass and psychic type into the water. However, as the gust came towards Mandy's Pokemon, its eyes flashed and the attack went around it. Shoot, Ash gritted his teeth. A psychic move. Executor, Egg Bomb attack, Mandy said, excitement coursing through him as he pictures an easy win. Suddenly from the Pokemon's head, dozens of glowing white eggs were released into the air and were falling towards Butterfree. Confusion, Ash shouted. Immediately, Butterfree eyes began to glow as a similar glow engulfed all the egg, sending them falling straight towards the executor instead. Executor, Psywave, Mandy then said. As the Psywave hit the eggs, they exploded in the air, causing the water to ripple and the large Pokemon to stagger around. Poison powder, then use Gust to blow it over to Executor, Ash ordered. Butterfree quickly did as commanded, engulfing the large Pokemon in a purple cloud. This caused the Executor to choke and fall onto the ice, unconscious. Executor! Mandy exclaimed. Victory for the green, the umpire said, holding up a green flag for all to see. The crowd went wild. Good job, Butterfree! Pikachu, the yellow mouse Pokemon exclaimed. As Butterfree still appeared to be full of energy, Ash decided to keep it in for a second battle. Now all he needed was to find out which Pokemon Mandy would use. Ha, Mandy muttered to himself. That was just some beginner's luck. He then enlarged his next Pokeball, saying, but his luck has just run out. Go Seadra. Seadra, of course, was a seahorse-like Pokemon. It has a long snout and 2 fin-like ridges curving over either side of its head. Its belly was covered with rough, cream-colored scales. Seadra, use agility, Mandy ordered. The blue and cream water Pokemon zigzagged towards the Butterfree, its forehead creased in a steely glare. It then jumped out of the water and smacked its body into Butterfree's. Gust, Ash shouted. Butterfree immediately snapped out of his pain-induced phase and sent a gust towards the water type before its body even broke the surface. This sent Seadra spirally into the water with considerable speed and height. Just as Seadra resurfaced, Ash ordered his bug-type Pokemon to use Sleep Powder. The cloud of sparkling dust quickly engulfed the water type, forcing it into a deep slumber that could not be disrupted by the screaming crowd around them. Round 2 went to Ash. It was clear Mandy was growing frustrated as he was one Pokemon away from defeat. The teal hair boy repeatedly clenched and unclenched his hands as he breathed deeply. Think, Mandy. Think was constantly circling the teen's mind. Fine, the teal-colored hair teen said. Let's see what happens when I take this battle to your level. He then threw out his Pokemon and from it emerged a Golbat. This Pokemon was a large, blue bat-like Pokemon with purple wing membranes. It has small eyes with slit pupils and a massive mouth containing 4 fangs. Ash could tell that this Golbat was male as it had larger fangs than the boy's female did. Golbat was a flying and poison type and was resistant to bug types. This battle was going to be difficult. Butterfree, use Gust, Ash ordered his Pokemon. As the butterfly Pokemon flapped his wings furiously, Mandy shouted, Golbat Razor Wind now. The Razor Wind collided with the Gust and sliced through the attack like a hit knife through butter. Dodge, Ash shouted fearfully. If it was not for all their training, the black-haired trainer doubted that his Butterfree would have been able to react so fast. 1 second it was about to get hit by the Razor Wind, the next it was behind the Golbat. Confusion, Ash then commanded just as the Golbat stopped its attack and turned around to face its opponent. Immediately, the bat Pokemon's eyes began to glow and its body lost control. Golbat! Mandy shouted as the flying and poison type flew high up into the air before hurtling down. Its small body crashed into the water. The audience waited in silence to find out if the Golbat could continue to battle. However, as the purple body floated to the surface, it was clear that Ash has won. This Pokemon probably could not endure the damage dealt by the impact. I can't believe it, Mandy exclaimed. Golbat is unable to battle, victory goes to the team of Ash and Butterfree, the umpire said as the crowd suddenly became alive with screaming, cheering, and hooting. It is all over, can you believe it, the announcer shouted over the crowd. Pokemon League rookie, Ash Ketchum, won his first match without even one change in Pokemon. This caused a large grin to spread over his face as he called for his Butterfree to return. You were amazing out there. Good job, he muttered to the Pokeball. Chapter 42. The next day Ash's second match had begun at 10 a.m., so he and his Pokemon were up with the sun, putting in about an hour of last-minute training before getting a healthy breakfast. Their battle was on the rock field and his opponent was a trainer named Zach, who had light brown hair and black eyes. The boy wore a white sweat band on his forehead, with a white long-sleeved shirt and blue button-up vest. Now, the second battle on the rock field is about to begin, the announcer said. With Ash Ketchum on the green side and Zach Shelton on the red side. Will Ash whip him out with only one Pokemon, or will Zach cut the streak in the bud? Zach quickly threw out one of his Pokeballs before the black-haired boy could process that the bell has rung. It was a Sandshrew that emerged from the Pokeball ready to battle. This Pokemon was a bipedal mammalian type despite the fact that it runs on all fours. It had dry, rough yellow hide that blends in perfectly with its natural habitat, the desert. Rhyhorn, I choose you, Ash shouted, throwing the red and white Pokeball. The black-haired boy's large Pokemon easily outsized the much smaller Sandshrew. However, he knew that he should not underestimate his opponents. After all, that is what Mandy, Ash's last opponent, did, and it resulted in his own devastating loss. Furthermore, Zach also had to collect at least 6 badges from different league-approved gym. In other words, everyone in this competition has had to earn their place. Some entering more than once. Sandshrew, Poison Sting, Zach shouted towards his Pokemon. As the mouse Pokemon flexed its back, Ash called, Fury Attack. Then as purple needles shot out of the Pokemon's back like tiny arrows, Rhyhorn's horn glowed as the larger Pokemon ran towards the smaller one. Her horn glowing white as she built up her energy there. As the needles hit the horn, they were destroyed in a puff of purple dust. However, the Rhyhorn's attack continued. "Dodge it, Sandshrew," the boy shouted in fear. It was only due to the ground-type small body that it was able to get out of the way unharmed. "Great, now use Roll Out," Zack continued. Ash smiled widely at this, knowing the perfect counter-attack, Stomp. The rhinoceros-like creature then picked up her front left foot and slammed it into the ground. She did the same with her other short legs, appearing as if she was marching on the spot. However, with every step taken, the ground began to shake. This caused the floor beneath Sandshrew's curled, ball-like form to crack, resulting in the ground-type Pokémon becoming trapped. "Sandshrew! Try and get free," Zack ordered, chewing on his lower lip. "Great, awesome," Ash cheered. "Now finished it with Horn Attack." As the gray, ground and rock type charged towards the mouse Pokémon, who struggled more ferociously than before. It knew that if it was hit in such a vulnerable position it would be all over. "Unbelievable," the announcer exclaimed. "Looks like Ash and his Rhyhorn have managed to use the field to trap Zack's Pokémon. What will happen new?" Unfortunately, there was nothing Sandshrew could do, so as the attack came closer it gave in to the inevitable. Bang! The attack was a direct hit. Sandshrew has been defeated. "Victory goes to Rhyhorn," the referee announced. Astonishing! Ash Ketchum managed to stop Sandshrew in its tracks. Now, which Pokémon will Zack choose? The brown-haired, black-eyes trainer slowly took out a Pokeball after recalling his Sandshrew. "Go, Kangaskhan." As the large, bipedal Pokémon with golden-brown hide emerged from the red and white ball, Zack wasted no time. "Use Bite." The normal-type Pokémon charged towards Ash's Rhyhorn, mouth open as its fangs began to glow slightly in the sunlight. Kangaskhan then grabbed onto the ground and rocked Pokémon's body, pinning it where it was. "Get out of there, Rhyhorn," Ash yelled. The Kangaskhan then reared back its head and then bit down onto Rhyhorn's exposed neck. "Rhyhorn!" Ash screamed. Suddenly, the rhinoceros-like Pokémon began to glow a blinding white light. She then moved to stand on her rear legs. Then as the glow disappeared to reveal the evolved form. "Rhydon!" "Amazing," the announcer shouted. Ash Ketchum's Rhyhorn has evolved due to the intensity of the battle. The crowd cheered and screamed at this new development, astonished that they were able to witness an evolution right in front of them. Rhydon was a large, gray, bipedal Pokémon with features of both dinosaurs and rhinoceroses. It has a cream-colored, drill-like horn on its snout, although it was smaller due to the fact that Ash's Rhydon was female. There were other protrusions on the head as well, as including a spike curving forward from the middle of its head, two triangular points resembling ears to the sides, a wide wavy crest under the ears, and spiky ridges on its cheeks. It had red eyes and two fangs protruding from its upper jaw and a long tail with skinny black strips. Quickly, Ash scanned his newly evolved Pokémon with his Pokédex, Rhydon, the drill Pokémon. Protected by an armor-like hide, it is capable of living in molten lava of 3,600 degrees. This Rhyhorn is female and knows the moves Fury Attack, Horn Attack, Scary Face, Stomp, Shock Wave and Hammer Arm. "Alright. Rhydon!" Ash shouted over the crowd. "Now, use Scary Face followed by Hammer Arm." As the Scary Face move caused Kangaskhan's body to freeze in fear, it allowed Rhydon to close the distance between them, arm raised towering above the normal type. With sharp precision Rhydon brought her arm down towards her opponent's head, who ignored Zack's order to move out of the way. Smash! The attack caused the Kangaskhan to crash into the ground, resulting more cracks to form on the floor beneath their feet. However, the battle was not over yet. The Kangaskhan climbed to its feet, stumbling as it did. "Double hit, Kangaskhan!" Zack ordered. "Dodge it," Ash shouted. As the Kangaskhan punched out its first fist, Rhydon leant back, allowing for the fist to brush past her head. The second punch came quickly after, forcing the rock and ground Pokémon to drop to the floor to avoid it. Use your tail, Ash then ordered, and the Pokémon immediately understood what her trainer was trying to say. She quickly spun her body around, swiping her tail behind the Kangaskhan legs, which gave out, causing the Pokémon to collapse once more. Get up! Zack ordered more harshly than he meant to, but as the parent Pokémon pushed its body up, its limbs simply trembled and gave out again. Kangaskhan is unable to battle. Victory goes to Rhydon, the referee stated. Go, Nidorino! Zack shouted, throwing his last Pokeball. Nidorino was a light purple, quadruped Pokémon with several darker spots on its body. It had large, spiny ears with teal insides, narrow black eyes, and long pointed teeth protruding from the upper jaws. Nidorino, tackle, Zack ordered. Dodge it, Ash commanded, but the Nidorino was too fast, shooting across the field like a bullet. The purple poison pin Pokémon quickly smashed into Rhydon's large gray frame, causing her to cry out in pain. Rhydon, use Stomp, Ash shouted as Nidorino jumped back upon completion of its attack. As the large rock and ground Pokémon did as it was told, the black-haired trainer's well-structured plan was put into motion. Fractures covered the entire ground field, and as Rhydon continually pounded at the floor, fractures became bigger and bigger. Until... smash! The large rocks that decorated the arena crumbled and the flat ground beneath them moved so that they struck up at awkward angles. Well, look at this, the announcer exclaimed. Talk about using the field to your advantage. Now Nidorino is going to find it much more difficult to use that amazing speed of his, but it looks like Rhydon is also stuck. Rhydon, shock wave. Ash smiled. This time the gray ground and rock type jumped into the air and crashed down in its place, causing the ground to fly up into the air as the force rippled through it. Nidorino! Zack shouted in shock. He had no idea what to do as the ground began to hit and bury his Pokémon. Nidorino is out of the competition. The match goes to the green trainer, Ash Ketchum, the referee yelled, and the crowd began to cheer with more vigor. Unbelievable! Ash Ketchum has once again wiped out his opponent using only one Pokémon. Yes, Louise screamed from her seat behind the boy. It was the end of the second round and Ash was working at an advantage. Brock had told her that the league gather information on trainers every time they battle, which other trainers can access. However, the league only has data on Ash's Butterfree and Rhydon. Now the very happy Ash Ketchum will now move on to the third round of the Pokemon League, the announcer finalized. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Gary Oak could be seen frowning darkly with his 4 cheerleaders behind him. Look at him, the professor's grandson sneered. He wins 2 easy matches and he thinks he can win the whole competition. Then with one last look, Gary marches away. After the match, Ash immediately took his Pokémon to the center to get checked out. Then he and the group went back to the Pokemon League village in order to grab something to eat. They had to get their strength back to fight in their next battle on the ice field. Although, for the next match Ash would probably choose his Glaceon, Magnemite, Spearow, Primeape and Poliwhirl. As the group walked through the busy street maneuvering around large crowds of trainers and fans. Ash had been talking to his friends when something hard struck his shoulder, jarring Pikachu from his position. Turning to find the source of the strike, he found himself face to face with Damien. Watch where you are going, the blue-haired boy sneered at Ash. This caused the boy to frown, saying, Damien, it is nice to see you have not changed a bit. And what is that supposed to mean, kid? How do you even know me? The cruel teen raged silently, clutching his fisted hands to his sides, as if in the preparation of punching Ash. Well, you are definitely in the habit of abandoning you Pokemon, Ash smiled sarcastically. But I am surprised you do not remember me. After all, I own the Charmander you abandoned. Brock and Louise, who stood off to the side wondering how Ash knew the boy, now gasped in realization. There in front of them was the trainer that left Charizard to die when he was a Charmander, abandoned Scyther for being too weak and left Shellder when it could not fulfill his demands. Damien suddenly had a cruel smile on his face as he said, Oh, now I remember. Tell me, how many battles has that weak and pathetic Pokemon lost you? Ash just stared at the other trainer with blank eyes before responding, "I guess you will just have to find out." With that, he walked away taking his friend with him. One day he would let his Pokémon get their revenge. The next day Ash and the group made their way to the ice field, which resembled the ground field with large blocks of ice covering the smooth slippery surface. This time Ash was labeled as the red trainer, whilst a black-haired, bushy-browed boy was labeled as the green trainer. "Welcome back to the next battle here on the ice field," the announcer said to the audience, who cheered loudly at the voice. In the red trainer box, we have Ash Ketchum, who is slowly becoming a new league favorite, after having won his last 2 battles with a single Pokémon. Our green trainer, Sean Walsh, may not be able to say the same but has won his last battle through sheer strength. I wonder who will come out on top. When the referee announced the start of the battle, the two immediately called out their Pokémon. "Go Kingler," Sean shouted, throwing the red and white Pokeball. "Glacian, I choose you," Ash said at the same time. As the two Pokémon emerged from their ball, Ash could not help but notice the height difference between them. Kingler was a crustacean Pokémon that resembled a crab. Its strong shell covers the outside of its body, featuring a red upper half and a light tan lower half. Its upper half also has 6 tall, thin spikes that resemble a crown. "Kingler, grab hammer attack, anime move," Sean ordered, pointing at the Glacian. As the Kingler approached the ice-type Pokémon, claw raised ready to attack, Ash shouted, "Dodge and then use Ice Fang on one of its legs." Despite the fact that the pincer Pokémon was much bigger than Glacian, Ash's Pokémon had the advantage in speed. So, just as the claw was about to slam into his white and blue body, he was gone. Glacian had slipped out of Kingler's field of vision and was suddenly behind the Pokémon, his fangs glowing a white light. "Kingler, behind you," the green trainer shouted, but it was too late. Glacian quickly sunk its fangs into the crab-like Pokémon back leg. However, the move was not as effective as Ash would have liked. Whilst Glacian was still latched onto Kingler's leg, Ash's opponent said, "Kingler, use grab hammer attack again." This time the attack quickly and effectively slammed into the ice type, forcing him to let go. For a while, he stumbled around, dizzy, until Glacian collapsed unconscious. Glacian is unable to battle. "Victory goes to Kingler," the referee shouted. Immediately after, the announcer's voice rippled through the stadium, "This is truly something, people. For the first time since the Pokémon League began, Ash Ketchum is being forced to use a second Pokémon. Is this the end of his wipeout streak?" As Ash recalled his Pokémon, he gritted his teeth. Kingler is strong, but no way will he be defeated. "Magnemite, I choose you," Ash shouted. Chapter 43. As soon as the genderless Pokémon was out of its Pokeball, Sean ordered Kingler to use Mud Shot. At least the trainer thought about what move to use if faced with a type disadvantage, and Ash was sure that he had other attacks tucked away. Fortunately, Ash also has a plan for this battle. "Dodge it and use Thunder Shock," the black-haired trainer ordered. However, it was too late to dodge the first lump of mud that came flying through the air. It struck the Magnemite right in the eye, blinding the steel and electric type. Nevertheless, Ash's Pokémon released its attack. The bolts of thunder randomly struck the ground aimlessly, missing the water type completely. This caused Ash to frown. How was he going to clear Magnemite's vision and avoid Kingler's attacks? It was impossible. There was no attack in his Pokémon's repertoire, and it was unlikely that Sean would order Kingler's to use Water Gun, as if was not effective against steel and electric types. "Kingler Vice Grip," the green trainer ordered. Once again Magnemite was unable to dodge and ended up in the crab Pokémon's oversized claws. It was then that Ash had an idea. "Magnet Bomb," Ash shouted. Instantly, green waves began to emit from the genderless Pokémon, forming a barrier around it. Then its body began to glow an even paler green until Magnemite exploded. The Kingler clicked in pain, quickly releasing the steel and electric type. In the explosion, the mud covering its eyes was blasted off, clearing its vision. "Great, now use Thunder Shock again," the boy ordered. This time it was Kingler who was too slow to react to its trainer's commands. The thunder shocked it directly, causing the water type to stagger and fall backwards. Unconscious. Kingler is unable to battle. Victory goes to Magnemite, the referee announced, causing the crowd to cheer once more. With 2 Pokemon each, Ash and Sean were evenly matched. However, if the trainer was prepared, his Pokemon would be even more powerful than Kingler. Cloyster, I choose you, the green trainer said, releasing his Pokemon. This Pokemon was black and pearl-like, encased inside a light gray shell. The shell is surrounded by a second jagged, blue-violet outer shell casing. It had one barb-like spike protruding from above its head and multiple conical horns on its outer shell. Cloyster was a water and ice-type Pokemon that lives on the sea floor, nestled among the rocks. Sonic Boom Attack, Ash yelled towards his Pokemon. Cloyster, withdraw, Sean called out. As the invisible sonic waves shot towards the Cloyster, who was safely tucked behind his shell. Since the bivalve Pokemon had an impenetrable armor, all that happened was that its body quivered slightly as if struck by a sudden chill. However, even that was more of a reaction than most attacks received. Again, he said. Just keep at it. Cloyster was hit again and again with the Sonic Boom Attack, and eventually its tremors become exaggerated shaking. Then it was as if the Pokemon was too exhausted to hold its shell shut anymore, and its armor slowly drifted open. No. Cloyster, what are you doing? Sean suddenly panicked, clearly showing his plan. It was obvious Ash's opponent wanted his Magnemite to exhaust itself. Then they would attack when the Pokemon was at its weakest. However, they did not expect the Sonic Boom to drain Cloyster of its energy. Quick, use Thunder Shock, Ash said hurriedly. Magnemite got the message from its trainer loud and clear, and before Ash even finished the word Thunder Shock, it began to generate the voltage. Seconds later, as the gap in Cloyster's shell grew bigger, a bright yellow bolt of thunder hit the dark black pearl of the Pokemon. The water and ice type dropped to the ground, disabled. This battle seemed easier than his battle with Kingler. Maybe Sean brought out his best Pokemon first. Cloyster is out of the match, Magnemite is the victor, the referee said. As Sean recalled his Pokemon, Ash took his chance to let his eye wander to the crowd. It was in the crowd that he saw his friends Brock and Louise holding Pikachu and Togepi. However, he also saw Gary and Damien watching him calculatingly, as if secretly sizing him up. Maybe they are starting to see Ash as more of a challenge. A competitor, rather than a loser. The sound of Sean calling out his Arcanine quickly drew Ash's attention back to the match. Hopefully, this would be his final battle today. This is a big surprise, the announcer shouted. The green trainer has chosen Arcanine, a fire Pokemon. Secretly, Ash smiled. As soon as the fire type releases any sort of flame attack, the ice would melt. Sean obviously did not think that through. Magnemite, Thunder Shock, Ash grinned. As the thunder shot towards the legendary Pokemon, it quickly dodged, jumping from ice rock to ice rock. The Pokemon did this gracefully, with ease, appearing as if it was merely going through the steps of a well-leaned dance. Smoothly and soundlessly. Arcanine, good job, the fire-type's trainer cheered. Now use your Dragon Rage attack. As the Arcanine landed firmly on its paws a few feet from Magnemite, it lifted its chin to the sky and howled. Suddenly, the wind started to swirl around the fire-type, creating a tornado. More and more air was pulled into the attack, making the tunnel of wind grew bigger and bigger, catch Magnemite in its strong grasp. The steel and electric type spun around and around in the tornado, moving slowly up its funnel. Eventually, Magnemite shot out of the top of the attack and was flung towards Ash. Luckily, its body creates electromagnetic waves that allow it to defy gravity, thus reducing the blow the impact may have caused if it did not have that ability. Magnemite, are you okay? Ash asked, leaning over the rail to get a better look at his Pokemon. Mag-E, the electric and steel type, reassured as it hovered above the ground. Okay, let's use Thunder Wave, he then called. The Pokemon then turned to face its opponent as the other trainer ordered it to use a flamethrower. The two attacks clashed together, the the thunder wave repeatedly beating back the continuous stream of fire. However, whilst Sean was more concentrated on his Pokémon, Ash watched as the ice surrounding Arcanine melted away until only one small iceberg remained with the fire type standing on it. "Looks like you forgot that fire melts ice," Ash commented to the other trainer. "And that water conducts electricity. Magnemite, thunder shock on the water." Arcanine cried out in pain before falling into the water. The splash sounding loud in the silence of anticipation that washed over the audience. "Arcanine," Sean shouted, watching his last hope float in the water unconscious on its back. "Arcanine has been eliminated," the referee shouted, raising the red flag in his right hand. "Ash Ketchum and Magnemite wins." The crowd suddenly came back to life, shouting and screaming. The match was an exciting one and sent a thrill down the audience's back as well as Ash's. "We did it," the boys shouted in glee, trembling as the adrenaline began to wear off. The next day after Ash's battle, Gary won his 4th round and was now in the finals. The top, of course. Professor Oak's grandson was smug about exceeding his original placement. Ash's 4th match was not until late afternoon on the grass field, and he had already chosen the perfect team: Pidgeotto, Golbat, Parasect, Nidorina and Ponyta. Grass types were weak against fire, ice, poison, flying, bug and steel types, so this gave Ash a large pool of Pokémon to choose from. Before Ash knew it, he was standing in the trainer box being introduced to yet another large crowd of fans. Louise and Brock took their seats in the huge mass of people, Togepi snuggling into the blonde-haired girl's arms. "Ash can't lose," Brock whispered to himself. He had confidence in his friend, who refused to give up and would come up with the most amazing battle plans. Louise heard what the dark-skinned teen muttered and nodded her head. "So, who is he battling?" "According to the program, it is someone named Jeanette Fisher," Brock responded as he read the paper pamphlet. "And now the red trainer is coming onto the field," the announcer shouted just as a brilliant red carpet was thrown out of the doorway, unraveling as it went. Then from the dark emerged a girl, about Ash's age, with a man who was throwing flower petals over her head. "Jeanette Fisher from Crimson City." "I am honored," the girl nodded gracefully. She had thick dark purple hair and wore a heavy traditional Japanese kimono. As she stepped into the trainer's box, the battle had begun and each trainer throws out their Pokeballs. "Golbat, I choose you," Ash shouted. "My Pokémon will create quite a buzz," the girl smiled. "Beedrill, go." Beedrill mostly resembles a bipedal, yellow wasp, however, it only has 4 legs instead of 6 and lacks pigment pits. Beedrill's head is round with a slightly pointed mouth, large, red eyes and black antennae with a sharp bend in the middle. Its forelegs are tipped with long, conical stingers. It stands on its other 2 legs, which are long, segmented, and insectoid in shape. Beedrill has 2 pairs of rounded, veined wings, and another stinger on its yellow and black striped abdomen. "Beedrill, tackle attack," Jeanette shouted. The bee-like Pokémon shot towards Golbat, who was flying about 5 feet off the ground. Golbat, who did not need any orders, surged up higher into the air, dodging the attack. The bat-like Pokémon then twisted to face its opponent and upon Ash's order, attacked with a supersonic. The supersonic ripped through the Beedrill's body, causing every cell in its body to vibrate. This caused the bug and poison type to drop to the ground. "Beedrill, use the twin needle attack, now," Jeanette ordered. As her Pokémon forced its body to its feet, its wings began to flutter with determination. It then lifted its body into the air and flew towards Golbat, jabbing its left stinger and then its right stinger repeatedly. Although, it was as if the Beedrill was out of energy. "Quick, drop and use air slash," Ash ordered. Golbat's wings soon began to glow white and she brought herself so that she was positioned below Beedrill. Then Ash's Pokémon slashed its wings across its body, sending 2 wind blades towards the Pokémon's stomach. "Dodge, then poison sting," Jeanette said. Instantly, Beedrill swerved to the left and then turned its body to point its tail stinger at Golbat. It then jabbed continuously at the poison and flying type. "Supersonic," Ash commanded. Once again, ripples of high-pitched waves dug their way into the Beedrill's body, causing its movements to falter. Soon after it stopped its attack completely. "Now, air slash," Ash said. As the Beedrill stood on the grass field, its wings twitched in pain and annoyance. So, in its weakened state, it was unable to dodge the Golbat's attack. "Beedrill is out of the mouth," the referee announced. From the crowd, Louise stood up from her chair and began to clap and silently cheer on her friend. Brock sat there with a red blush painting both his cheeks, obviously crushing over Ash's opponents. As Jeanette recalls her Beedrill, she shouts, "This one won't be so easy." She then pulled out a second red and white ball. "Go, Scyther." The insectoid creature stood on its hind legs in front of Golbat. "Scyther, use your slash attack, now," Jeanette said, throwing out her arm, before clutching at the railing of her trainer's box. The Scyther leapt off the ground and began to fly inches from the grass. The flapping of its wings caused the green luscious grass to ripple around the bug and flying type. It then flew higher, slicing its long knife-like arms at Golbat, who dodged and twirled, allowing the weapons to harmlessly brush past the Golbat. "Now Scyther, quick attack," Jeanette ordered in determination, like she had planned out this very battle. The green Pokémon then sped up its slashing movements until they could barely be seen. This only caused Golbat to speed up. Ash had trained it to ensure that it had a strong endurance, and because of its small body, dodging was relatively easy. However, the boy did not want his Pokémon to be worn out just yet, so he watched, looking for the weakness in such a powerful attack. Then he realized, when Scyther used slash attack, it was able to fly, but now it seemed to need to have its feet firmly planted on the ground. "Go higher, Golbat. Get out of the range of the attack," Ash called out. "GOL," the Pokémon responded, slowly moving higher into the sky until the Scyther was unable to reach it. Though it did not stop it from trying. "Supersonic," Ash ordered. As the Supersonic hit the quick attack, both moves cancelled each other out. If he could not get close enough, it would not be able to use attacks like the Bite or Poison Fang attack. Supersonic is not effective enough, so all he had was Air Slash. "Double team," Jeanette suddenly said. Instantly, instead of one Scyther, Ash and Golbat was seeing three. "Great," he thought. "Golbat, use Air Slash," Ash ordered. "Then follow it and use Poison Fang." The purple bat-like Pokémon immediately sent two waves of power-drenched wind, which quickly destroyed the two fake Scyther one after the other. However, since Golbat was directly behind its own attack, hiding, Jeanette had no time to order a counterattack. Golbat sank its teeth into the bug and flying type before releasing and backing away from its opponent. "No," the girl cried out as Scyther began to stumble around. Scyther double hit. In a last burst of energy, the Pokémon took off from the ground and swiped at the bat Pokémon, catching it off guard. Both Pokémon then fell to the ground unconscious. "Both Scyther and Golbat are unable to battle," the referee announced, raising both the red and green flags. Ash secretly smiled, 2 down 1 to go. He then pulled out his next Pokémon as Jeanette did the same. "Ponyta, I choose you," Ash said, calling out his last Pokémon. "Bellsprout, go," the trainer said, throwing her Pokeball. "Bellsprout?" Ash wondered in confusion. Jeanette is a strategist, she would have saved her strongest Pokémon for last, yet here she was throwing out a Bellsprout. Although, upon looking at the shock and confusion of everyone else near the field, her plan soon came to light. She wanted him to underestimate her Pokémon. Sure, it may look weak, but if given the right sort of trainer, this Bellsprout could be far stronger than Ash originally perceived it to be. So, he was not going to underestimate it. "This looks like a desperate move for the young fisher," the announcer said through the speakers. "Bellsprout, get ready," Jeanette muttered to her Pokémon, staring at the much bigger and stronger fire-type Pokémon. "Ponyta, tackle attack," Ash yelled, wanting to see what would happen when his Pokémon got up close and personal with the smaller flower Pokémon. The Fire Horse Pokémon neighed and then charged head down, hooves clicking towards the grass and poison type. However, as it did, the Pokémon simply bent backwards as if doing the limbo, going right between the horse's legs, effectively dodging the tackle. Ash bites his lip and ordered his Pokémon to tackle again, resulting in a similar defensive move. So this is what makes Bellsprout her strongest Pokémon, he thought to himself. How can you grab something that is as slippery as soap? As the flower Pokémon stood back up on its roots, Ash knew he had to think of a plan to keep this creature in place. After all, single-strike attacks can be easily dodged by this Pokémon's flexibility. No, Ash is going to have to use an attack that blocks the Pokémon from all sides. Luckily, Ponyta had an attack just like that. Ponyta, fire spin, Ash ordered. Ponyta released a stream of red and yellow fire from her mouth. The fire curled around the Bellsprout and stretched towards the sky before turning into a tunnel of flames. The flower Pokémon soon began to panic in the burning heat of the flaming tornado as it began to squeeze it tighter and tighter. Bellsprout, Jeanette shouted. She had not even considered the fact that her opponent would have such a move in its repertoire. Then the flames dispersed and Bellsprout collapsed on the ground, its eyes were circling in its head. Bellsprout is unable to battle. Victory goes to Ponyta and Ash Ketchum, the referee shouted. Yes. Ash cried out. We did it. We are in the finals. As the trainers' boxes went back down to the ground level and Ash took the opportunity to run towards his Pokémon with Pikachu on his shoulder. The Fire Horse Pokémon charged towards her trainer, causing him to fall on his back and succumbs to Ponyta's liking. Chapter 44. The day after Ash's fourth round, Brock, Louise, and he met his mum and Professor Oak. They had made the journey down as soon as they heard that both Pallet Town trainer had made it to the finals. It was a huge achievement to the Guardians to watch their son-grandson reach the last stage of the Pokémon League. Unfortunately, Louise's dad was unable to get any time off work to join them at the competition, but the blonde-haired girl understood. They needed the money since her mother died and some months were harder than others. Ash's mum cooked everyone an extravagant meal, consisting of her son's favorite fried chicken and crispy roasted potatoes, in the restaurant of the hotel that the competitors were living in. Both Pokémon and humans received their food from the overprotective mother, as he and Professor Oak began to talk about his next match. All trainers who are proceeding to the next round are given 2 days rest, that is enough time to build a strategy and create various Pokémon teams. You know, the gray-haired man said, crossing his arms over his chest, watching Ash with dark silver eyes. If you win your next battle you will be allowed to use up to 6 Pokémon per month. Have you decided which Pokémon you will choose? Chewing his food thoroughly before swallowing, Ash said, at the moment, since I do not know who I am going to be battling, I am going to base my team around Pikachu. Pika, the yellow mouse questioned, tilting his head towards his trainer. This was news to him. I mean, showed it makes sense, right? Ash continued. Pikachu has been with me the longest. So, if I made a team around him I would, for instance, select a Pokémon that was strong against ground types because that is his weakness, maybe Poliwhirl. That is a good plan, Professor Oak nodded his approval. Ash has shown that he could think for himself, despite what most of his friends in Pallet Town thought. He was too strong and determined not to be great at being a Pokémon trainer. Yeah, and you get to find out who your opponent is tomorrow, Brock intercepted. After their meal the group took the elevator down to the ground floor of the hotel that they were eating. Was there that they came across Damien, who proceeded to give them a cold glare before striding off, 2 lackeys following behind him. Although, he could not help but notice that these lackeys were different from the ones that he had seen with the blue-haired teen before. As far as Ash could tell, the teen was exactly the same as when the black-haired boy met him the first time. That night Ash stared into the sky, watching the stars and thinking of nothing in particular. He just wanted to take in the peace of the night. It was quiet, he thought, listening to the Pidgey and other nocturnal Pokémon wandering the world. After all, there was only one more day until he was to carry out the very thing he had been dreaming of since as long as he could remember. Standing in the Pokémon Village Center, Ash held a fishing rod in hand. Hanging from one end of the line was a large red Magikarp with A3 written on it. A3, the receptionist said. That means your next opponent is going to be Damien Tanner. Ash grinned as he saw his picture pop up next to Damien's linked by a single white line. On the other side of the challenger grid was Gary, who was partnered up with someone named Michaela Shika. So, Ash and he would not be able to battle each other until they made it to the semi-finals, that is if they win the next 5 rounds. Thank you, Ash nodded to the receptionist, before turning around. His mind had already formulated a plan and a team, but to be honest, that was very easy. He was definitely going to use Charizard, Scyther and Shellder. However, he needs to ensure that each of his Pokémon had a chance to carry out their vengeance. Upon trading his current Pokémon for new ones, he then went onto the Pokémon League database to do his research. Lou, Brooke said, pointing at the screen. He went all 4 rounds without losing any Pokémon. He just kept switching them out. So that is his strategy, Ash muttered to himself, although that did not stop his friends from hearing. Yeah, and it is a dangerous one, Louise responded. Do it enough and you may be sending an exhausted Pokémon into battle with a well-rested one. As Ash looked through the database, he also realized that Damien has only used 3 Pokémon, Fearow, Onix and Gyarados. Even now he seems to be favoring the strongest, but brute strength won't defeat Ash and his Pokémon. So, with that information stored in his head, he went to bed. And now the match between Ash Ketchum and Damien Tanner will begin, the announcer shouted to the audience. Ash Ketchum, who has quickly become a league favorite, has proven himself able to strategize and think on his feet. Damien Tanner, on the other hand, has blasted through his opponent's defense round after round, but will it work this time? Ha, laughed Damien. Of course it would. This match is going to be easy. Are you sure about that? Ash shouted across the dirt field. Trainers, are you ready? The referee called out. Then let the battle begin. Onix, go, Damien said, throwing out his Pokeball. Shellder, I choose you, Ash shouted at the same time. Onix, tackle attack, Damien ordered. Withdraw, Ash then shouted back in response to the quick battle command. As the rock snake roared and dived towards the small water type who had sealed its shell tightly closed. Have you ever tried to hit a walnut with a hammer? Well, the result was kind of like that, except instead of getting crushed like weak ones, this walnut was strong and popped out from under the hammer into the air. Of course, Shellder did take some damage, but it was minimal. Now, use water gun, Ash yelled as Shellder descended from the sky. The black pearl-like Pokémon immediately opened its shell and water began shooting towards the rock and ground type. The power of the water attack causing Shellder to stay hovering in the air for a bit before falling to the ground with a dull clack. Onix roared in pain as water drenched its head, pouring over its eyes, nose and mouth, then it smashed into the ground causing the whole stadium to rumble at the impact. Onix, Rock Tomb, Damien then ordered, ignoring his Pokémon's pain. Onix rose to its full height, grunting and groaning as it went. Then as the rock snake's body began to glow and large gray stones appeared. Supersonic, Ash told Shellder. As the water Pokémon released a high-pitched sound wave, which, when it came in contact with one of Onix's rocks, causes them to break up into dust. URG, Damien growled under his breath. Stupid Pokémon cannot do anything right. He then pulled out Onix's red and white Pokeball and ordered his Pokémon to return. Fearow, go. Oh no you don't, Ash yelled. Shellder, use Icicle Spear. The water-type Pokémon allowed its energy to shroud its body in energy, making it glow a baby blue color, before opening her eyes wide and releasing spears of ice in every direction. They were thick, sharp and ice-cold, making them the perfect weapon to attack its opponent. Fearow was taken off guard, not expecting an attack as soon as it was released. This was another disadvantage of Damien's strategy. The normal and flying type was forced to land, which caused its trainer to become infuriated. What are you doing? Get back into the air. Fearow, screeched the Pokémon as it spread its large orange-brown wings and took off from the ground. The movement caused a gust of wind and dust to swirl around its body as it took off. Use Peek, Damien then said. Withdraw, Ash countered. Once again Shelter's hard shell protected it from the powerful Peek attack. As its long, pointed, pink beak cracked against the water Pokémon's casing. As Fiero withdrew ready to launch another attack, Ash shouted, now. Shelter quickly dived towards the Fiero in a tackle, hitting the aggressive Pokémon in the chest, damaging it even more. Fiero, return, Damien shouted. Gyarados, go. Quick supersonic, then icicle spear, Ash ordered knowing Shelter was becoming tired and losing energy. Nevertheless, Shelter was fast to follow the commands, first by taking Gyarados off guard and then it caused damage by directly hitting the water and flying type. Of course, that did not stop the notoriously aggressive Pokémon one bit. Gyarados, crunch, Damien sneered. Immediately, the fangs in Gyarados' mouth flowed purple and it lunged, sinking its teeth into Shelter. Crack, the purple shell crumbled. Shelter! Ash exclaimed in fear, sure he predicted that this would happen but seeing it unfold before his eyes were terrifying, especially the pain in the water Pokémon's eyes. Shelter is unable to battle. Victory goes to Gyarados, the referee said raising the red flag that indicated Damien had won that round. Ash quickly returned Shelter and called out Scyther, informing Damien that both Shelter and this Pokémon were previously his. As the bipedal, insectoid Pokémon emerged its eyes narrowed into slits as he glared at Damien. He then took a battle stance, one knife arm drew back behind his head and the other partially crossing its body. Scyther, SCY, he chided his previous trainer and then grinned. Gyarados use Hyper Beam, Damien yelled using his Pokémon's strongest attack. Double team, Ash ordered and instantly there were two, then four Scythers standing in front of Gyarados, who looked back and forth at its opponents. With the Hyper Beam at full power, Gyarados sent the attack towards one of the fake Scythers. What? Damien exclaimed after Ash's order. Scyther does not know double team. He does now, Ash stated. I trained him after all. KEH, Damien dismissed. It has not been that long, Scyther is not that much stronger and it is definitely not as strong as Gyarados. Should we test that? Ash responded. No switching it out when the going seems tough. Fine, barked the blue-haired teen. Smiling Ash addressed his Scyther, quick attack. In a blink of an eye, Scyther leapt up into the air and slashed at Gyarados' face before landing back on his feet and attacking the rest of its body. This was Scyther's chance to prove to Damien that he is strong enough. He can be powerful enough to stop his strongest, most favored Pokémon. Aqua Tail, Damien bellowed. Gyarados' tail then glowed a sea green color and began to whip its tail towards Scyther who dodged it with ease. Fury Cutter, retorted Ash. If Scyther was fast before he was like a bullet now as the knives on his forehands glowed with energy, increasing the power of his attack. Dragon Rage, now. Finish it, Ash ordered. Immediately, as Gyarados was building up its power Scyther attacked with an X-Scissor. The water and flying type roared with pain before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Gyarados is unable to battle. The winner is Scyther, the referee announced. Damien called in his Pokémon, whispering dark words to it whilst it rested in its ball. He then sneered towards Ash and Scyther saying, so Gyarados is weaker than anticipated. I will deal with it later. What? Ash snapped. Are you going to abandon it as well? This caused the audience to gasp in horror at what Ash was implying. It was illegal to abandon a Pokémon to the wild if you have been raising it for a certain PRD of time as it loses the ability to survive in the wild. It was also seen as unethical and was frowned upon by the majority of Pokémon trainers. Of course not, stuttered Damien. However, he quickly regained his composure. I would never abandon a Pokémon. Ash snorted trying to stifle his laughter. Well, I have 3 Pokémon with me who disagree with that statement. Onyx attack, boomed Damien as he threw out one of his Pokeballs. As the rock snake emerged, Ash could not help but agree with Louise's statement. Onyx was tired, it was easy to tell. The Pokémon is definitely weaker than when Shelder was battling it. This was because, despite it having time to rest between battles, it was still suffering from its injuries. Dodge and then use Double Team, Ash began. Then as the Bug and Flying type carried out the defense maneuvers, he continued by saying, now use X-Scissor whilst holding Double Team. SCY, 8 Scythers responded. Before preparing their chests they began to fly towards the Onyx. Confused, the Rock and Ground type had no idea which Scyther to attack until it was too late. The X-Scissor of the real Scyther cut Onyx's joint, causing the Pokémon to scream. It then collapsed unconscious on the dirt floor. Onyx is unable to battle. Victory goes to Scyther, the referee called out. Scyther return, Ash ordered. I have one more Pokémon who wants to meet you, he then told Damien. The teen gritted his teeth, go Fiero. Charizard, I choose you, Ash yelled. Charizard, laughed Damien. What happened to Charmander? Was he too weak? No, actually, he smiled. Charizard is your Charmander. He evolved. What? Impossible. Damien yelled. A weak Pokémon like him would not get that strong. Oh, it is possible, the black-haired boy sang. Charizard, Flamethrower. The orange lizard-like Pokémon roared in anger at the insult before releasing a burst of burning hot orange and yellow flames in the sky towards the normal and flying type. Razor Wind, the teen said. As the beak Pokémon flapped its wings, causing the wind to become super sharp and filled with energy. The Razor Wind sliced through the Flamethrower until it was completely ineffective. It seemed as if both Pokémon were at a stalemate, at least until Ash shouted, Smokescreen. A dark cloud of black smoke was released from Charizard's mouth, blocking Fiero's field of vision. The cloud easily concealed the fire type's large body, allowing it to get right under Fiero without being noticed. Razor Wind. Dragon Rage. Both Ash and Damien said at the same time. As the normal and flying type began cutting away at the dark black cloud, reducing Charizard's hiding place piece by piece. However, before his form could reveal, the flame on the end of his tail exploded, increasing by 10 times its normal size. Finally, the smokescreen dispersed, unveiling Charizard. However, as soon as Fiero could see him, the Pokémon releases the large red and yellow ball of flames it had in his mouth. Damien's last Pokémon was immediately consumed by fire. Fiero's form fell from the sky unconscious. Fiero, shouted Damien. No, you get back up right now. Fiero is unable to battle. The winner is Charizard and Ash Ketchum, the referee announced. No. No. No, screamed the teen. Well, it looks like Ketchum has done it again, the Pokémon League announcer stated. However, it looks like Tanner is a sore loser. With the crowd cheer Ash's name, 2 Officer Jennies pulled Damien out of the arena, reading him. It seemed as if he was going to pay for abandoning the Pokémon he caught. After all, not only do they have Ash's conversation as proof, but they also have Shelder's records at the Pokémon Center that he left it at. Good job, Charizard, Ash whispered to his Pokeball after he returned his creature to rest. They were now in the top 16, he smiled looking at the leaderboard. He let his eyes go to his picture, which now sat next to a boy named Richie. He had blue eyes and auburn-colored hair and wore a blue, yellow and red cap in the same way that Ash did. Fingerless gloves covered both of his hands as he grinned at the camera that was taking his picture. With the name of his next opponent, Ash ran back to his room with Pikachu on his shoulder. It was time to do some research. On the way, the black-haired boy bumped into someone. Not wanting to seem rude, he turned to apologize, his left hand scratching nervously behind his head. Sorry about that, Dash, he started but trailed off. Hey, you're Richie, right? Yeah, the red-headed boy said. Who are you? Oh, I am Ash, he said quickly. I am your next opponent. The boy in front of him grinned. Excellent, then I have a feeling it will be a great match. Yeah, me too, Ash responded, stretching out his hand. Richie grasped Ash's hand in his and shook it. Little did these two know that it was also fate that drove them to this meeting. They were meant to go against each other, to pit their Pokémon against one another in order to see who will come out on top. Chapter 45, Ash vs. Richie. And here we are in the top 16 of the Pokémon League, the announcer yelled through the speakers. On the field, we have Ash Ketchum as the red trainer and Richie Samadhi as the green trainer. As the audience fixed their eyes on the two competitors, they could see the determination come off of them in waves, just like how you can see the heat coming off the roads when the temperature is hot enough. It was visible, but only if you knew what you were looking at. Are you ready for your biggest battle ever? Richie shouted from across the battlefield as he fingered one of his Pokeballs. I am ready when you are, Ash stated as he also grabbed one of his Pokeballs in hand. He could not help but smile at the boy he had spent hours talking to the evening before. Richie then drew his arm back and threw his Pokeball, shouting, "Go Happy." As they got to know each other, Ash had learnt many things about his opponent, including the fact that he named all of his Pokémon. He had Happy, Butterfree, Zippo, Charizard, Sparky, Pikachu, Skipper, Spearow, Bubble, Tentacle, and Izzy, Gloom. He thought it was a bit odd naming Pokémon like that, but did not voice his opinion. After all, every trainer had a different style of raising and training their Pokémon. So, just because he did not want to name his Pokémon does not mean that others should not. Squirtle, I choose you, Ash said, throwing out his Pokeball. Looks like it is Richie's Butterfree versus Ash's Squirtle. They will be going head to head to start things off. Happy use Tackle Attack, Richie ordered his Pokémon. Free, the butterfly Pokémon exclaimed as it shot towards the tiny turtle Pokémon. Dodge and then use Water Gun, Ash shouted quickly. Squirtle immediately leapt to the side, allowing Happy to shoot straight past him like a bull running by a Psylo holding a red piece of cloth. Squirtle then turned around and shot a stream of water towards the and flying type. However, it missed. Happy use Poison Powder, Richie then shouted. Withdraw, Ash responded. Instantly, Squirtle tucked its body into its shell, so that when the purple powder dusted over him it was ineffective. The dust simply tumbled off its shell onto the ground before vanishing. Now, Tackle Attack, he commanded. Squirt, the water-type Pokémon replied and then dove towards its opponent. Go up Happy, Richie ordered, ensuring that his Pokémon was out of Squirtle's reach. Now use Sleep Powder Attack. The butterfly Pokémon flapped its wings more vigorously as light blue particles spread out all around the Pokémon before Ash could even open his mouth. However, his Pokémon knew better than to wait for his commands. Squirtle had immediately tucked itself into his shell for the second time in that match. Whirlwind, Happy. Once again the butterfly Pokémon flapped its wings powerfully, causing the wind to swirl rapidly around the tiny turtle's shell, becoming stronger and stronger until it began to lift off the ground. He then was being tossed around by the strong violent wind until he had no choice but to get out of his shell to stabilize his body. Suddenly, after being thrown 100 yards into the air, the whirlwind attack stopped and Squirtle crashed into the ground. Squirr, the Pokémon before its head fell limp to the side and he became unconscious. Squirtle was returned to his Pokeball as soon as the referee announced his defeat. Ash then quickly called out his Pikachu, who was standing right beside him on the trainer's box. The yellow mouse Pokémon immediately leapt into action and tackled the bug and flying type, pinning its body to the ground. It was obvious that the Butterfree was already getting tired. Maybe that whirlwind attack took more out of the Pokémon than it appeared to, or maybe Richie just overestimated his Pokémon's endurance. Thunder Shock, Ash told his Pikachu. Pika, the Pokémon nodded its affirmative and flooded the butterfly Pokémon's body with the unmeasurable amount of electric volts that the Pokémon's body was able to generate. Happy. Richie cried out, but it was too late. The bug and flying type was soon unconscious, lying on its back. Dirt covered its body due to the struggle it had put up with Ash's Pikachu. The referee raised the red flag saying, Butterfree is unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner. Alright, cheered Ash, as he punched his fist into the air. Looks like Pikachu just caused a Butterfree meltdown, the announcer said through high microphone. Now both battlers are one Pokemon down. Still got 5 more Pokemon left, Richie grinned. Happy did a good job, but now it looks like I need to fight fire with fire. Richie then threw out his next Pokemon shouting, Zippo go. Pikachu gasped, his ears flattening on his head as he stared up at the draconic, lizard-like Pokemon. It was 10 or 20 times bigger than Ash's Pokemon, however, they knew better than to think that the bigger the Pokemon, the stronger they are. Flamethrower, Richie ordered. The fire and flying type Pokemon's mouth was full of flames as it prepared for its attack. However, Pikachu easily dodged it with his agility, causing the flamethrower to scold the ground that the yellow mouse Pokemon was previously standing on. This battle was going to be speed versus strength, that was obvious to Ash. Zippo, use Fire Fang, came the Charizard's next command. Iron Tail, Pikachu, Ash called out. So, as the large fire type let its mouth burn with the energy, it then stormed towards Pikachu, who had leapt into the air, rotated his body whilst building energy into his zigzag tail. However, just as Charizard was about to bite Pikachu, instead its sharp teeth sank into his iron tail attack. Do you want to know what happens when the teeth of a predator forcefully crunch down on a rod of cold, hard iron? They shatter to the gums, leaving nothing but sensitive flesh in the Pokemon's mouth. Immediately, the fire type released Pikachu, who landed on his feet meters from his opponent. Pikachu and Charizard were both panting now, growing tired. Smokescreen, Richie yelled. Darkness enveloped Pikachu as the attack was released, blinding him. The yellow mouse Pokemon glanced around nervously, jumping to defense at every noise it heard. Pikachu uses Shockwave all around you, Ash ordered, not sure what else to do. Pika, the yellow mouse Pokemon shouted out with determination. He then spread his 4 legs apart and sent out a wave of electrical energy. Wave after wave, but nothing happened. It was not until the dark clouds dispersed that Ash and Pikachu knew why. Charizard had been flying above the smokescreen, not even touching the ground. It was a good plan, the black-haired boy thought just before Richie called out, now. Instantly, the flamethrower that had been stewing in Charizard's mouth poured over the Pikachu. However, just before the Pokemon was barbecued, he leapt out of the way, but the flamethrower kept coming. This caused the electric type to have to leap, jump and twist out of the way. Pikachu, hand in there, Ash called out as he watched his Pokemon grow tired by being constantly on the move. Sure, he had trained them to endure things like this, but that was through running and climbing up hills. Nothing could relate to the real thing. However, upon looking at his opponent's Pokemon, it was clear that the Charizard was also losing energy as it continuously used Flamethrower over and over again. Now, quickly Zippo, Richie started. Use Shadow Claw. Pikachu counter with Iron Tail, Ash yelled as adrenaline pumped through his veins. As Zippo built its energy into its right hand, the yellow mouse Pokemon leapt into the air, as high as he could. Pikachu then rolled forwards and allowed his body to fall tail first towards the fire type. Whilst doing this, the Charizard drew its hand back and then clawed its razor-sharp nails forward. The Shadow Claw and Iron Tail met in a clash of brilliant, blinding light, which quickly pulsed around the 2 Pokemon, blocking them from view. Pikachu. Zippo. Both trainers shouted in fear of what had happened to their beloved friend. Amazing, the announcer yelled through his microphone. Richie's Charizard and Ash's Pikachu seemed to be evenly matched. Never before have I witnessed a Pokemon in its second evolved form defeat one in its last evolved form. Then, as the light and cloud of dust dispersed, the voice continued. Well, I'll be. It appears that the power of both the Iron Tail and Shadow Claw was enough to knock out both Pokemon. It was true. Ash had watched the cloud that was blocking his view intensely, ignoring the announcer. He waits and watched until he could finally see 2 shadows within the dust. Both were laying on the ground unconscious. Pikachu and Charizard are unable to battle. This match is a draw, the referee announced, lifting both the red and green flags into the air. As Richie recalled his Pokémon, Ash ran onto the field to cradle his Pokémon in his arms. After all, the electric type hated being inside his Pokeball, so it would not be fair to put him into it now. "You did good, buddy," Ash muttered as he walked back to the trainer's box. Pika, the mouse Pokémon, responded weakly before nuzzling back into Ash's jacket. The crowd shouted and applauded the amazing battle that they had just witnessed, reeling in anticipation of what was to come. "Go Bubble," Richie yelled, calling out his third Pokémon. "Ivysaur, I choose you," Ash said a second later, throwing out his red and white Pokeball whilst trying not to jostle the exhausted Pikachu in his arms. Bubble was a tentacle, which is a Pokémon that resembles a box jellyfish. It has a light blue, clear body with two large transparent red crystals, one each side of its body, and one small one in the middle. It has two eyes with black pupils and no visible irises near the base of its body. "Bubble, use Poison Sting," Richie ordered. "Dodge, then use his takedown attack," Ash commanded. As deep purple needles shot towards Ivysaur like seasoned needles towards an enemy ninja, the grass and poison type leapt to the side and then ran until he was behind the water and poison type Pokémon. He then rammed his body into his opponent's and pinned it to the ground. "Now grab it with Vine Whip," Ash said. Richie had heard Ash's order and quickly realized what his plan was. "Get out of there, Bubble," he ordered, but it was too late. The tentacle was trapped in the emerald green vines, unable to get free. "Lift it up and then bring it down to the ground," the black-haired boy then stated, and watched as his plan came together. The Vine Whip allowed Ivysaur to sing Tentacle's body left and right, slamming it into the ground at every turn. Each time the water and poison type received more and more damage, becoming weaker and weaker until Ivysaur was carrying nothing but dead weight. "That is enough, Ivysaur," Ash smiled in triumph. "That was too easy." "Soar." Ivysaur, the seed Pokémon, responded and gently put down its unconscious opponent. Tentacle is unable to battle. "Victory goes to Ivysaur," the referee then called out. Richie gritted his teeth in frustration. "Bubble, return." He then carefully selected his next Pokémon. "Go Skipper." Skipper, a Spearow, is an avian Pokémon that is very small. It has rough plumage on its head and 3 brown tail feather. It has narrow, dark brown eyes with white pupils and a short, hooked beak. Richie quickly ordered his Pokémon to use Peek, which it carried out with confidence. It dived towards the Ivysaur without missing a beat, beak gleaming menacingly. Without being asked, Ivysaur dodged and stepped back, edging away from the barrage of peeking. The tiny bird Pokémon would just miss him every time. "Razor Leaf," Ash instructed, glancing down at Pikachu, who was beginning to awaken from his healing sleep. The grass and poison type immediately released a wave of sharp leaves which shot towards the normal and flying type. Although the Spearow easily maneuvered itself around the attack, letting the leaves fly past it like harmless leaf blown around by the wind. "Aerial Ace," Richie requested of his Pokémon. Skipper launched into the air, flying high above the grounded Ivysaur. It then dived down in a straight line, towards the earth fearlessly. "Ivysaur, use Leech Seed," Ash exclaimed. "Quickly." It was after that order that Ash's Pikachu was fully awake. His yellow mouse Pokémon greeted him with a delighted "cha" before leaping out of his trainer's arms and onto his shoulder, where his ears twitched and his eyes latched onto the battling in front of him. At least he had not missed much, the Pikachu thought. The Spearow then pulled up just before its body smashed into the ground. As Skipper shot forward, its body lit up with a fiery orange energy. However, before it hit Ivysaur, Ash's Pokémon released a brownish seed and sent it towards the tiny bird Pokémon. The seed then split open and small green vines wrapped around it. The vines pulled the Pokémon's wings together, forcing it to crash to the ground, mere inches from Ivysaur, preventing it from carrying out its attack. Suddenly, Skipper cried out in pain as if it was getting electrocuted by them, but that was not what it was doing. The leech seed was, in fact, sucking out the Pokémon's energy. "Skipper," Richie shouted. The Pokémon struggled with its bindings, unable to move. Unable to battle. Now Richie only has 2 Pokémon, whilst Ash has 4, or maybe it is better to say he has 3.5, since Ivysaur's 2 battle has taken its toll on both the Pokémon's energy and strength. Although, he was hoping Ivysaur would be able to hold out a little longer in order to weaken Richie's next Pokémon. "Go, Sparky," Ash's opponent said upon throwing out his Pokeball. Sparky was a Pikachu that looked exactly like Ash's, with the electric yellow fur and red pads on its cheeks. However, the one difference between Ash's Pikachu and Richie's has a distinguishable scruff of fur on top of its head. "Ivysaur," Ash yelled. "Razor Leaf." "Sparky, use agility," Richie commanded. Immediately, Pikachu charged Ash's Pokémon, disappearing from one spot and reappear in another, which caused the grass and poison type to watch it in confused panic as the yellow mouse easily dodged the leaves. Then when Sparky got close enough, he tackled Ivysaur. "No," Ash shouted. "Ivysaur." However, the grass and poison type were not ready to be defeated yet. He crawled back up to his feet, breathing deeply as he did. "Alright," cheered Ash. "Now use Leech Seed." As the flower on Ivysaur's back flexed to produce the seed, Richie had Sparky standing at the ready. He was not going to let Ash win this match. So when the Ivysaur released the seed, Richie called out, "Wait for it. Now use the tail whip." Suddenly, the Pikachu's tail was batted forward, hitting the seed that Ivysaur shot back towards the Pokémon. Then the seed landed on him and opened, wrapping its vines around its caster. "Ivy," the grass and poison type exclaimed as it was caught in its own attack. He then fell to the floor as the energy was sucked from his body. Ivysaur is unable to battle. "Victory goes to Pikachu," the referee announced, only for his voice to be drowned out by the booming one on the speakers. "Amazing, it looks like Richie is not going down without a fight. However, it is quite a gap to fill. Ash had 3 completely healthy Pokémon, whilst Richie has 1 and 1 who has already been through a battle. It will be tough to catch up." "Oh, I will catch up all right," Richie said confidently. "You ready, Ash?" Of course, the black-haired trainer called back, secretly grinning at the fact that Ash still has his strongest and most evolved Pokémon still active. Charizard. After that, though, Ash pulled out his next Pokeball. "Butterfree, I choose you," he said, throwing the ball. "Sparky, use Thunderbolt," Richie ordered as soon as Butterfree was released. "Dodge it," Ash yelled. Immediately, Butterfree flew upward, getting just out of the Thunder's reach. "Great, now use Gust." As the Butterfree vigorously flapped its wings, the wind violently whipped around Sparky, threatening to blow the small Pokémon away. So, in order to prevent that, Sparky dug his claws into the ground and pushed back against the strong wind. Sparky used Thunder Shock, Richie ordered his Pokémon, who was currently struggling with the power of the Gust attack. As sparks of electricity zapped through the air straight towards the Butterfree that believed itself to be protected. It was not. The attack hit the bug and flying type. He screeched in pain and convulsed. He was in pain, but still, he continued. He stayed in the air despite the voltage that ran through his body. Butterfree used Confusion, Ash ordered, and immediately the Pokémon stopped its convulsing. Glowing a bright white, the butterfly Pokémon eyes sought out the yellow mouse Pokémon. Sparky was caught in the captivating gaze and stared back until its mind went blank. Suddenly, the Pikachu moved, like a puppet on strings. "Sparky!" Richie cried as the Pikachu began to run around and around, ignoring any orders he had spoken. It left him vulnerable to attack, forcing Richie to recall him and hope that some rest in the Pokeball winds be enough for the confusion to fade. "Go, Izzy!" yelled Ash's opponent after he recalled his Pikachu. Izzy was a Gloom. A weed Pokémon. It was a blue, bipedal Pokémon with rudimentary hands and feet. It has orange leaves and reddish-brown flower growing from its head. The flow had large, rounded petals with white spots. This Gloom was female, as it displays a single large spot on each petal, while males have more, smaller spots. Butterfree, use sleep powder, Ash commanded. Stay where you are, Richie stated confidently. There was no need for him to counter this move or dodge it. What? Ash demanded, shocked. He could not believe that Richie was sacrificing one of his Pokémon, especially since the boy only had 2 left, whereas Ash has 3. So, as the butterfly Pokémon flapped its wings and released light blue powder from its body. The powder then dusted over Gloom and then, nothing. Izzy may not be good at dodging attacks, but I made sure that she was immune to poison attacks like sleep powder, Richie told the black-haired trainer. Of course, Ash thought. How had he not thought of something like that? He could have trained all his poison types to be completely immune. It must have taken a while and a lot of insurance, but it was brilliant. A brilliant and amazing idea. Izzy uses sweet scent, Richie then ordered. Suddenly, Butterfree's nostrils were filled with the most amazing scent he had ever smelled. Whilst the aroma was invisible, it was strong yet subtle, smelling of roses and jasmine blooming in the spring. It drew the butterfly to it, getting closer and closer, forgetting the battle it was currently in. No! Ash shouted. Butterfree, snap out of it. As if waking up from a deep sleep, Butterfree groggily blinked. However, it was almost as if he could not be pulled away from his dreams and his eyes once again glazed over in bliss. Now, stun Spore, Richie said as Butterfree flew closer and closer. Still, in a daze, the bug and flying type was engulfed in a green mist. His body immediately seized and stiffened as Butterfree then dropped to the floor. Butterfree is unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner of this round, the referee announced. Do you see this? The voice said through the speakers that echo across the whole stadium. Looks like Richie has managed to catch up with Ash after all. Now it is a 2-on-2 battle. DMN, Ash cursed quietly, only Pikachu hearing the word slip from his lips. H had had such an advantage, yet Richie managed to close the gap between them easily. He had to admire the boy. After all, he did exactly what Ash would have done in that situation. So, trading one flying type for another, Ash threw out his Pokeball. Pidgeotto, I choose you, the black-haired trainer called. Pidgeotto, tackle attack, he then continued. Poison powder, Richie yelled. As soon as the purple spores were released from the weed Pokemon, Ash immediately ordered his normal and flying type to stop the close-quarter attack. Great now, Wind Cutter, he said. The bird Pokemon's wings crossed over its body before slashing down, sending energized wind toward his opponent. It was the strongest attack Pidgeotto had in her repertoire. This attack was both fast and strong, which meant, hopefully, Gloom would not be able to stand through it. Or at least that is what Ash hoped for. However, it was as if the attack had slowed down and Izzy had sped up. It skipped away from the attack. Skipped. How? Ash questioned in confusion. Just because Izzy is not good at dodging, does not mean that she cannot, Richie responded. Shoot, Ash muttered. He had done what he swore he would not. He had underestimated Izzy and made assumptions that he should not have. That Richie hinted at. With a sigh, the boy scratched his head. Fine if you want to play like that, he said, squeezing his hands into fists. Pidgeotto, sand attack. Immediately, the Pokemon dropped to the ground and used her wings to throw sand and dirt at the Gloom, blinding it. Izzy, unable to see, stumbled around. Izzy, Richie said. Stay in one place and use acid all around you. From the grass and poison type's mouth, a stream of purple acid shot out, much like a water type releases its water gun attack. The Gloom then pivoted on the spot, spinning around and around, intending to hit the Pidgeotto in its blind state. Meanwhile, the bird Pokemon dodged and flew around the acid attack, unable to get closer to the Pokemon. She cried out every time the acid grazed her feathers, burning them. Her flying soon began to falter, as she dipped and struggled in the sky. Great, Richie grinned. Now, use sleep powder to your 1 o'clock. That had been Richie's plan to encaptivate Pidgeotto, slow down its movements in order to give Izzy a chance at hitting the normal and flying type whilst still blinded by the sand attack. "Pidgeotto, get out of there," shouted Ash, but it was useless. The Pokémon's wings were too injured to fly and its feet were too slow to dodge that amount of powder. No, the cloud was too large. "Pidgeotto." It was too late. The bird Pokémon breathed in the cloud and collapsed face first onto the floor. Her feathers were covered in dirt, his breath came out silently, sleeping sounding. "Izzy!" Richie yelled, pulling Ash's attention away from his collapsed Pokémon to see his opponent's Gloom still spinning around and around, making the Pokémon increasingly dizzy. Until it fell to the floor lightheaded. "Pidgeotto and Gloom are unable to battle. This match ends in a draw," the referee announced. "Maybe the spinning thing was not such as a good idea," Ash commented. "It worked, didn't it?" Richie responded. "Though I did not want Izzy to get hurt." "And now, with one Pokémon left each, this match will be the one to decide who will move on to the top 8, the announcer informed the crowd. "I choose you, Charizard," Ash shouted, throwing out his Pokeball. The ball popped open, releasing a blinding white light that burst from its container. The light then took the form of the draconic, bipedal Pokémon. The Charizard roared, warning away anyone willing to fight with him. "Okay, Charizard," Ash said. "It is all up to you now." "Sparky, go," Richie yelled. This may have been a risky move, but it was the only move he had left. Ash looked at Sparky, noting that the Pokémon had in fact recovered from the confusion attack but not from everything else. The electric type was still relatively tired from the last fight it was in. "Charizard, use Flamethrower," Ash ordered. As the fire type opened its mouth and the orange flames bubbled in his throat, Richie said, "Dodge it with agility, Sparky, then use Tackle." Where there was a flash of flames, Pikachu vanished and then reappeared on the other side away from the attack. This happened over and over until Sparky was close enough. He launched himself at the Charizard, slamming straight into his stomach, which rippled slightly, stopping the Pokémon from attacking. "Scratch," Ash told Charizard. With the Pikachu close enough to reach, it was a reasonable move. However, the yellow mouse Pokémon continued to dodge as much as its small body allowed it. Sparky jumped over Charizard's claws and twisted around his wrists. "Double team," Richie yelled. Instantly, instead of one Pikachu dodging, there were 2, then 4, then 8. All of them jumping and twisting around, causing confusion to flood through him. "Thundershock," the red-haired boy then said. All 8 Pikachus began to spark and then shot their attack towards the orange draconic Pokémon. However, only one of the Thundershocks were real. Soon after the attack, 7 of the 8 Sparkies disappearing. "Now, Smokescreen," Ash ordered. The black smoke came out of the orange lizard-like Pokémon's mouth, like pollution coming out of the exhaust of a run-down car. It covered the air, blocking out the light like dark stormy rain clouds blocking out the sun. Sparky was blind, unable to see. The yellow mouse Pokémon glanced from side to side. It was trapped. It was not sure whether his opponent was lying in wait inches from where he stood. "Flamethrower," Ash commanded his Pokémon. Before the black cloud could disperse, the large fire type breathed a stream of yellow and orange fire into it. Suddenly, the cloud began to crack and the light of the flamethrower appeared to be trying to break free, like the sun trying to shine through the storm. Then, bang! The cloud exposed like a bomb had gone off, blasting the air outwards, almost knowing both of them trainers off their feet. Sparky was also caught in the blast, flying backwards and skidding to a halt right in front of Richie. The Pokémon tried to climb to his feet but kept collapsing. He just was not strong enough. Pikachu is unable to battle. Victory goes to Charizard. The winner of the match is the green trainer, Ash, the referee said whilst raising the green flag. And he did it, the announcer boomed. Ash Ketchum has made it to the top 8, and what a battle it was to take him there. Richie Samadhi may have lost, but no one can call him a loser. Richie, for his part, took the defeat in stride. It truly was a good battle and they were practically neck and neck through most of their battling. So, as the crowd cheered and whistled their appreciation, Richie walked into the center of the field, picking up his Pokémon as he went. He then stared at Ash with sad yet happy eyes. It was a good match, Richie told the black-haired trainer. It was, Ash stated calmly, despite how much he wished he could shout to the star that he had made it. Well, congratulations Ash, the boy said holding out his pale hand that was clad in black fingerless gloves. Ash stared at the hand for a moment in amazement, wondering whether he would be just as honorable if he had lost instead of Richie. He hoped so. Ash would hate to be the type of person who was a sore loser, who would not congratulate his opponent upon his defeat. Laughing in surprise, Ash stretched out his hand, "Thanks, Richie." They stood there for a minute, ignore the announcer as the voice prattled on about their battle. "Just do me a favor, will you?" Richie said. "Win the next match for me." Ash grinned back at his friend, "Right, I will try my best." In the crowd stood Ash's friends, family and professor, they were clapping and cheering with the crowd excited for their loved one. When the young 11-year-old went on his journey just under 2 years ago, no one would have expected him to get this far nor to become this strong. In fact, Professor Oak had heard lots of conversations about the bright and vibrant Ash Ketchum, most were negative. Hopefully, all of Ash's classmates would see him now. "Hey Richie," Ash yelled across the stadium, who was moving to exit from the other side. The red-haired, blue-eyed boy turned around to see the small person that was Ash. He appears to be half the size that he knew he was due to the distance between them. "Yes, Ash," Richie called back. "Are you going to stay?" he said. "You know, to watch the rest of the league." Ash's ex-opponent smiled, grinned. "Really, of course, I have to make sure you keep to your word." Then they both walked in the opposite directions, beaming from ear to ear. Chapter 46, The Winning Mistake. After his battle with Richie, Ash and his Pokémon were pumped for what was to come. So, he quickly took his friends to the Pokémon Center to be healed before treating them to some of the best Pokechow he could find. It was there at the village's restaurant that he met with Brock, Louise, his mum, Professor Oak and Richie. So, Ash, Richie started as their meals arrived, delivered by a woman with golden blonde hair and deep green eyes. "Have you found out who you are battling against next?" "Yeah," Ash responded after swallowing a couple of mouthfuls of steak pie. "Someone named Asanta." "Asanta?" Richie muttered. "I will probably do some research when I get back to my room," Ash continued. "But from what I have heard, she fights hard and fast, using mostly her Pokémon's strength in a battle." "It is a good strategy," Professor Oak quipped. "But it also has plenty of flaws." "I am sure you will be okay, Ash." Louise muttered deep in thought. Brock seemed to notice the blonde-haired blue-eyed girl's blank, spaced-out expression and asked, "What is wrong?" This caused everyone's eyes to fall on her, causing her to blush a deep red. She did not want them to know that she was feeling unsure of herself, uncomfortable with this to come. After all, after the league is over, what would they do? Would Ash and Brock go their separate ways, leaving her alone and wondering what she would do next? "It is nothing," she said, brushing off her friend's worry, to keep her own issues off the topic of discussion. "It is nothing, tell us," Ash spoke up. "I know we have. I have been very busy with the league and have not had a chance to talk to you guys properly in a while, but you can say anything to us. I promise we will listen." Sighing loudly, Louise stared down at an off-colored scuff mark on the yellow table. "It is just. I still do not know what kind of trainer I want to be yet, and you two do. So, what am I going to do when the league is over and this journey is through?" Ash and Brock shared a knowing look before turning back towards Louise. "You will stay with us, of course." Immediately, the girl looked up from the scuff mark, her eyes widening at the two boys. She could not believe it. She had thought that once they got home to Kanto that they would have left her behind. "Really?" she asked in relief. "Really," Brock said, smiling at her. Ash's match with the redhead, Asanta, was just as fierce and fast-paced as he had expected. In the first round, Ash's Flareon defeated her Venomoth and then went on to win against Ivysaur, obviously not caring about type advantages. However, she got the black-haired trainer back by knocking out Flareon with her Spearow's aerial ace and then proceeded to do the same with Ash's Glaceon. The next round was Spearow vs Mook, who managed to absorb the Spearow's deadly air maneuver with hardly any damage. The normal and flying type was then shot out of the sky by a sludge attack. Asanta then called out her Rhydon, who proceeded to wipe the floor with the poison-type Pokémon. Now, Ash has called out his Jigglypuff, whose small pink body was puny in comparison to the large male Rhydon. The fair and normal type shivered in fear but stood her ground. She had been trained to battle, so she must be strong. "Okay, Jigglypuff, sing," Ash said, grinning deviously. As the Pokémon sang, focusing intensively on making only the Rhydon fall asleep, the large Pokémon soon fell under the spell. Its eyelids began to close and it stumbled around trying to stay awake. However, Jigglypuff's song was too strong and Rhydon collapsed in a big heap on the floor. Unconscious. Rhydon is unable to battle. Victory goes to Jigglypuff, the referee announced, holding up the green flag. "It is not over yet, Ketchum," Asanta shouted, clenching her fists at both sides. She then took out another Pokeball, not even announcing what it was. Her next Pokémon turned out to be a Tentacle, a water and poison-type creature. Jigglypuff tackle using Roll, Ash ordered, using one of his combination moves. Hydro Pump, his opponent counteracted, a fire burning in his eyes. As the pink round, Pokémon rolled fast towards the water and poison type, dodging 2 shots of the high-powered water guns. However, she was unable to dodge the third. The Hydro Pump smashed into Jigglypuff's body, sending it flying and rolling to a stop in front of Ash. "Try to get in for a double slap," Ash shouted. "Jiggly," cried the Pokémon with determination, before skipping over to the jellyfish-like Pokémon. "Tentacle, Sludge Wave." Asanta yelled loudly. Instantly, a large torrent of purple and black sludge shot towards Jigglypuff like a thick wormy whip and crashed down to the ground where the normal and fairy type had been moments before. This continued until Ash's Pokémon popped up directly in front of Tentacle and slapped him, stopping the poison and water type attack. "Now, sing," he yelled. As soon as the Pokémon began to sing, that was it. Asanta's Pokémon did not stand a chance. "Unbelievable," the announcer yelled over the referee. "Can anything defeat this Jigglypuff's song?" Asanta went bright red in frustration. How could she be losing? She was using the strongest attacks her Pokémon knows, yet Ash's Pokémon seemed to dodge them easily. It was not fair, she had to win. She wanted to win so badly. Arbok, go! Arbok is a serpent-like Pokémon with purple scales all over its body. It has a large hood just below its head, which had a strange angry face patterned on it. "An Arbok, huh?" Ash said, mostly to himself. It was one type of Pokémon which does not have ears, but instead feels the vibrations of sound through its body. So, Jigglypuff's sing attack would not work. So quickly the boy pulled out his Pokeball and returned the fairy and normal type, knowing when to admit defeat. Then he took out another ball and threw it. "Doug Trio, I choose you." "Trio," the 3 brown mole-like Pokémon exclaimed. "Arbok, Coil," Asanta shouted to immobilize the ground-type Pokémon. "Dig!" Ash yelled. The Diglett triplets dove into the ground, disappearing from Arbok's view, effectively dodging the attack. The poison-type Pokémon glanced around in confusion, unsure of where the Doug Trio would reappear. "Screech," the female trainer commanded. Immediately, the snake Pokémon moved its head towards the hole that Doug Trio had made when they went underground. It then began to attack. The high-pitched vibration was released from its mouth and aimed, causing the ground-type Pokémon to leave the safe confine of the underground. "Sand attack," Ash ordered. Sand and dust began to kick up and caused clouds of debris, which effectively concealed the Doug Trio and blinded the Arbok. The snake Pokémon then began to thrash around. "Arbok," shouted Asanta. "What are you doing?" Attack with Earth Power. Dugtrio used Tri-Attack. Ash yelled at his Pokemon as the tension began to build. Instantly, both Pokemon lunged into action, carrying out the attacks at the same time. Another dust cloud formed, concealing the result from the crowd and the trainers. There were bangs and cries from the Pokemon, and then there was silence. Even the audience held their breath as they wait for the dust to disperse. Finally, the particles settled and the results were as clear as day. Arbok is unable to battle. Victory goes to Dugtrio. Ash Ketchum won the match. Cheering burst from the crowd as if a television was taken off pause. The sudden noise shocking Ash out of his happy stupor. "We did it," cheered the boy. He had won his 6th round. This meant he was in the top 8. Triple X. If Ash had been told that he would be competing in the 7th round for 4th place, he would not have believed it. Sure, he had tried hard to get where he was, but never had he imagined getting this far. In the next round, he was going to a person called Ken Green. He was at least 4 years older than Ash and had similar pitch black hair, although his eyes were a light brown. According to the database, he specialized in Psychic-type Pokemon but mixed a few other types in there as well. For instance, some of his Pokemon were Golbat, Fearow, and Charizard. His Psychic Pokemon so far have been Alakazam, Drowzee, and Slowbro. This would be very hard, Ash thought to himself. After all, he only had one Ghost-type Pokemon. However, it is not like he had not won a match that he was at a type disadvantage. "So, Ash," Brock said, interrupting the boy's thoughts. "What do you think?" "Honestly?" Ash asked as his eyes brushed through the profile of his opponent. "I have no idea." "I take it you are going to use Pikachu and Haunter?" Brock questioned, and upon seeing his friend nod he continued, "Well then, how about Umbreon?" This caused Ash's eyes to light up. "That could work, and I could use Espeon in a Psychic against Psychic battle. Then I just have to fill in the gaps with Pokemon I have not used yet to get the element of surprise." "What about Snorlax?" Louise announced from her spot on the carpet behind the boys. The two turned around to stare at her in surprised confusion. Surprised because they had almost forgotten that the girl was in there with them, and confusion because Snorlax was not exactly the smartest Pokemon to use. Louise immediately blushed before saying, "I figured Snorlax will be something no one expects." "Yeah, why not?" Ash agreed. After all, he had worked hard to put together a training routine and feeding routine to control his sleeping habits. "Hey, where is Togepi?" Ash said, turning his head from side to side but not seeing the baby Pokemon running around anywhere. "Oh," Louise exclaimed as if she were just remembering. "Your mom took her to look around the village." "Oh, okay," Ash muttered, dreading what his mother would do to the poor fairy Pokemon. Triple X. Our next trainers are entering the field for the 8th round of the Pokemon League competition. In the red box is trainer Ken Green, who has meticulously won every battle with his Psychic-type Pokemon. In the green box is Ash Ketchum, who had fought with a brilliant strategy, and a wide range of Pokemon types. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium caused the crowds to scream as each trainer emerged from the other sides of the field. The field, like all the ones after the 4th round, was an average, flat dirt field. This made it easier for all types of Pokemon to battle without having a disadvantage, meaning that only strength and strategy can help a trainer win this. "Let's see what you got, a kid," Ken yelled over the field. His voice was much lower than Ash's, indicating that the boy had already hit PBRTY. So, he obviously had more battling experience than the 12-year-old trainer had. The black-haired boy frowned at the word kid but shrugged it off. This could be his opponent's way of distracting him. So instead he grasped a Pokeball and threw it out, shouting, "Espeon, I choose you." "So, that is how you are going to play it," Ken said to the boy. "Alakazam to the battlefield." "Okay, Espeon, tackle attack," Ash ordered. The slender-legged and dainty-pawed Psychic-type Pokemon charged towards the Alakazam, her spine flexing and then springing out, causing her quickly breach the distance between the other Psychic type and herself. Ash was proud of how well his evolved EVs had taken to the training he had given them. Teleport, Ken Green yelled, and immediately the humanoid Pokemon vanished from its spot, leaving a confused Espion in its original spot and then reappeared behind her. You will have to try better than that. Swift, Ash then tried. However, the move was shut down as the red trainer called, Kinesis. The move controlled the swift attack just seconds before it hit the Pokemon, but those seconds were all it took to send the attack, of course. Do you really think that was going to work? He then said. Honestly, what are you thinking? Ash was getting fed up of the rolling commentary but still tried his best to control himself. He would not let his anger and annoyance get the better of him. Maybe it is the time I start attacking? Ken said, asking the question to Ash. I think you will be very surprised at my Pokemon Egg move. Alakazam, Fire Punch. Instantly, the Alakazam moved from its meditation position and pulled back its fist as it ran towards Espion. The first quickly lit up and then ignited with yellow and orange flames. Dodge it and then use his quick attack, Ash called out, feeling his heart thump rapidly in his chest. He was so nervous. Espion leapt to the side at the last minute, but before she could go on the next attack, Alakazam did something very unexpected. As Ash's Pokemon dodged, Ken's Pokemon moved and twisted with her, so as soon as her feet landed steadily on the ground, Alakazam's fiery fist connected with her face. The Eevee evolution cried out in pain and dropped to the floor, only to quickly shake it off and leap a distance away from her opponent. Confusion, Ash shouted, seeing that his Pokemon was still available to fight. This fight went on a little longer, with Alakazam's trainer throwing advice such as, "You should be more offensive," or, "You could have easily dodged that." It wore off the boy's nerves, but he was determined to not let it get to him. Even when eventually, as his opponent shouted, "Use Psybeam." The Psybeam was created as it crossed its two spoons together in front of its forehead. The attack quickly shot at the Espion, who had laid on the ground and had no way to escape. Espion is unable to battle. Victory goes to Alakazam, the referee yelled for everyone to hear. Ash thought for a bit, before throwing out his red and white Pokeball, shouting, "Haunter, I choose you." "I will let you have the first move," Ken said graciously. "Thanks," Ash smiled suspiciously. He then stuck out his right hand, pointing his finger at Alakazam and ordering, "Haunter, use Lick." As the ghost and poison type moved closer to the Pokemon, he allowed his tongue to dangle out of his mouth. "Kinesis," Ken said in a bored tone. Instantly, as Haunter moved to lick the Alakazam, his body began to glow and he was tossed to the side. Ken laughed almost mockingly as Ash silently cursed in his head. "Why would you do a short-range attack like that?" he scolded. "You should have used something more long-range, since you knew that my Pokemon could use Kinesis." "What you mean like this?" Ash questioned before turning to his Pokemon and saying, "Haunter, use Mean Look and then Confuse Ray." Haunter's eyes soon began to glow a hauntingly deep purple as his mouth opened slightly, revealing blood-red flesh inside. It sent chills down the Psychic-type Pokemon body, causing it to tremble. Then, as the Ghost and Poison type paralyzed his opponent in fear, he slammed his palms together and then slowly pulled them apart, showing a glowing ball of energy. The energy built and built until it shot out in a straight line towards their opponent. Alakazam could do nothing but gasp in shock as its body was consumed in the multicolored light before dropping to the ground. Alakazam is unable to battle. "Victory goes to Haunter," the referee announced, raising the colored flag that represented Ash's side. "Not bad. Let's see what else you got," Ken Green smiled towards his opponent. Slowbro to the battlefield. Chapter 47, The Foreigner. Ash never thought he'd make it here. He was so close to winning that Indigo League trophy. He was only a few battles away from victory. This was like a dream come true to him, and he could not believe that he had made it this far. Yesterday, he had stood in this very position in one of the most difficult matches he had ever had. He was sure that he was going to lose, however, he had managed it. How? He made a winning mistake. You see, Ash found that Ken Green had a bad habit of criticizing his opponents. So much so, that he distracted himself by berating the raven-haired trainer for every mistake he made. In the end, that was his downfall. A mistake so obvious that Ken could not help but become so utterly frustrated that it left his Pokémon open for the attack. Ash pulled himself from his thoughts, centered his mind and looked out to his opponent across the battlefield, grinning widely in anticipation. With brilliant blonde hair and crystal blue eyes, it was clear that his opponent was not from the Kanto region. Furthermore, his Pokémon arsenal made it even more obvious. They were creatures that the boy had never come across in his life. The announcer's voice rang out across the stadium, introducing Ash and the man opposite. In the next round, we have Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, showing great promise on his first run of the battle circuit. We also have, from the far region of Hoenn, Logan Taylor. His water types have drowned the competition so far. Let's see what else he has in store. Ash stared across the field at his opponent, ignoring the sounds around him. Good luck, he called, Pikachu flashing the opponent thumbs up but was met with a scoffed. Luck? Logan growled, you should save that for yourself, little boy, prepare to get demolished. The raven-haired boy rolled his eyes at the man's confidence. Sure, Ash had never battled against this man's water types before, however, he was confident that he could hold his own. After all, winning was not a priority for him anymore. He had made it further than he had ever dreamed and would not be disappointed if he lost. Heck, he had made it further than both of Gary's attempts. Although, that would not stop him and his team from trying their best. The two were then told to call their first Pokémon, so as Ash called out his Pikachu, Logan threw out his Pokeball and shouted, Staryu, go. Staryu is a golden-brown sea star-like Pokémon with 5 appendages. These appendages surround an exterior organ called the core, which is held in place by a golden ring looped around Staryu's left leg. The core resembles a red jewel and is similar to a madreporite. It was also a Pokémon known in Kanto and one Ash has faced before. Pikachu, use Thunder Stalk, the boy shouted, and immediately the yellow mouse Pokémon ran towards Staryu, before leaping in the air and shooting a bolt of yellow thunder towards his opponents. However, Staryu merely cartwheeled out of the way. Staryu, use Water Gun, the foreigner spoke confidently. Immediately, the brown starfish-like Pokémon jumped into the air with an exclamation of HYAH, before slightly bending its top appendage and shooting a jet of water towards the Pikachu. Pikachu, dodge it, Ash told the Pokémon, who instantly moved aside, shouting, Pika. The water gun attack missed the yellow mouse Pokémon by a couple of inches. Close enough that he could hear the water rushing past him, making his ears twitch at the sound. Yet, far enough away that no damage was dealt. Thunder Shock, now, the raven-haired trainer shouted. Psywave. Logan called. In the arena, everyone gasped as both attacks collided, meeting in the middle. The light sent a shower of sparks into the sky, yet neither one gave in as they hoped to push back their opponent's attack. You can do it, Pikachu, Ash told his friend as his hands clenched into fists. Don't give up. The yellow mouse Pokémon's ears twitched as he picked up Ash's voice, then with a sudden wave on determination, he stamped his paws into the ground, securing his body in place. Then with a shout of Pika, more power was fed into the Thunder Shock and the point where the two attacks collided grew ever closer to the Staryu. Boom! Staryu is unable to battle. The winner is Pikachu, the referee announced to the audience once the dust had cleared. The water-type Pokémon lay flat on its back, spiraled eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Logan huffed in annoyance before recalling Staryu and throwing out another Pokeball, Poliwrath, go. Poliwrath was another Pokémon from the Kanto region and was a blue, bipedal creature with muscular arms. It had bulbous eyes that protruded from the top of its head. Its belly is covered by a white and black swirl and there appear to be white gloves on its hands. With Pikachu exhausted from the amount of power it took him to take out Staryu, it did not take long for the water type to knock the yellow mouse Pokémon unconscious. Though, Ash's Pokémon did not go down easily. It took 2 dynamic punches and a bubble beam to defeat his friend. So, upon his Pokémon's loss, Ash ran onto the field and held his friend to his chest as he slept in order to regain the energy lost in battle. Then returning to his position, the boy threw out his second Pokemon of the match. Haunter, I choose you. As the purple ghost and poison-type Pokemon emerged, he cackled wildly, as he regularly did when he was planning to pull some pranks and have fun with his opponent. You actually think you can defeat me with that Pokemon? I would like to see you try, boy, as I have much more battling experience than you, Logan said in a thick accent that made Ash think that he was some kind of rich lord. Well, I guess we will have to see, won't we? Ash asked, not even the slightest bit riled up by the man. Haunter, use Mean Look, then Shadow Punch, Ash ordered. It was one of the best combos that he had when it came to this Pokemon. Mean Look would freeze his opponent solid with fear, and Shadow Punch causes plenty of damage. And that was exactly what happened, although Poliwrath was still capable of fighting, it was slightly weaker now. Poliwrath, use Dynamic Punch, Logan shouted. Ash was about to tell his Pokemon to dodge, but found that he had no need to, as the ghost and poison type turned himself invisible in order to escape the attack. Get behind it and use Shadow Punch again, Ash ordered. As the invisible Haunter reappeared behind Poliwrath, Logan was unable to call out an order before the punch struck the water type, weakening it even more. Double slap. Immediately, the water type turned to face Haunter, slapping the Pokemon only once before it disappeared once again. Cackling to himself as he went. Haunter, lick, Ash said with a smile, knowing that he had won this round. Once again the purple Pokemon reappeared behind Poliwrath, catching the Pokemon off guard as he ran his paralyzing tongue down its blue bipedal body. The water type then began to stagger drunkenly around before collapsing in a heap on the ground. Haunter had won this round. Poliwrath, return, Logan said before pulling out another Pokeball with a smirk. Octillery, go. The Pokemon that emerged from the red and white Pokeball was one that Ash had never seen before. It was not even in the league database, meaning that this was the first time that Logan would be using it in the tournament. Octillery is a red, cephalopod-like Pokemon with large, round eyes and a turret-like mouth. There are yellow lumps on its rock-hard head and yellow suction cups on each of its 8 tentacles. Octillery, water gun, Logan ordered, hoping to lure Ash into a false sense of security with the average water-type move. However, what his opponent did not know was that his Pokemon also had attacks such as Aurora Beam, Gunk Shot and Rock Blast. Dodge it, Haunter, Ash said. After the Pokemon did as he asked, he continued, now, Confuse Ray. Counter with Gunk Shot, the foreigner said calmly. Before Haunter could aim the Confuse Ray at his opponent, he found himself hit in the eyes with the poison attack. Seeing no other way out of his current position, he turned himself invisible once again. Okay, Haunter, Shadow Punch. Grab it and use Aurora Beam, Logan said. So, as Haunter reappeared behind the Pokemon, Octillery used one of its 8 red legs to hold the ghost and poison-type Pokemon's fist. After all, whilst the hand was not physically attached to Haunter's body, it was still part of him, so he could not go far without the limb. Therefore, as he hovered frozen in shock, Octillery began to focus its energy towards its mouth. Until, finally, a stream of multicolored light burst forth and consumed the purple Pokemon. Haunter is unable to battle. Octillery wins, the referee stated, and the audience screamed from their seats. Quickly, Ash recalled his Pokemon and brought out his flying and normal type, Pidgeotto. However, even with the bird Pokemon's agility, she still managed to get caught in Octillery's tentacles and hit with an Aurora Beam so powerful that she was down for the count. This meant that whilst Ash had 3 Pokemon left, Logan had 4, the raven-haired trainer was certainly at a disadvantage now. Magnemite, I choose you, Ash shouted, hoping the electric type would save him with its long-distance attacks. Thundershock. Psybeam, Logan ordered, and just like last time the 2 attacks connected. However, instead of having Magnemite use up too much power like Pikachu did, the boy ordered, breakaway and use a sonic boom. Immediately, the electric and steel-type Pokemon stopped its attack and moved higher into the air, letting the Psybeam pass right under it. Then from the 2 magnets attached to its body came a thick white sound wave. It cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, and it hit its target dead on. Octillery's weakness was so clear, I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner, Ash muttered to himself. You see, the octopus-like Pokemon is unable to dodge attacks effectively because of its body type. It was too heavy and was made more for water than land, especially when its suctions cups did more harm than good when it comes to movement. Logan sneered, Octillery return. Azumarill go. Azumarill was yet another Pokemon Ash had not come across in his travels, however, from the League data, he knew that it was a water and fairy type, meaning that it was weak to poison, grass and electric types. Logan's Pokemon was a blue, bipedal creature that had an ovoid body. The lower half of which was white with a white, bubble-like pattern above it, which, if Ash remembered correctly from when he was researching the Pokemon, helped it to camouflage in the water. Azumarill, play rough, Logan ordered. Immediately, the Aqua Rabbit Pokemon began kicking, scratching, punching and biting at Magnemite. Although this made Ash's Pokemon exclaim in shock, the fairy-type move was not very effective. Magnemite, use Magnet Bomb, the trainer said. Instantly, the Pokemon rose into the air as it glowed with the amount of white electricity it let run through its body. Then from the two magnets at either side of its form, half a dozen blue orbs fell, aimed towards the blue and white Pokemon underneath it. Dodge them, Ash's opponent shouted, and Azumarill moved quickly to comply, running back and forth, left and right to avoid the ball. Now, Thunder Shock, the raven-haired trainer called out. As the water and fairy type panted in the middle of the battle arena, a zigzag of yellow thunder hurtled towards it. Ash thought that he had won this round until Logan said, Azumarill, superpower. It was almost as if Azumarill had disappeared altogether and reappeared right beside the electric and steel Pokemon. With that one move, it had managed to dodge and attack, forcing Magnemite down for the count. Leaving Ash with 2 Pokemon and Logan with 3. Parasect, I choose you, Ash called out, throwing his red and white Pokeball towards the arena. Use poison powder, he ordered as soon as the white light that was wrapped around the Pokemon dispersed. Defense Curl, Logan countered, allowing for the Pokemon to escape the poisonous AR around it until it was separated by the wind. Roll out, the foreigner then shouted out. Immediately, the blue Pokemon curled tighter into a ball and then rolled at a shockingly fast pace. Dodge it, Ash ordered, and the bug and grass Pokemon quickly jumped to the right, only to find the water and fairy type following him. With a click of panic, Parasect leapt into the air, letting the Pokemon roll right underneath him. However, Azumarill kept returning. Parasect, jump again and use Fury Cutter on your way down. Just as Azumarill came towards him again, the mushroom Pokemon did as asked. The Fury Cutter caused Parasect's opponent to scream out in pain before uncurling from its rollout, miming as it jumped a distance away. Azumarill, play rough, Logan said. The Aqua Rabbit Pokemon then attacked Parasect like it did Magnemite, but with one big difference. It was a rather effective attack this time round. So, whilst the mushroom Pokemon was trying to dodge, some attacks got through until Parasect became weaker and weaker. Roll out, once more. Dodge it, Ash said quickly. However, the bug and grass Pokemon was much too tired to even attempt to escape. Parasect is unable to battle. Azumarill wins, the referee announced, though Ash did not register the voice as he clutched his last Pokeball in his right hand. Ivysaur, I choose you, he yelled. Funnily enough, Azumarill's defeat at the hands, or rather paws, of Ivysaur was quick and easy. All it took was a razor leaf to throw it into a defense curl and then a leech seed to drain its energy whilst it was still in that position. It was Logan's next Pokemon that Ash and Ivysaur struggled with. Swampert. Swampert was a bipedal Pokemon with a large cobalt blue body and large 3-fingered hands. It had 2 orange gills that protrude from round patches on its cheeks. Its head had 2 large semicircular fins that extend from the top of its orange eyes to the back of its head. Its tail fin is big, broad, and black. It has a white underside and orange ridged portions above its hands and 3-toed feet. Ash and Ivysaur just couldn't keep up. I will admit that I am impressed, Ash Ketchum, Logan suddenly said. After all, no one has yet to make me use more than 3 Pokemon a match. Also, no one has lasted so long against Swampert. It is commendable. Ash muttered, scratching the back of his head. Thanks. Though out battle is going to end with this final attack, the foreigner grinned. Swampert, Hammer Arm. Ivysaur, Leech Seed, Ash shouted. Immediately, Swampert had its arm raised and began to bring it down on the grass and poison type. However, just as the hammer arm hit its mark, the Leech Seed clutched onto the Mudfish Pokemon and began to drain all of the energy out of its body, and Ash's Pokemon stumbled around. Both were virtually unable to stand of their feet and collapsed in a heap one after the other. Ivysaur and Swampert are unable to battle. This battle is a tie. Logan Taylor wins the match. After his battle, the raven-haired boy met with Louise, Brock, Professor Oak and his mum. They all smiled proudly at him and he could not help but grin back. After all, Ash Ketchum, not only made it to the finals but he was in second place. He had achieved more than he ever thought he would, and next time he knew he could win it all. All he had to do was brush up on his weaknesses, meaning that he had to travel to other region. Discover all the Pokemon he could and catch and train as many as he could find. Next stop, the Orange Islands.